Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
I'm at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about a few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Azure Platform Saturday. This is Stefano Tempesta, and I'm connecting from Melbourne, Australia, together with Narian Solanki and the rest of the Power Community 365 Saturday. We are ready to go for this great event. So, welcome to be here. Thanks for taking the time on a Saturday. I appreciate the opportunity to share this together. Thanks to all the speakers for dedicating, volunteering their time, and obviously sharing their experience and knowledge with the rest of the community. I'm sure that you are already familiar with the agenda. You have seen this happening in the slide, in the video that you have seen before. Before handing to our first speaker, Dharani, let me say one more time an official thanks to all the speakers that will spend some time today. Is a long event. We are starting at 10 a.m. in the morning, Melbourne time. We're going to go all the way until 6 p.m. UK time. Actually, is UTC, so is even later, 1 hour later in London time. So big event, lot of content, lot of speakers, and thanks also to our sponsor Nigel Frank International. As you have probably seen in the agenda here, we have some Q&A at the end. How about that little gift box there? Well, we have some prizes to give at the end. In the chat, you have a link. Actually, you have two links. One to a form for give feedback, so we can always improve content, and also the other form to participate. We have, I believe, a 10 seat for an AZ900 preparation course to the exam that will be given completely for free as a prize to 10 lucky winners if you stay with us until the end. So, with no further hesitation, I'll hand it over to our first speaker. All these sessions are recorded, so they will be then published on our YouTube channel. So before I forgot to do so, let me start by recording our sessions. And then over to Dorani for the first event, for the first session about building intelligent power-ups using Azure Cognitive Services. Dorani, if you're there, please take over, and the stage is yours. Good luck.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Stefano. Thanks for the warm introduction. Hello, everyone. So first of all, thank you everyone for joining today. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So welcome to Azure Saturday. It's going to be an whole day non-stop event. It's like 18 speakers, like MVPs, experts, and SMEs across the globe, talking all things about the Azure platform. All the sessions will be fully packed with the exciting contents. Hopefully, you guys will enjoy all the back-to-back sessions. So I will share my screen. So once you're able to see my screen, let me know.
Yeah,
Hello.
all good. All good.
Yeah. So today's topic I'm going to cover is like the building the intelligent power apps using the Azure Cognitive Services. So before getting into the topic, let me give a small quick introduction about myself. Myself, Dharanidharan Balasubramaniam. I'm working as a senior technical lead with Exchanging Malaysia. I'm leading the KL Business Applications and Power Platform User Group. And also I'm leading the Asians Business Applications and Power Platform User Group. And I'm a Microsoft certified trainer too. And on the screen, I'm flashing my contact details, LinkedIn, blog, and Twitter details. If you have any queries, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm always happy and glad to assist you on your queries. Also in the session, if you have any queries, please feel free to put your questions in the chat window. I will take up the questions in the end of the session. So here is the quick agenda of the today's session. So like first I will go through what is the introduction to the Azure Cognitive Services, and then introduction to Power Apps, then how we need to use the Azure Cognitive Services inside the Power Apps to build the intelligent Power Apps, and then I will show the system demo, and then we'll see the summary of what we have learned today, and finally we'll get into the question and answers. So the Azure Cognitive Services brings within the reach of every developer. So the Azure Cognitive Services are like a set of APIs, SDKs, and the services available to make your application more intelligent, engaging, and discoverable. And these services always enable you to easily add the intelligent features into your apps, like emotion, video detection, and facial speech, and vision recognition, and speech and language understanding. All these features you will be able to incorporate in your application easily with less amount of writing a code, the custom code into it. And also this Azure Cognitive Services helps you to build smart, secure, and more efficient model for your business needs. Now the data dependency has gradually increased over the past few years. Every company or the business is looking to utilize their data to create a more optimized solutions. So over there, the Azure Cognitive Services is playing a major role. It will help you to detect, moderate, and classify and visualize your data as per your needs. And why we need the cognitive services? It's like a easy, flexible, and a tested one. Like easy in the sense, all the capabilities are already inbuilt actually. Just we need to, it's like a plug and play. So we need to consume the API and we need to pass the parameter and it will give us the result. We no need to write any custom logic or any code for that. It's like a plug and play, and it built confidently with the first AI services to achieve human parity in computer vision, speech, and language. And you can deploy the cognitive services anywhere to the cloud with the containers, and no machine learning expertise are required to use this one. And it is more flexible. As I said, it's just an API, so you can put your API on iOS, Android, or Windows. Anywhere you can put your API and you can consume the API and it will give the desired result. And you can integrate it into any platform or any language. It's completely an the platform independent. Like you can put it in Python, Android, Node.js, like Xamarin. So wherever you want, you can just, it's like a plug and play. It's a platform independent. You can just consume and you will, with the result will be like a JSON. So with the JSON result, you will be able to visualize the data to the end users. And also it's already tested, like it's tested in the meaning it's like built by the experts in their field from Microsoft Research, Bing, and Azure Machine Learning. And we do have a quality documentation, sample code, and the community support. So yeah, if you are if you want to learn the Azure Cognitive Services, there are lots of documentation, the quality documentation, the Microsoft it's available from the Microsoft Docs. You can go through and you will be able to learn it with the sample code examples. And also we do have the community support for that. If we get some stuck somewhere, if we reach out to the community, then we'll be able to easily use it. So yeah, so these are the cognitive services. The cognitive services, it's a broadly categorized into 5 categories like vision, language, speech, decision, and search. And even the cognitive service containers will there. So here are the some of the cognitive services like computer vision. So that API to process the images and it will return the relevant information. And we do have the custom vision, that API to build, deploy, and improve the custom image classifiers. And we do have a face API to detect, recognize, and analyze the human faces in the images. And we do have the from recognizer API. It is to identify and extract text, key value pairs, and the table data from the form documents. For example, if the company is having any invoice and if you want to extract any data out of the invoice using the form recognizer, easily you will be able to extract the data and you will be able to save the data into the database. And similarly, we have like a speech API to add the real-time speech to text conversion. It's like a vice versa. And we do have the spell check for the contextual grammar and the spelling check, and text analytics API for the advanced natural language processing over the raw text. And that includes the sentimental analysis and the key phrase extraction. You will be able to do it, and the language detection. You will be easily able to do it, and the entity linking. All those things it's achievable using the text analytics API. And we have the translator API for the easy integration of the multi-language user interface. And we have a token API to provide the authentication tokens in exchange for the service subscriptions. Sorry. And we do have the Bing search. For example, if you want to incorporate the Bing search into an application, like a kind of a browser view, if you feel like the user should not go out of the system for searching something, then using the Bing search Bing search has Bing news search, Bing image search, and Bing video search. Using all those things, easily you will be able to incorporate the search facility, the Bing search facility inside your application. And now, before getting into the building the Power Apps with the cognitive services, let me give a small introduction about the Power Apps. Power Apps is nothing but it's a suite of app services and the connectors and the data platform that provides an rapid application development environment to build the custom apps for your own business needs. Using Power Apps, you can quickly build a custom business apps that connect to your business data. So either it can be stored in the common data services, or you can store it in various online or the on-premise. It is having lots of data sources like SharePoint, Excel, Office 365, Dynamics 365. Lots of data sources are available. And apps built using this Power Apps provide rich business logic and workflow capabilities to transform your manual business process to digital and automated process. Further, this apps built using this Power Apps have a responsive design and can run seamlessly in a browser or on mobile devices, phone or tablet, anything. And Power Apps democratizes the custom business app building experience by enabling the users to build feature-rich custom business apps without writing any code. This concept is like a no-code, low-code approach completely. So without writing a code, with minimal code, we'll be able to build a the intelligent Power Apps with the cognitive services. Not only with the cognitive services, and the Power Apps is having lots of connectors. Using that, we'll be able to easily develop lots of applications. And also Power Apps also provides an extensible platform that lets a pro developers programmatically interact with the data and the metadata, and they can create the business logic, and they can create custom connectors, and they will be able to interact with the external data. And there are three types of Power Apps. One is like a canvas apps and the model driven apps, and the other one is like a portals. So what are the if you ask me what are the canvas apps in the Power Apps? Sorry. So the canvas apps are nothing but it's like creating apps without writing a code, and you can easily create an app using the existing template. So if you go and create an Power Apps in the make.powerapps.com, so over there you will be able to see lots of existing templates available to create a Power Apps. So it is like design and build a business app from a canvas in a Microsoft Power Apps without writing a code in a traditional programming language such as C#, whatever the language it may be. Without writing a code, we'll be easily able to develop an app. And if we need a custom design, then we need to go with the canvas apps. And with the canvas apps, you will be able to put whatever the design, whatever the UI we are expecting. So over there, we'll be able to put it with the canvas app. Whereas with the modern driven app, we'll not be able to do it. Whereas with the canvas app, we'll be able to do that. And we can share our app so that the users can run it in a browser, or once the app is completed, we'll be able to share our app with the other users so they can run the app in a browser or mobile device, or even they can embed our app in the SharePoint, Power BI or Microsoft Teams, wherever they want. Even they can embed this Power App into it. And this type of app mostly they will they create it for the internal users in the organization, like for example if they need to do some site inspection, and if the field service resource, if you need to visit the site, and if you need to do some inspection, and if you need to update some data, and considered if he is not having any Dynamics license, and he is having only the normal the Power Apps license, Office 365 license, and easily with the Power Apps will be able to do it, and the data will come to the SharePoint, and from there we can do some impersonation, and we can migrate the data from the SharePoint to the Dynamics. And next, this is the model driven apps in the Power Apps. And the model driven apps are nothing but like it's a component focused approach to the app development. And this layout is determined for you and no control over the design. So it's tightly coupled with uh, the the connection which you are giving, and over here you will not be able to change any layout and you will not have any control with the design. And the model driven app provides has some of the benefits like it's a rich component focus, no code design environments, and it creates an complex responsive apps with a similar UI across variety of devices from desktop to mobile, and rich design capability, and your app can be distributed as a solutions from the one environment to the other environment. And next is the Power Apps portals. And the Power Apps portals, it's an external facing websites. And the Power Apps portals are based on the Bootstrap 3.3 version. And it's mainly for the external people, like for example, if you are having any retail company and if you want to establish an one site to the external people to access it, then you using this Power Apps portal, you will be able to quickly develop and you will be able to release it as soon as possible. So this is the diagram which explains how the Power Apps is going to interact with the Azure Cognitive Services. So the Power Apps can be used in the can be accessed from mobile, tablet, and also from the laptop or the Windows. So once the user access from the Power Apps, the request will be gone to the Azure Cognitive Services. There are many ways to interact with the Azure Cognitive Services from the Power Apps. One is like directly we can add a data connector and we'll be able to access the Azure Cognitive Services. And second way is like we can use the Microsoft Flows. Microsoft Flows is nothing but a Power Automate. Using the Power Automate, we can from the Power App we can communicate with the Azure Cognitive Services. And the third approach, we do have the normal HTTP request. We can make a normal HTTP request in the Microsoft Flows. Instead of using the Azure Cognitive Services, we can use the HTTP request in the Power Automate, and we'll be able to retrieve the record from the Azure Cognitive Services. So in today's session, I'm just going to explain a few of the Azure Cognitive with the few of the Azure Cognitive Services. I'm going to show you how we can use it in the Power Apps. So like today, I will explaining the computer vision, the face API, text analytics, and the Bing search. So these are the four the Azure Cognitive Services. I'm going to show you how we can use this in the Power Apps. So this Azure, the computer vision, it provides developers with access to advanced algorithms that process images and written information based on the visual features. For example, the computer vision can determine whether an image contains whether any specific brands or object, any adult content, or find human faces. All these things will be able to find it easily using the computer vision cognitive services. So using this the computer vision API, you can detect the tag visual features, and we can detect the objects, detect brands, and we can categorize an image and describe an image, and we can detect the faces, and we can detect image type and detect domain specific content, and detect the color scheme, and we can generate a thumbnail, and we can get the area of interest. All those things we'll be able to do it with this computer vision API. So this is the Power App. I have just added the screenshot. So in the computer vision, I have taken a scenario like how we are going to read the text from the images using the OCR, the optical the character recognition. This skill recognizes the printed and also the handwritten text in image files. If you are taking a picture of the handwritten or the printed image, and if you pass this image to the OCR, it will extract the text from the image and it will give the content. So for example, in the screenshot, if you see, I have just taken the picture of the Lenovo carrying case, and this is the one which I have sent it to the OCR, and it has returned me the Lenovo carrying case. So yeah, in the demo, I will explain you how to configure this and how I have done it. And here is the Microsoft flow which I have used from the Power Apps. On the button click of this OCR, I'm calling this Power of the Power Automate. And in the Power Automate, we do have the lots of connectors around. We have like 300 plus connectors, but over there I have used the optical character recognition. So this is the computer vision API connector. I have used this, and I have passed the image content. This image content, it will expect as a binary. So I am converting this data URI to binary, and I'm passing the image to this. And so this will give the detected text, and this detected text I am again sending back to the Power Apps. And from here I'm getting and I'm putting this into this particular label. So this is what I'm doing with this computer vision API. And similarly with the computer vision API, I am doing the captions and reading the captions and the tags from the images. So if you upload a pic over here and click of this analyze, again I'm calling, in this case I'm not calling the Microsoft flow. So in this case I'm just using the from the Power Apps, we can create a data source or the connections. We can establish a connection directly without the help of the Microsoft flows. And this is the second approach. I'm directly connecting to the computer vision API, and I'm passing this image there, and it is returning the caption of the image and the confidence and what all the tags associated with this. I have uploaded my pic and I clicked on analyze, and the caption of the above image is like a man wearing a blue shirt, and the confidence of my image is like 0.912843, and these are all the tags like person, man, wearing, all these other tags coming for this particular image. So this is the implementation approach which I have taken. Like if we go to the Power Apps, so over there we can see the data sources. So I went to the data sources and I have created a connection to the computer vision API. So that time it will ask you for the account key. If you give the account key and if you give the site URL, then in the second image you can see the connection established. This is how the connection, the established connections, it will show it in the data sources. Once this is done, then just we need to write this one line of code. That's it. Like I have a collection. I'm just clearing the collection. In the collection, I'm just putting this computer vision dot that describe image is the function. The describe image content v2 is the function. So for that, I'm just passing the image, and this will return the detected text, and detected text will be assigned to this the call description collection, and from this collection I'm reading and I'm assigning the values to this labels. So this it will return like the man wearing a blue shirt will be like a caption, and this will be the confidence score, and these are all the tags. It will come in this collection. From this collection I'm just reading and I'm putting it over there. And next we do have the face API. And this Azure Cognitive Services Face API provides algorithms that detect, recognize, and analyze the human faces in the images. And the ability to process the human face information is important in many software scenarios. Like examples, if you ask me, like security and the natural user interface, image content analysis and management, mobile apps and robotics, all those places, this face API plays a major role. And this place API, the face service API provides several different functions like a face detection, face verification, and finding the similar faces, face grouping, and the personal identification. This face detection, this face service detects the human faces in an image, and it returns the rectangular coordinates of their location. So optionally, the face detection can extract a series of face-related attributes like age, head, and emotions, and whether the person is wearing a glass or not, and the person's hair color. All those things easily will be able to retrieve it using the face detection API. And we do have a face verification. And this API, this API, what it does like it does the authentication against the two detected face or from one detected face to one person object. Practically, it evaluates whether the two faces belongs to the same person or not. That's what this face API verification API does. And finding the similar faces, this find similar API, what it will do is like it compares a target face with a set of candidate face to find a smaller set of face that looks similar to the target face. And we do have a face grouping. This face group API divides a set of unknown faces into several groups based on the similarity. And last is the personal identification. This identify API is used to identify a detected face against the database of people. If you have a bulk, if you have a the person's the face inside the database, and using this the person's identification API will be easily able to identify the person's face from the database. And here I will show you how I have used the face API in the Power Apps. So here I have just added the screen. So like I have put a camera control there, and if I click on that and if I click on analyze, so it will extract the details. So it will send this analyst will send a request to the face API, and the face API will return the result. But in the screenshot, I have just added only the few details. But in the demo, I will show you. I will in the demo screen, I have added some more the attributes which are returning. So over here, I just added the age and the gender, but it returns a lot of attributes. I will show it in the demo slide. And mainly we can use this the face API for example, in the restaurant, if the customer has if you are done with our service, if you want to collect the feedback, then we can ask them to take a picture of it with the text. The sentimental analyst only will be able to predict whether the customer is satisfied or not. So all those things easily will be able to achieve it using this face API. And so this is how I have implemented, like on click of this button. So I'm just using over here. So in the first scenario, we have seen how to use the connector, and the second scenario, we have seen how to directly use the connector inside the Power Apps. And in the third scenario, so we are saying how to use the HTTP request inside the Power Automate. So this will be like a post method. So I'm just passing my URI here, and in the header, this is mandatory, the OCP APIM subscription key. I just striked out this is my key. So I have just striked out this one. And the content type, we need to pass the application/octet stream. And what all the return face attributes we need, that we need to give it in the comma separator. So I'm expecting age, gender, emotion. I'm retrieving everything. So I have given all those things. So based on this request, then it will it will give back the response, and this response will be in the below format. And this response, we are sending it back to the Power Apps into the collection, and with the collection, we are parsing and we are setting those collection value to this the fields, the labels which I have added here. So this is about the face API. So next we do have the text analysis. And this text analysis API is a cloud-based service that provides advanced natural processing over the raw text, and includes four main sections, like it does the sentimental analysis and the key phrase extraction, and it do the language detection, and it will do the named entity recognition. So all this I'm covering the three scenarios in my demo. I will show you how it is doing the sentimental analysis, key phrase extraction, and the language detection. And the sentiment analysis, it is to find out what customers think of your brand or a topic by analyzing the raw text for a clues about positive or negative sentiment they are having on the feedback. And this API returns and sentiment score, it's like a 0 to 1 for each of this, and 1 is the most positive. So based on that, we need to create a record. So next is the key phrase extraction. So automatically extract the key phrases to quickly identify the main points. For example, if you are giving the input text as the food was delicious and there were wonderful stuff, and this API returns the main talking points as a food and the wonderful stuff, it will give you the key phrase out of that particular paragraph. And we do have the language detection. So yeah, so you can detect the which language the input text is written in, and we do have the name entity recognition. So and this named entity recognition, what it will do is like it will identify and the categorize the entities in your text as a people, or it belongs to place or organization or date, time, quantity, percentage, etc. So and the well-known entities are also recognized and linked to the more and linked. So yeah, so lots of the well-known recognized entities are, it's a predefined, it's already existing in the text analytics API. So here I will show you how I'm using the text analytics API in the Power Apps. So this is the screen which I have developed for the text analytics API. So over here just we need to put our text, and if you want to know what language this particular paragraph is and what key phrase it's all about, and if what the sentiment out of this paragraph we are getting, if you check this and if you click on this analyze text, and it will directly it will go to the computer vision API, and it will give you the results. So over here you can see the language detected is English and the sentimental score is 98.8. And so on the key phrases are as follows: Azure, Power Platform. These are the key phrases which is coming out of this paragraph. So this one how I have implemented is like, so I haven't used the Power Automate here. I directly used the computer vision API inside the Power Apps, and I'm just passing the paragraph text to that method, and it is directly hitting the Azure Cognitive Services, and it is giving us the result. This results I have binded it over here. And next we do have the Bing search, and the Bing search is an RESTful API that provides an instant answers to your user queries. As I said previously, so if you are building an application and if you want to incorporate the search facility inside your application and you don't want the users to go outside of your system to search for some other thing, then you can incorporate the search functionality so inside your application using this Bing search. And this API is optimal for applications that need access to all the contents that is relevant to an user search query. And if you are building an application that requires only requires a specific type of result, for example, if you want to search only the image search or the video search, is the specific things, and then this Bing search is having the Bing image search API for the image search, and for the Bing video search API for the video search, and it also has the news search API for searching the normal news in the Bing. So here in the Power Apps, I have just added a page, and I have added the text box and the search button. So what all the content if you are putting, and if you click on the search on this, click on the search button. So I'm just calling the cognitive services, the Bing search API, and that is returning this results. So I just added the text and the URL, but it will return a lot more contents like image, all those things it will return. If you want, we can add it. But as of for demo purpose, I have just added only those two fields. So if you see here, this is the implementation approach which I have used. Like I have used the Power Automate. So on click of that button, search button, it will call the Power Automate. And in the Power Automate, I'm using the text analytics. Uh, I'm using the Bing search connector. It's nothing but the list and used by query. So for that we need to pass in the search query. We need to pass the content what we need to search, and we have a market that is basically about the language, and we do have this safe search. So it is like a moderate, or it should return only the safer content. So all those things are using the safe search, we'll be able to configure it. And by default it will, the count will come as a 20, and based on our requirement we can decrease the count. And once that responds the result, and again we are we'll get the response as a JSON, and this JSON we are returning back to the Power Apps. So here again it will I'm getting it in a collection, and with the collection I have added a gallery, and I have just added what all the fields I have required. I have just added it. So this is about the Bing search. So now I will quickly show you the system demo. So this is the app which I have developed for today's demo. So over here I have just added the text analytics, computer vision, and the captions and tags for the images and face API. What all the things I have discussed there. So I have just added all those things over here. So before getting into this, but let me quickly explain you how to create a Power Apps. See, as I said, here we can create a three kinds of apps like Canvas app, model driven app, and the portal app. So if you go to the Canvas app, so if you click on this, here we can see all the lots of existing templates which is available, and here also we can see the app templates. So you can select the app templates, and it will ask you, for example, based on the data you are selecting, data source you are selecting, it will ask you to provide the credentials. If you provide the credentials, and it will automatically establish a connection, and it will ask you to select the table or the, for example, if it is a SharePoint, then it will ask you to select the list. If it is a CDS, then it will ask you to select the entity, and if you select it, based on that, it will automatically, with the existing template, it will create a app. And second, next we do have a model driven app, but this is no, I don't have database in this environment. This is just a normal Power Apps environment. I don't have a database, but if you have like a database like Dynamics 365 CE and all, if you create a model driven app, then for example, in the same organization, if you are implementing like a 5 projects, and each project should be separated with this model driven app, or the, for example, we are creating a form, and that form should not be visible to the other team. Using the security role, we will be able to handle it, but even with the help of this model driven app, we'll be able to handle this more efficiently. And the next is the portal. This is mainly for the external users. And so this if you go here, over here also the environment is not available, and this will be tightly coupled with Dynamics 365 CE instance. And if you create a portal there, then it will connect to the Dynamics 365 CE instance, and it is also similar to drag and drop. Just we need to drag and drop, and the customization will be able to do it with the help of HTML and the liquid template codes for the portals. So now I will quickly show you how here so if you come inside the Canvas app, so this is the Canvas app. Here we have options like insert, view, action. If you go to the insert, here you will be able to add a new screens. So and next and next you can add a label button. It's everything is just like a drag and drop. You just need to do it. And for the text, we have a label, text, HTML text, a rich text editor, pen input, and we do have all this input types. And if you want to show the image, or if you want to show any table, and for that we do have a gallery and the data table. So with that we'll be able to show the data in the tabular format. And we do have the forms like creating a form. If it is, for example, if it is the Power Apps is coupled with a SharePoint or CRM, or if you are adding the selecting the data source, by default it will create a, we will be able to create a form. That form will be created for the edit and the display purpose. And next we have the media type, the image, camera, barcode scanner, all those things, the inbuilt features, the PDF viewer, all those things, inbuilt features, it comes along with the Power Apps. And we will be able to show the charts inside the Power Apps using this. And we do have lots of icons, and we can add a custom component. And if you see in the normal the MVC and all, we do have a concept called a master page. So similarly, this we will here also we do have a the type called component. So over here you can create your header component, like so this one I have created as a master. And in this I have just added the welcome label and my photo and the header. So it will be, we can create this as a header, here the master page. And if you come here, then it will display it over here. Then you will be able to add it in your all your forms, and you will be able to use it. And for our demo purpose, I just created 6 pages, and this will be my welcome page. Like so over here I have added all the functionalities. Like so if you go here, this is just a button click. And if you go here on select, what I need to do, I just it's like a normal syntax. We need to give like navigate text analytics screen transition.net. This text analytics is nothing but it's a page over here. So if you go to this page and if you click on this button and if you go to this action and if you click on this navigate, here you can select which page it should go, and based on that this code will get generated automatically. So again, so similarly for the computer, for example, if you have added the computer vision button and if you need to navigate to the computer vision, then if you click on this action and navigate, and over here you will be able to navigate it, then this code will get generated automatically. So let's go through one by one now. First let's get into the text analytics one. So in the text analytics, so if you see here, I just added, it's like a label, and I have added the multi-line text box here. And here I just added 3 checkbox and 1 button. And this button is just calling the computer vision API. Sorry, this is calling the text analytics API. And how to establish a connection to the text analytics API, I will show you. So if you go here, we'll be able to see all the data sources. So in my app, I'm using all these data sources, but if you go down and if you see the connectors, you'll be able to see lots and lots of connectors here with the Power Apps. So all these things you will be able to use it. So for the text analytics, so if you type here text analytics, so it will come here. So since I have already created, it is not showing. If I go, if it is normally, if it is not created, then it will ask you to create a new connection, and it will ask you to provide the key. The key generally will get it from the portal.azure.com. So if you go here and if you go to this key area, keys and endpoint. So this is my text analytics. And if I go to the keys and endpoints, here we'll be able to see the keys. You can copy the keys from here, and the end URL is nothing but here. The endpoint is nothing but the end URL. You can copy this end URL, and while creating the connection, it will ask for 2 values. And if you put those values and if you click on create, and this it will come and list over here automatically. And so this is the page now. I will go here. I will just, this is the text which I have added already. So if I click on this, so it's already there. I will add some other text. So now we can see the sentimental score became, it got changed actually, the 88.3% positive, and the key phrases out of this, the complete text, we are able to see the key phrases only as a demo. So if I go back to here, so what code I have returned here is like, just I'm checking for if the language checkbox checked is true, then I'm just, this clear collect is for clearing the collection. This language collect is nothing but a collection. So I'm getting the result into the collection. So each and every time I'm clearing the collection and I'm getting the result. This is how we call the Azure Cognitive Services from the Power Apps, like the name and the method name, and will pass the necessary parameters inside. So necessary parameter over here is nothing but the paragraph text. So that is nothing but this is the text box control name dot text, and this is the result we are getting, detected languages dot name for the languages, and for the phrases.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you the collection? Do you declare them beforehand or something?
No. I am not declaring in the forehand. Just if you give it here, this is more than enough.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and this is the phrase collection, and this phrase collection. So here, this phrase collection, it will return. This is also the collection. So it is returning the key phrases here, and that will be get binded to this phrase collection. And next we have the sentiment analysis. So this sentiment collect is the collection name which I have created, and here is the method for that, detect sentiment v2, and if we pass the text here, and it will return the score. So then from these values, I'm just, if you go here, so I'm just putting the first, since it is a collection, I just need to get the first record. So I'm putting the first of language collect dot name. And if you go here, and I'm just, since it is a score, I'm just rounding this off. And so I'm just putting the first of the collection name dot value, and it will give you the score. And similarly, the phrases, this will return in the phrase collect. If this phrases, since it will return the multiple phrases, so what I have done is like I have created a gallery. So how to add a gallery control? So if you go here, and here we'll be able to add a gallery control. So once you click on this, and it will come and bind like this. And once this is done, then you need to set the items is nothing but a data source to this gallery. So what are the, for this gallery, I have added the phrases collect. This phrases collect is nothing but, so over here we have given the phrases collect to collect the phrases. So this I have given it, and if you come to edit, and here we'll be able to see the values. So I'm just taking the value, and I have added the label, and I have binded it there. So what are the phrases coming? So it will come and bind to that label automatically. So this is about the text phrases, the text analytics. So next we'll see the computer vision one. So for the computer vision, so I have just added a camera. So the camera control here. So this the computer vision, the basically what I'm doing is like I'm just reading the invoice. For example, if any person, for example, if the delivery man, if he is visiting to the customer's place, and if he delivered it, and if he's getting any receipt or anything, and again if you want to upload back into the system, and easily he will be able to do with this actually. So just you need to click a pic, and if you upload it, automatically it will extract the text from the image, and with that image, the text whatever we are extracting from that, will be able to save it in any of the data sources. So here for this, so I have just added a camera control here, and this is the picture control for viewing the image which I'm uploading here. And here this I just added a button to take photo. If they click on this, and I'm just the update context is there. So using the update context, I'm just setting this camera to stream to this taken photo, and this taken photo I'm just assigning it to this image. So all those things, it's like just a simple one line of syntax we need to write it. It's completely a low code approach. So everywhere we'll see only like the simple one or two lines of code. Some complex logic, yeah, we do write similarly this kind of syntax only, but some more syntax will be writing it for the complex logics. And once the photo gets uploaded, then I have added a OCR button here, and in this OCR button what I'm doing is like I'm calling the Power Automate flow. How I need to call the Power Automate flow is like, if you go to the actions, here you can see the Power Automate. If you click on that, and here it will list all the Power Automate, the Microsoft flows associated with this instances. So for over here I have used this the Power Apps button to, it's nothing but this computer vision API. So this is the one which I'm using. Yeah, here we'll be able to see it. So I'm opening that flow. So this is the flow. So if you say, if you come to the Microsoft, the Power Automate, so if you come here, so if you type the cognitive services, so here we'll be able to see the Bing search and the computer vision API, content moderator, custom vision, face API. So all those things we'll be seeing it over here. See the text analytics, Lewis, all those things we'll be able to see it over here. So here in my scenario, what I have done is like I have used the optical character recognition, the OCR to text. I'm just getting the image and I'm converting that data URI to binary because it expects in the binary format. So I'm passing it to this and it will return the detected text, and that detected text I'm assigning to the image text. And if I come back to my app here, I can see the label image text. So if you see here, set label image text, what are the text which is returning from the Power Apps, right? So it will come and set it to the. So this is how we need to set the value to the variable, and this is a variable, and using the set method, variable name, comma, and with that it will return the image text. And this one I'm taking and I'm assigning it over here.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How does the OC the button that launches the Power Automate? How does it know which Power Automate flow to run?
Here you can see here the flows associated with the button 4.
Button
This is
flow.
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you associate it?
If
Because
you click, if
I
you click
still
on this, it will get associated here to this button.
okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right.
You need to select the button and you need to go to Power Automate and you need to click on it so that
Yeah,
it will
that's
get
fine.
associated automatically. Yeah.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah. So next we do have the caption and tags for the images. So here also here just I have used the computer vision API, and over there we have a method called describe image content, and I have passed the image. So it will return the caption, confidence, and the tags associated with this image. So once after completing, okay, I will quickly show the computer vision. I missed to show this one. So I'm just showing this. I'm just taking a photo of this. Once this is done, if I click on this OCR, yeah, we can see the content over here. Yeah, but since the image is not clarity, the image is not, it's not a proper clarity. That's the reason it's not coming properly, but it reads both the printed one and also the handwritten images. And next I will show the caption and tag for images. I will just upload this pic, Azure Saturday pic, and if I click on analyze, so in the backend, it will call this the Azure Cognitive Services. See the caption of the above image is a screenshot of a video game, and the confidence of the above image, it is giving the confidence, and these are all the tags associated with this image. So now let me go back to my instance. So yeah, so here as I said, I have declared a collection here, and it will return the collection to this particular collection, and from here I am just putting the first. Since it is a collection, just I need to put a first of first, and I'm getting the records and I'm passing it. And similarly here, as I mentioned in the previous slide, I have added a gallery, and I'm assigning the data source, the first of calls description dot tags. This will return the tags associated with this image. I have added a label, and I have just binded the labels over here, the tags over here. Yeah. So now next we have the face API, and so this face API. So what I'm doing is like I have just added a camera control here, and here the image control is there. By clicking on this take photo, it will take a photo, and here we'll be able to see our face. And if we click on analyze, it will return our age, gender, and what is our happiness, sorrow, percentage, and the hair color. For the hair color, I have just added the tabular format. I have just added the data for table here. So this analyst, what I'm doing is like over here I'm just calling the Microsoft flows. So if you go here, I will quickly open the flow, and this is a face API flow. And here I'm just putting the HTTP. So I'm just the URL, my header, and my key, the content type, and the return face attributes. So based on that, I'm just passing the body here, the image over here. So based on that, it will return the response. That response, I'm sending it back to the Power Apps. And here I'm getting the data to the collection, and I'm assigning the data to the attributes. If I go back to the face API. So I will just take a pic of mine. So, and if I click on analyze, And here we can see the results: age 26, gender and happiness and sorrows, it's showing as a 0%, and my hair color, and it is returning the confidence and the
Doesn't appear you're happy there.
it's not like that. Yeah, so this is about the face API. And next,
Quick question
yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
How does the flow recognizes the stream coming into the flow as an input as part of the body?
Here we need to pass it actually. So if you see here, I'm passing here the first of photo.url. This is taking the image URL and it will send it over there.
And that just becomes the body of the.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So if you see to OCR also, if you see here, I'm just putting the run.
Yeah.
The image 3 is nothing but a parameter.
Yeah. Got it. Thanks.
Yeah. And next, last, we do have the Bing search. So in the Bing search, I have just added one text box control and one search button. And similarly, I have added a grid over here, the gallery. So if we put some text and if we click on this search button, in turn the backend, I'm calling the cognitive service as the flow. I have configured a flow for this. So this is the particular flow. So for this one, we have a list news by query. So as I mentioned here, we are passing the data. So this text box data, I'm just sending it here, the text input dot text one, and it will take this one. And here the language and the safe search, we have a moderate, off and strict. So based on our requirement, we'll be able to select it. And the count, by default it comes as a 20, and we'll be able to reduce it as however we want. And this will return the JSON, and this JSON I'm returning back here, and I'm just assigning it to the particular grid. If I go and open the existing record, if I go to the existing flow, so this is how it will return the result. So if you see here, name, URL, image, thumbnail, content URL with height. But as of now, I'm just using the name and the URL. But if you want the image and what all the description about the read link, all those things, we'll be able to add it here based on our requirements. So if I go back to the app, and if I put the Azure Saturday, and if I click on search, then this will get updated automatically. So if you come back here, so if you see here, it's 14 seconds ago, recently this flow got triggered and it has returned these results. So this is the first one which we are getting there. When your Azure data catalog app won't connect, this is the first response. We are getting it over here. Yeah. So this is about the
Just one more question. So how is that response, the HTTP response, being consumed by the Power App?
Yeah.
For that again, please. Thank you.
Sure. So this response, so this will return the JSON response, and I'm returning back to the Power Apps, and the Power Apps, I'm just collecting this as a collection. So clear cut, I'm putting the collection Bing. So this is the collection which I have created for this, and this JSON, it will come as a collection. Okay. So with this collection,
so
I'm just
using the Power Automate flow name. To connect to get the.
Yeah, while calling on this button click, we are calling it, right? So while calling, we need to do this actually.
Right, and you just pass it. Okay, got it. Got it. Mm-hmm.
So based on this, the result will come back to this collection Bing. So with that, we'll be able to get the data and we'll bind it. We can visualize it as however we want.
Yeah, that's straightforward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, so. And this is about my system demo of how we can use the Azure Cognitive Services, and we can build the intelligent Power Apps without writing any code, with the minimal code. Yeah, so this is the quick summary of today's session. And if you have any questions, yeah, please feel free to ask me.
You mentioned that you could do this using, when you talked about the HTTP call, were you referring to using that within the Power Automate?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then the connectors, I've always thought of connectors, well,
Even you
actually
can.
known as,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that with what's the difference between the connections, as it were, and just using Power Automate?
No, see, some of the functionalities, if you are going with the normal normal, if you are establishing a connection directly to the Power Apps, and if you are consuming it, and some of the functionalities will not be able to achieve it. It won't return exactly all the parameters. But whereas if you are going with the Power Automate, and if you use the connector over there, and that it in turn it returns different set of parameters over there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thank you.
Is it possible to provide the recording, the URL, I mean the link where you get this recording?
Yeah, this session will be recorded. Once post the session gets over, I think this will be uploaded to the our Power Community YouTube channel, and over there you will be able to see this session recording.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ronnie, that was a great session. Thanks for your time. I
Yeah.
stop the recording now. Thanks
Yeah.
everybody for attending, for the great conversation as well.
Yeah, once again, I'm just flashing my contact details. If you have any queries, please feel free to reach out to me. My blog URL and my Twitter and my email, and here is my LinkedIn QR code. So yeah, feel free to connect with me. I'm always happy and glad to assist you. And thanks a lot, Stefano and Ras and Narayanan, for providing me this wonderful opportunity. Thanks a lot for once again. Thanks a lot to the complete D365 Saturday community for providing me this wonderful opportunity. Thanks, Stefano.
Beautiful. All right. Thanks, Darani, one more time. Let's carry on. We have a very rich agenda for today. So just to go one more time through what's coming on. So next in the line is actually me speaking about confidential computing. So we go more into some of the deep dive, some of the hardcore capabilities of Azure. Not particularly explored yet on a mainstream level, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Before we do so, though, I want to point you to an initiative that Microsoft has announced a few days ago, which is very much in line with Dorani's presentation around Power Apps, the Power Platform in general. If you go to Microsoft.com, you will see that there is a new initiative, new skills for job seeker. Microsoft has announced a sort of delivery of a free training. They want to train up to 25 million people globally, people that have been affected by this situation. Maybe they are in a need of a new career, or they are considering reskilling for a different job. So there, start from there. Start from Microsoft.com. These new skill for job seeker initiative, and you will find a lot of resources. And if you don't know already, just head to Microsoft.com/learn. Okay, and this is a free portal with an incredible amount of training materials
for all the different products, for Azure, Dynamics, Power Platform, and most of these learning paths lead to proper Microsoft certifications. All right, so this was just sort of giving you the heads up on this. What I'm gonna do now is start my session. And before we do so, as usual, let me share with you the survey link one more time in the chat, especially for the people that have joined now this session recently. So this is a survey that you can fill in for giving some feedback on what you want to see in the next events. If you head to the 365portal.org, you will see that we have events every week. Last week we focused on chatbots, this week on the Azure platform. Next Saturday we have another event about Teams, everything that you want to know about Teams, from governance to security to developing apps. And also, because you've been so good staying with us on this Saturday, there is one more form that if you submit, you will have the possibility to participate in a prize competition at the end of this day, kindly offered by Nigel Frank International. The prize is the possibility to attend an AZ900 preparation exam. AZ900 is a certification for Azure fundamentals. So if you are sort of new to Azure, this event today is great to get your head around Azure. Then Microsoft.com/learn for progressing your training on proper learning path, and then take the exam. So AZ900 is a way to certify your knowledge. It's not a challenging exam. There are other exams that require a bit more experience, a bit more knowledge. This AZ900 is Azure Fundamentals. So as the name implies, is really about getting started with Azure. So just give it a try. You will find that it's really exciting to get into Azure if you're not yet. But let's carry on now with my session, because I want to talk to you. Here we go, sharing. All right, I want to talk to you about confidential computing. Confidential computing is a combination of hardware and software resources. And there is a very strong partnership between Microsoft and Intel. Confidential computing is about protecting your data, is about protecting your code, and is about doing this in the cloud, on premises, in your own data center, starting from hardware. We'll see that in a moment. And I will go also through some very specific scenarios, some specific use cases where it makes sense to implement the confidential computing. So, this has been in the news a few times in the past years. Data leakage, data breaches, very, very serious matter. I always joke that a few years ago, I met a CIO for big organization. We were just talking around the security posture of the company, and he mentioned to me, oh, look, a few weeks ago, we had a DDoS attack, a distributed denial of service attack that took our website down, but likely we didn't lose any data, as long as he knows. So, we are all right now. So I asked him, well, okay, DDoS attack could compromise the availability of your system, but if they take down your system and then identify some vulnerabilities, then they can even penetrate your perimeter, your network, and steal some data. What did you do about it, to protect? I was genuinely curious about it. And he said, no, don't worry. Look, it never happened to us in 10 years, which is true. That was the first time in 10 years that they had a website that happened to them. So we paid the duties. It's not gonna happen again. Well, sort of face palm, right? Don't be that guy. Data breaches, cyber attacks is a serious matter, and we need to protect your data. We need to prevent unauthorized people to access your data. We need to protect even internally by employees, not necessarily intentionally stealing data, sometimes accidentally, assuming that they can share a file or they can copy a file on a USB drive, they can take it home. So we want to make sure that there is a confidentiality at any stage of running our application, our infrastructure. And now, this is why about a year ago, Azure has introduced the concept of confidential computing, which is take a step further the typical security matters, precautions that you will have in a cloud-based system. So confidential computing is a double layer of security. It's security that you get at hardware level and at software level by building enclaves, so sort of closed spaces called trusted execution environments. Your applications and your data run inside a TEE, which is a black box. It's completely isolated from anything else around, and only systems that have a key to access this TEE can access this information, this data. Now, I'm pretty sure that you guys are all familiar with the concept of data at rest and data in transit, encryption and rest, encryption in transit. So we protect our data when it's inside any form of storage, BitLocker for a file system, databases that can be encrypted. When our data is there, stored, no one is using, it's still encrypted. Then we have to take the data out of a database, or a file system, or a blob storage, and transfer it to an application, to a website, to use it. So that is the transit that happens. And there are different ways of protecting data. If you're using web, then you will be familiar with HTTPS, obviously, so TLS for protecting your data in transit and encrypting this data. But there is a missing component here. When the data is in memory being used by an application, at that point is unprotected. Now you can say, oh, okay, but this is running inside a virtual machine, inside a container, inside some server that is hosted in a data center. Absolutely right. So there are a lot of levels of protection before getting into the memory of the server where the data is running, where the application is running. But still, data at that point is still potentially vulnerable. So this is where confidential computing enters into action, in protecting, in encrypting data when it is in use, in memory, during computation. Okay, so how that happens? It happens because we have a problem, or potentially we have a problem. We have a problem of trusting applications, trusting infrastructure providers, and trusting hardware vendors. When this memory is in RAM, in the memory running, who has access to it? The application that you have built, for sure. But how about the Windows or Linux administrator? They can, with a memory dump, with a debugger, they can explore what's happening in that memory space. And even your hardware vendor can have access to this information. because at the end you're running the application on your data on their hardware. So we need to create trust, an increased level of trust. Trust with the application provider, trust with the Azure provider. One of the reasons that I always keep on hearing is when hosting data in a cloud provider, the like of Azure or any other public provider, is how can I trust the guys at Microsoft? They're not going to go into the virtual machine where I store my data and steal it. We may argue on this, and this is not the place for having this sort of conversation, but there is a problem there, and we need to address it. So confidential computing is about addressing this lack of trust by creating trust at hardware level, hypervisor, operating system, and even preventing the Windows administrator, the Linux administrator, the operating system, the host administrator, the virtual machine administrator, whoever has access to that server, to have a look into their data. I'm going to show you exactly how it looks like in a moment, actually. Okay, so we need to create this data. We need to reduce the attack surface. If you are familiar with security practices, your attack surface is basically all the endpoints where your application is subject to an attack. And a web application, for example, is subject to session injection, to session hijacking, SQL injection. So your URL passing parameters into a query string that can compromise the result and so on. A database can be compromised by connecting to the database, stealing data. So the attack surface are all the elements, all the components of your application that are potentially vulnerable. We need to reduce that. So in this case, for assuming that you are the most expert security engineer and your application is super secure and it runs encryption and rest and in memory and in transit, still your attack surface, for as much as it reduced it could be, has a little vulnerability because your data is running in memory, visible to an administrator of their virtual machine. Now, we're not here to protect us only from Windows administrators running our virtual machine in Azure. We are here because that element is potentially a weak point, a vulnerable point that does extend also beyond Azure. Assuming that you are running virtual machines on premises, then you have to rely on the administrator of your own local infrastructure. Can you trust them? I'm sure you can. But how about we don't just ask the question, we make sure that we do trust them, because there is technology that can make this happen. So I'm sure you're getting the point. So confidential computing, you get a certain point at the URL you see on screen, azure.microsoft.com/solutions/confidential-compute. Safeguard data from malicious users, maintain control of your data across the entire lifetime, so at rest, in transit, and in use. Protect and validate your code as well, because not only you're running data, you're also protecting your application, your code. I will show you that in a moment. But the thing that I love the most of what these four selling points of confidential computing is the last one. Confidential computing ensures that your data and code is opaque, so not visible to the cloud platform provider. So not even a Microsoft employee who is an administrator of that virtual machine, of that container, where you're running your data, in the cloud can see that data in any possible way. They can steal the hard disk, they can plug it somewhere else, they can use a debugger to see what kind of data you're reading. There is no way they can see that. And this is done for in two ways, using an SGX hardware, security guard extensions, that are extensions to normal Intel CPUs, and at hypervisor level. So, okay, the why we already understood. So what happens is that basically in a typical virtualization environment, you have a host, CPU, hypervisor, operating system, and then the app that runs. This app, as we have understood, is visible to all of these levels. So then we basically, by introducing protection with SGX, we are encoding, so we are sort of encrypting data using CPU capability, or the extension to these CPUs, by creating an enclave, or TEE, Trusted Execution Environment. This enclave, which again is run, is protected by this SGX extension at CPU level, basically take your code, take your data, and run it in a completely encrypted, separated web space that no one can access. So at the end, you have hardware protection, and for those virtual machines that don't run on Intel SGX extension, you can achieve the same software level using some protections I will explain in a moment, that are part of the hypervisor itself. But at the end, we are basically taking your application and your data out of the normal memory space, allocating a separate memory space that is completely encrypted, and everything runs inside that trusted execution environment or enclave. Okay, so this is what is available now in Azure. In Azure, you can create this this type of virtual machine that have the Intel SGX extensions. So when you create a virtual machine, you will have an opportunity to have there is a checkbox to identify that these VMs are protected with confidential computing. This is not a proprietary initiative by Microsoft. There is a confidential computing consortium that is made of different providers that have an interest in security. It is all open source. There is a GitHub repository. I'll share that in a moment. So Microsoft is a founding member of this consortium. As you can see on screen, there are a lot of other logos in there. Intel obviously is one of the key player, and they're basically building this consortium for creating a confidentiality in different applications. So let me show you a few use cases first, and then we'll go a little bit into the technical part of it, how this is actually implemented. Okay, so we understood the challenge that we have. What is the solution at a very high level? Azure Confidential Computing. So let me share with you now how this is actually used to resolve what kind of problems. So we can also contextualize these in very specific use cases, and then I'll talk on how this is done. What is the a bit deep dive into the technology itself. Okay, so first of all, confidential computing can help in protecting your data, in protecting applications that you don't want this data to be exposed outside. There is an Open Enclave SDK that helps to build this kind of security, and I will show that in a moment how to use it basically. A typical application is in a consortium of organization that they want to share or need to share data among themselves, but not necessarily are open to sharing protected or sensitive information. A blockchain network can be an example, but it doesn't have to be blockchain. It is any space, any context where we have multiple parties that need to share some personal or sensitive data, but don't want the other party to have access to it. Think, for example, of some bank institutes or hospitals, health institutes, that they have sent a large data set of sensitive information, and they're running some machine learning. This machine learning will help them identify some potential fraud, or help them develop a new cure for some disease. So the larger the data set, the better is the accuracy of the prediction of machine learning. In a blockchain context, when we decentralize the data, and we need all parties to agree for a consensus to approve a transaction, again, you are sharing a lot of information with all the parties. You don't want all of them to see what all the transactions are, but you want basically to validate a transaction, and then this has to be based on information stored in the digital ledger. So there are a few scenarios where you have multiple parties involved that they don't necessarily want to share information with each other, but they need to, because this will provide increased accuracy of prediction of an algorithm, or consensus on approving transactions in a peer-to-peer network. Anything that basically say something like, I trust you because you are part of the same consortium, I don't really want to trust you too much. So I need to rely on technology to prevent the other parties to see what I'm doing. So, how that happens? It happens basically by sharing data and the application code. Not actually sharing, but protecting data and application code in an enclave. Virtual machines, at the moment, this is available for virtual machines of the DC2 series on Azure. They communicate with an external client over a protected channel, and this channel is obviously encrypted. This channel the communication with this channel is authorized only to client application that have a sort of certificate. This certificate is provided by an attestation server. This attestation server runs also, or is a Windows server technically, provides the key to access this information. Now, in the context of a multiple network, a network with multiple parties, what it means is that all the parties, all the members of this network basically share their data and their code with this enclave. This enclave protects data from other parties because you are encrypting your data with your own key for protection. and the enclave is the only space that is allowed to decrypt this data. So it's basically like saying, I share this data set with a common environment, the trusted execution environment, that everybody else has access, but no one can see what's happening inside there. I have a very specific use case that I want to share that I worked in the past. One is we have a machine learning that is running inside this enclave. So remember, the enclave protects data, but also applications. So you can run code inside the enclave. This enclave allows different banks, in this case, to share their data set. So each bank uses the public key of the enclave to encrypt their data and send it to the enclave. The enclave will use its own private key that is only visible inside the enclave, so no other banks has access to the private key of that enclave, to decrypt that information. So even if in transit the data is hijacked, there's not a problem, because it is encrypted and only the enclave can decrypt it. Even if an administrator of Bank 2, Bank 3 steal data from the enclave, data that Bank 1, for example, has shared, they can't do anything about it, because the key is inside the enclave and the Bank 2, Bank 3 don't have access to that data, to that key. So the enclave is a completely separate entity that you have access only if you have a key to share this data. And the same, so and this, and a similar approach can be used also when dealing with patient data. I have a quick demo to show you exactly how a machine learning algorithm that I developed, running completely in a TEE, a trusted execution environment, bumped the accuracy of prediction from about 80% to 98% by combining different data sets provided by different institutes, different hospitals. So these health facilities, they have their own patient data. They don't want this patient data to be shared with other health facilities, even if this is meant for something good, you know, like developing a new drug or finding a cure, or helping for the benefit of the entire population. But still, there is some patient data that is confidential, and also patients trust the health institute that their information is not shared outside of the hospital itself. So in this way, it's still possible to share separate individual data set without compromising privacy on it. I'll show that in a moment a bit more in detail. First of all, if you want to get started to get your head around confidential computing and SGX, a few resources here on screen, just to get more into the specific range of applications that ACC protects, and also what this software guard extension do for protecting code and data at hardware level. So these are a couple of resources for you to expand your knowledge around confidential computing. Feel free to ask questions anytime as we go. I'm not able to read the chat right now unless I have to switch to screen. So I keep on going. If there are questions, please go in voice, otherwise I will catch up with questions in the chat at the end. So what I want to do now is go a bit more into the detail of that technology, how it is being implemented in very, very specific applications, for example, in SQL Server 2019. SQL Server 2019, as any good database, already has solid encryption of data at rest, and also has a capability called always encrypted, which basically means that you can query a data even when that column is encrypted anytime. There is an extension to this always encrypted, which is encrypted with secure enclaves. So you have the normal always encrypted, which is basically protect your data at rest, and then you can query the data also when it's at rest. And then you have the secure enclaves, which is an addition on top of always encrypted, which not only encrypt your data, but it in the database, but it takes it away from any other application until you create an attestation, which is a trusted communication channel with that enclave. So let me show you this in a quick demo. Here we are in SQL Server Management Studio. There are the traditional normal columns for keywords for encrypting columns that you may already be familiar if you're using SQL Server. So you encrypt with a specific column to indicate that a column has been encrypted. Now, how can we make sure that an application is using this encryption also in memory in use? So I have a super simple ASP.NET MVC application that contains some sensitive data. There is a social security number, there is a salary for different people, and there is a salary range, a filter to apply, a range in my search, in my table. So this is a filter that obviously translates as a where condition in the query. So when I execute this query, you will see that this query has a select for all the fields, and specifically there is this search pattern that contains the salary, in the range that was specified online, between some less than and more than max salary and min salary. And this search pattern is a parameter that is completely encrypted. So even if someone is profiling this query, they cannot see the parameters that go in input and the return values in output. So even the parameters are all completely encrypted, so min salary, max salary, and the return value, as you appreciate, is completely encrypted. So even a DBA with access to a SQL Server profiler can see the query, I cannot see the values. How that works? Well, SQL Server have done something very clever. They have basically built an enhanced client driver. This driver, you will use a driver to connect to your database, is able to connect to a SQL instance running in an enclave, because has obtained a certificate from the attestation server to authorize to encrypt and decrypt this information when it is used. So your application, which is here symbolically identified by this C colon dash symbol, whatever your application is a web application, is a command line application. You communicate in plain text. But as soon as your query is sent to the SQL driver, it is encrypted and ciphertext sent to SQL. So SQL will understand what you are sending in an encrypted way, and it doesn't have to decrypt this data to send it back. Because it's running inside an enclave, the enclave is able to process this information already encrypted. So there is no decryption process that happens in place. So all that run inside the enclave. The enclave will take care of understanding what is this encrypted text, which is your query with all the parameters, and then return this to SQL Server again in encrypted format. There is support for very rich queries, so you can do ranges like, and the secure enclave works also with the initial encryption. So even if you do the always encrypted, this is a capability that the enclave will support. So even if you don't do the enclave, the encryption at SQL Server level will still be valid, but the enclave is basically taking this data and without transferring outside of the database itself, decrypt internally for then returning a value in encrypted way. So if you take a debugger and try to see what the memory stack in use by SQL Server, then for that query, then you will see something like the screenshot that you have here in this slide. Is completely invisible, completely opaque. So even browsing the memory of an enclave with a debugger reveals nothing. Now, there is a challenge here, though. The challenge here is, okay, there is this driver, is the SQL driver that connects to the database, and this database has a sort of a secure tunnel of communication, or this data is encrypted, then decrypted inside the enclave and processed back in an encrypted format. So this is the way the communication happens. But there is a problem. How can we make sure that this client is authorized to talk to this SQL database? Well, we need a form of attestation. We need a way to say, hey, you client driver, SQL client driver, you are authorized to talk to the enclave. So there is another component on top of a TEE, which is an attestation service. An attestation service basically makes the connection between the client and the enclave. Only if you are signed or certificate by the attestation service, you are able to communicate with the enclave and no one else. There are three ways of obtaining this attestation. First of all, the attestation service is a Windows server that runs HGS, Host Guardian Service. There are three ways of getting this attestation, as said. The first one is just by identifying you as an admin in Active Directory. So you create a trust between an Active Directory admin role and your trusted execution environment, in this case, SQL Server. Now, this one is okay, but not the most robust way of doing it. So it's recommended for quick prototyping, for building a lab and POC, because you can easily configure a role in Active Directory, but at the same time, you can easily abuse of this role in Active Directory. If someone has access to Active Directory and assign the same role to themselves and they're not authorized to do so. So it's okay for testing, for a quick prototype, but it's not the preferred way of going it. A better way is to use a proper key-based mechanism, where you share a key with the host, or the host will give the client a key to protect, to certificate the secure tunnel. It's slightly better than the Active Directory, because Active Directory is purely based on some matter of configuration. Here instead you have to transfer a key and you have to obtain that key, that certificate. But still is not the perfect way of doing it, because again, sharing a key can be compromised. So the ideal way is to base this on hardware, so that you link this security to the Intel SGX extension. This is the recommended way to go in for a production environment. So very quick recap: Active Directory, you can use it to verify your identity. So by being member of a group, then you can quickly obtain attestation, but use this modality only until you get to a proper protection based on hardware or virtualization in general at hypervisor level. The second way is to using a mechanism of keys, asymmetric keys between the host and the client for cryptography. This is a common practice in the cryptography space, and it's typically very secure because you have your own private key, but again, your key can potentially be compromised, even if the private key shouldn't be, but potentially can be. So in this case, again, use it, but be aware that the ultimate protection you get with a trusted platform module, which is basically a way to say I'm sealing the encryption key inside a chip, inside the CPU, or this extension to the CPU, and only application that run on that VM with that TPM, so that trusted platform module, can access my enclave. So it's very, very isolated, very, very secure, and no one else can access it. Now, the driver, the SQL driver, the enhanced SQL driver, is not the normal SQL driver that you get when you build an application that connects to database, to SQL database. It's a specialized and enhanced driver that is using the Open Enclave SDK technology. The Open Enclave SDK is an open source SDK that contains a number of APIs, currently in C++, so there is no managed version for .NET, because you operate at very low level. As said, it's all open source, so openenclave.io for you to get started, and GitHub repository is the one that you see on screen, github.com/Microsoft/openenclave. Okay, so if you want to build an application that runs that connects to an open enclave, you can do that with SQL Server, with always encryption, with secure enclaves. So you don't have to do any coding with the open enclave. It is already done, so that enhanced client can do that protection for you. But if you don't want to use SQL Server and there is no existing driver, then you need to code this driver with the Open Enclave SDK. Now, let me show you, I promised at the beginning that I will show you this in action. So this machine learning algorithm is running in an open enclave. And this enclave is accessed by different parties, by different health institutes. These health institutes are encrypting their patient data with the key of the enclave and sending these to the enclave itself. There is always a one-to-one association, so no other health institute can take the data and decrypt it. And also because you are signing with a key that is associated to that hospital, to that institute, you know where the patient data is coming from. At the end, this machine learning algorithm that is running inside a trusted execution environment can merge all the different data sets. And if you're familiar with machine learning, especially the algorithm of regression, classification, they look into patterns of historical data. So the more data you have, the better, the higher is the accuracy. So the way it works basically is I have a CSV file that contains some patient data for the hospital A, okay, and this data I'm going to encrypt. So these numbers that you see on the left mean something to the hospital, the patient data, and then I'm going to encrypt this and in data that I can read. Then I sign in into a fictional portal that I built only for the sake of testing this. But pretend this is the connection to the machine learning enclave. Upload the encrypted file. So if you notice, the encrypted file has a 0.0 extension at the end. So I'm going to take the encrypted file and upload it. So this is a file that contains patient data to be used for training the model in machine learning. Now let me switch to hospital B, and I do this by going to another desktop. I have the same data, I have a data set for the hospital B that contains patient data for the hospital B. I'm going to do the same process. So encrypt this patient data, sign in the same application but with user B, so with the hospital B, and upload the encrypted data set. So then now we have a two data set encrypted inside the enclave where machine learning is running. So let me go back to my desktop one and let's see, okay, let's do now a training of this model. Okay, so if I go into the process for machine learning to do the training, you see that I have a model that is being generated out of the dataset A. So the dataset that I use initially. The evaluation of that model will generate an accuracy of 84%. But if I combine together, so the share model with also the dataset B, the accuracy goes up to 97%. Okay, so the local model, so only the A hospital has produced an accuracy of 84%. By combining the model, the two together, then the accuracy goes up. And the more dataset I add, the higher is the accuracy of prediction. Still, the two datasets are completely separate, encrypted, and none of the hospital can read this information. It's only the machine learning algorithm can access that because it's running in this trusted execution environment. All right, we are at the end. I want to leave some time for a few questions. There are a couple of articles on the Microsoft MSDN magazine that I wrote some time ago. The magazine is being archived for now, but data is still available on Microsoft Docs. Let me share this URL in the chat. Hello there. So I'll put this in the chat. But you will also have access to the slide. Oh gosh, that came out very big. Here we go. I guess that's it. Thank you. I want to share my social coordinates. You'll find me on LinkedIn, you'll find me on Twitter. I'll stay around for this event for the rest of the day. So feel free to get in touch anytime. Now, let me see if there are any questions. Okay, then we prevent the infinite loop effect here. Okay, no specific questions. Go ahead in voice, so I can try to answer some in the few minutes that we have.
So this is fairly new to myself, so this is quite an interesting one. So my question is, you're referring to security of data in memory, and what I've seen you demo now, it's kind of really majorly SQL Server. So what about things like when you're doing like development? I know you've got encrypted memory objects or encrypted memory, what do you call it, modules and stuff like in .NET and stuff. So does that also apply to application?
So I see where you're coming from. The answer is yes, it does protect also application running in memory. The only thing is to get data out of the enclave, you need to have a certified connection that you get from the attestation service.
Okay, so that's that level. Okay.
Yes, so that is where SQL Server has already built that trusted client for you, so that you don't have to build that level of connection to get the data out of the enclave. So you just use the driver and you just use normal SQL queries. If you're running a .NET application in memory and you want to do that, so you want to extract data out of the enclave, you need to build your client using the Open Enclave SDK, obtain a certificate from the attestation service, and then you can access the data inside whatever technology you're using in the enclave.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, okay, thank you. Cheers.
All right. In the interest of time, and because we have another speaker coming up now, I will say thank you very much. I hope this sparked a bit of ideas to build new scenarios with the data security in mind. Let me go ahead now with introducing our next speaker. We have Will, staying in the sort of database space, but going into the Cosmos and speaking about Cosmos DB and Azure Function. So, Will, if you are there, I'll hand over to you. Thanks everybody for staying here on Azure Platform Saturday, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thanks, Stefano. Can everyone hear me? Is my mic coming through okay?
Yep.
Fantastic. Sweet. Let me share my screen and let me set everything up. Sweet. Fantastic. Before I kick off, everyone can see the slides?
Yep.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Whatever time it is and where you are right now, wherever you are right now in the world, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining me, and I hope that you're staying healthy and safe through these pretty unusual times. My name is Will Valida. I'm a software engineer and Microsoft Data Platform MVP based in Auckland, New Zealand, and I'm really excited to be able to talk to you today about working with Cosmos DB in Azure Functions. Now, when I do presentations like this in real life, I usually take the opportunity to go around the room and ask whether or not they've used Azure Functions or Azure Cosmos DB, just to try and gauge what their experiences are with them, see if they've used it at all, et cetera, just so I can set expectations for the session. But since I can't see you all, I'm just going to set the expectations right from the beginning and say that this session doesn't really require you to be an expert in anything that I'm presenting to you today. You might be considering using Azure Functions. You might consider using Cosmos DB. You might have deep experience in both of those, both Cosmos DB and Azure Functions, or you might have no experience whatsoever. The point is, today is just about me showing you how you can use Azure Cosmos DB in Azure Functions and how fairly straightforward it is. I will be doing some code demos today. Hopefully they'll work. They were working before the presentation, but you never know. They will be in C#. So if you do have some knowledge in C#, that's great. That's fantastic. But if not, you should be able to follow along with the concepts and understand what's going on. Yeah, so let's kick into it. Just a little bit about me. Like I said, I work as a software engineer for ASB Bank in Auckland, New Zealand. If you haven't guessed by the accent by now, I'm originally from the UK, but I've been living in New Zealand for almost 10 years now. So I'm starting to acclimatize, I think. I'm also recently awarded Microsoft Data Platform MVP with a particular focus on Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Functions, C#, which is what I use in my day-to-day job. When I get the chance, play a little bit with Azure Databricks, Event Hubs, amongst other things as well. I've also been really lucky to speak at conferences around the world, both in person and virtually as well. And I like to blog on DevTO and Medium when I get the chance. And I'm also trying to start my own YouTube stuff, where I do more deep dive stuff into Cosmos DB. But anyway, let's move on to why we're actually here today. So today, I'll start off by giving you all an overview of what Azure Cosmos DB is, what we can use it for, and why I think it's a really fantastic database service in Azure. Then I'll dive into the details of how we can actually use Azure Functions to work with our data in Cosmos DB via the different bindings available to us. Then I'll talk a little bit about how we can use dependency injection in our Azure Functions to work with our Cosmos DB clients and why we might take that approach over using the bindings. Then I'll go through a demo and show you how all the different bindings work and how they will work together to do different things. And I'll also show you how to use dependency injection in your functions and how we can work with that when we're working with Azure Cosmos DB and Azure Functions. And then after that, I'll show you some resources. I'll show you the demo. Hopefully everything goes well with that. And after that, I'll give you some resources. So if you're interested in exploring a little bit further, you can deep dive into those. And if we have some time at the end, hopefully we will, we'll have a bit of a Q&A for any questions that you might have. Sweet, so let's dive into it now. Okay, so Azure Cosmos DB is Microsoft's globally distributed multi-model database service. Using Cosmos DB, we can build databases using a variety of different data models. So, for example, if we were going to build applications using document models, we might opt for using the SQL API or the MongoDB API. If our applications are working with columnar data, we would provision a Cosmos DB account using the Cassandra API. We might be working with key value data. Those of you who've ever played around with Azure Table Storage, Cosmos DB provides a table API, which essentially is a global version of Azure Table Storage, which is fantastic. Or you might be even working with graph data. Cosmos DB provides an API called the Gremlin API that allows us to work with graph data. Essentially, Cosmos DB provides us with the ability to build highly responsive and available application that allows us to bring our users' data as close to them as possible. And there are a few benefits with Cosmos DB. So with that, there's turnkey global distribution. So essentially, Cosmos DB will replicate your users' data to wherever they are in the world. Cosmos DB is what we refer to as a foundational service in Azure. So you can add and remove any Azure regions to your Cosmos DB account at any time. And it's available all throughout every single Azure region throughout the world. So that gives us a lot of options to provision and replicate our data to. Cosmos DB will replicate our data to all regions associated with our account while our application continues to be highly available. Cosmos DB provides elastic scalability of both throughput and storage worldwide. So this is for both your reads and writes all across the globe, and you can scale up from thousands right up to millions of requests per second and only pay for the throughput that you need to actually deal with any spikes in your workload. Cosmos DB is also guaranteed at low latency at the 99th percentile worldwide. So this allows us to build highly responsive planet scale applications, and it guarantees less than 10 millisecond latencies for both index reads and writes at the 99th percentile, which is great for providing us with rapid queries and responsive applications. Unlike most traditional distributed databases, Cosmos DB actually provides us with multiple and precisely defined consistency options. So we no longer have to choose between two consistency extremes of either strong or eventual. Cosmos DB provides us with 5 well-defined levels of consistency to choose from, depending on the needs of our application. And there's also no schema or index management required, with some caveats. It does change from use case to use case, but Cosmos DB will automatically index all our data for us and is schema agnostic. So we don't have to worry about managing that if we don't want to, and we don't have to worry about managing downtime with relation to those to indexes or schemas. Cool. And we can use Cosmos DB for a variety of different use cases. So, for example, we might have an IoT application that requires us to read telemetry recordings from devices all across the globe. We may have a mobile game that's used by gamers all across the world, and we need to bring their data as close to them as possible for rapid performance. We might have web or retail applications with customers all across the globe, and we need to provide them with ultra-fast retail shopping experiences by having their data as close to them as possible. Essentially, if we need a NoSQL database service that's ultra-fast and requires minimal management, then Azure Cosmos DB is a first-class service and a great choice for our data, for our applications. Okay, so let's get into how Azure Functions works well with Azure Cosmos DB. So for those of you who may not have a lot of experience with Azure Functions, Functions will provide us the ability to create scalable units of work or tiny, concise pieces of logic that can be run on demand without us worrying about provisioning or managing any infrastructure. And through using, thanks to this and using Azure Functions, we don't have to create these massive monolithic applications to actually be able to work with Cosmos DB. We can create small reusable functions for specific tasks that interact with our data in Cosmos DB, depending on what our needs are. And through some of the demos that I'm going to show you, you'll see that these functions are really, really small, and really there's about 80 lines of code in some of them, and not even that much lines of code. So we actually do some really sophisticated things through Azure Functions when interacting with Cosmos DB. We can get instant access to all of our data. We can work with schemaless data and build event-driven applications that allow us to scale globally. Thanks to Cosmos DB's global replication and distribution across the world, we can actually build small event-driven applications that are brilliant just for executing really, really quick tasks. And there are different types of ways that we can actually use Azure Functions to interact with our Cosmos DB databases. So, for example, we may want to execute a function that whenever a document is created or modified in a collection, we might want to run a function that listens to that collection in Cosmos DB and then invokes or gets triggered due to a creation or modification of a document in that collection. We may want to do a quick read in our collections based off a SQL query, so we might use an input binding to do this, just to read some data really quickly in our collection. Or we might want to write some data to our Cosmos DB collections. We might have an event hub, we might have an HTTP trigger that executes or triggers something, and then resulting from that, we just might want to write some data to a Cosmos DB collection, and we can use an output binding for that. Let's walk through some visual examples. So we'll start with the Cosmos DB trigger. This is a really simple way for using a feature, a really cool feature in Azure Cosmos DB called the change feed. So essentially what we've got here is we'll set up our function with a Cosmos DB trigger to listen to a container in our Cosmos DB account. And every time a document is created or updated, and I think resulting from build 20, they've actually released the ability to listen to deletes on that collection as well. Every time this happens, our Azure function will be invoked. And then we can produce an output based on the changes or the updates or the creation that have happened in that collection. So let's deep dive. Well, let's just dive a little bit further. We'll visualize this with an example just to make this more concrete in our mind. So let's say we have a function called purchase product. Say we have an e-commerce site, and every time a customer creates an order, we can use the change feed to produce an output depending on what we might want to do. So we've got a few options that we've got here. So what we've got, we could use the change feed to persist our document to another collection in Cosmos DB. We may want to do that for partitioning reasons. We may want to migrate our data from one Cosmos DB collection to another. But essentially what we can do is we can take the JSON document that we've persisted in our original product collection and then persist it into another collection via the change feed. It's a really straightforward and really simple way of doing that. And throughout one of my demos, I'll actually show you this in action. We also may want to take the JSON document that we've just created or modified and then store it into a colder storage that might be more suitable for analytical workloads. Now, Azure Synapse Analytics has come out, and there's a Synapse links for Cosmos DB, which enables a little bit more of a friendlier analytical approach through the analytical store to deal with this. But if that's not an option for you, you can still use the change feed from an Azure function to pick up your documents from your collection that you've enabled the change feed on and then persist it into a colder storage that's more suitable for analytical workloads. And for those of you who may be more familiar with Azure Databricks, there's actually a special type of Spark connector for Cosmos DB, which essentially you enable the change feed onto it, and you can actually perform some machine learning workloads based off the changes or based off activity from the change feed. And you can actually perform some really cool and sophisticated machine learning jobs using Databricks in that way. So just to step back and
I'm just saying, I didn't quite get the change feed or what it is. It like an event or?
Yeah, I'm just about to dive into that. Sorry, if for those of you who just joined, can we perhaps do questions at the end? Just so I can, because I'm actually coming up to explaining what the change feed is. Okay, cool. So essentially what the change feed is, just to answer that question. So essentially any changes that occur within our container are produced as a sorted list of documents that the changes were made in the order that they were modified. And this allows us to process them incrementally. So essentially they just, whenever activity happens, so when a document is created or modified or deleted, the change feed registers that and produces it in a sorted list, and then that gets fed to whichever consumer is actually consuming the change feed. Now, with the change feed, we're not limited to just a single type of consumer, so it's not like we have to set up multiple change feeds in order to do different things. So all of these consumers can actually consume the same change feed, and we can do some parallel processing. Now, Azure Functions aren't the only way we can work with the change feed. There's also a processor library, which is a little bit out of scope for this talk. And you can actually do a whole separate talk on the change feed as well. But this is just using Azure Functions is the easiest way to get started with the change feed. And with one of the demos, I'll actually show you how easy it is to actually get started with the change feed. It's minimal work at all. But for now, we'll just move on to the other bindings. So we can actually use an input binding to read data from our Cosmos DB collections. So for example, we might have a HTTP trigger as part of a serverless API to perform a particular query that retrieves data from our Cosmos DB collections. We can then use that output to return documents to the user as part of a web page, or just returns them a JSON response, which they can do to do another task. So essentially, if we need a subset of our data really, really quickly from our Cosmos DB collections, we can use an input binding to execute really simple queries to get our data back to us. For complex queries, it's not as suitable. And through the demos, I'll actually show you, I'll illustrate this point a little bit further. But now, finally, we can use an output binding to write data to a container in Cosmos DB. So in this example, we might have an HTTP trigger making a post request in the serverless API, or we might be reading events off Event Hub or off Kafka, which we want to consume and then persist those events to a Cosmos DB collection. And we can easily set up an Azure function with a Cosmos DB output binding to write data to our containers. So bindings are a really simple way for getting started with Azure Functions and Cosmos DB, but there are some caveats to it. Currently, the bindings only support the SQL API. So like I said at the start, there are 5 APIs for us to choose from for our Cosmos DB accounts. But say, for example, we were using a different API rather than the SQL API for Cosmos DB, and we still wanted to build our applications using Azure Functions, we would essentially have to either create a static client in order to do that, or we would have to use dependency injection. So you are limited to just using the SQL API within Azure Functions. Each binding instantiates its own client. So if we have one function within a function application that executes every so often, this isn't a massive problem. But if we have multiple functions trying to make operations against our Cosmos DB database, this is a little bit of a performance hit. It becomes unmanageable, and you've essentially got all these clients being instantiated and then closed off. It's just a bit of a mess, and there is a better way of doing it. And the bindings themselves, they still use version 2 of the .NET SDK for Cosmos DB. Now, for those of you who may have developed with Cosmos DB using the .NET SDK for quite some time, you'll know that version 3 has been out for a little bit of version 3 has been out for a while, and there's been some massive improvements in performance and ease of use for the SDK. So if you wanted to use the latest and greatest version of the SDK, then bindings are still not the way to go. Even in the version 3 of the Azure Functions runtime, if you are familiar with Azure Functions, they're still using version 2. So this is a bit of a limitation. However, since version 2 of the Azure Functions runtime, Azure Functions actually supports dependency injection, and this is very similar to, it's built on the .NET Core dependency injection features, and they use the same service lifetimes as ASP.NET dependency injection. So you can instantiate transit services, which is created upon each request of the service. We can create scoped services, so the scope service lifetime will match the function execution lifetime, and they're created once per execution. So you can create scoped lifetime services. Excuse me. And we can also instantiate singletons. So the singleton service lifetime will match the host lifetime, and then we can then reuse that singleton service across many different functions inside our function applications. Cool. So let's dive into our demo. Okay, so let me just open up Visual Studio. Cool. Let me reshare my screen for Visual Studio. Cool. Can everyone see my screen? I'm going to assume we just check Teams. Yep. Cool. Awesome. All right. So what I've got here is I've got 3 projects in Visual Studio. So I've got one core library, which is just essentially holding an instance of a class I'm going to work with. Now for this demonstration, what I've got is we're going to be dealing with hotels. And so we're going to be a really simple setup here. So all I'm doing is I've got a hotel class with a hotel name, the star rating, and which city they're going to be in. And let's start off by exploring triggers. So I've got this project here that's just dealing with Cosmos DB triggers in Azure Functions. So to start off with, I'm going to insert a bunch of hotels into this collection for hotels inside my Cosmos DB database. So here I've got my binding. So I've set my database to hotels DB. I've got a collection name. I've defined a connection string setting for Cosmos connection, and this is related to just a settings file here that I've got in a local settings.json file. I can set the partition key, and I can also set preferred location. So like I said, Cosmos DB is a globally distributed service, and we can provision our Cosmos DB account to any place, into any Azure region worldwide, and we're just setting a preferred location. Say if we had a Cosmos DB account with multiple write regions enabled, I could just state to the Azure function binding saying this is the location that I want it to write to. Yeah, and essentially here I've got this a collection of hotels which I'm going to write to. So I'm using a library here called bogus.faker. Which will just create a bunch of fake hotels for us to put into our Cosmos DB collection. Then I'm going to iterate over that enumerable list of fake hotels and just add it to this iasync collection of hotels. And then I'm just going to flush all of them and persist them to my Cosmos DB account, which I've set up. While that's happening, I'm going to create another function, or I have another function which has the change feed enabled on it. So here's my change feed Azure function. So here, instead of just this HTTP trigger, I'm just essentially going to use Postman to make a post request to insert all these hotels into. What I'm going to do here is I've got this Cosmos DB trigger. So I've got the database, I've got the collection that I want it to listen to. I've connected it to my Cosmos DB account. And then I've got something called a lease collection name. Now, essentially, for the purposes for the change feed, what this lease collection does, it actually acts as a checkpoint. So say if I'm running this function at a certain time in the morning, or I'm running, just say I'm running it at a certain time in the morning or at certain intervals, what this lease collection will do, it will persist the point to where it will persist the last point at where it's read the change feed from. So this setting down here, feed poll delay, this is how often I want the change feed to poll that this collection, this hotel's raw collection for any changes that have occurred since the last time it checked. And this lease collection will just checkpoint that for us. The great thing about Azure Functions, or the Cosmos DB trigger, that if we haven't created this lease collection name already, we can actually let the function create it for us. And then we can also configure it to start from the beginning or start from the last place that it checkpointed. This is just a true or false. And again, we can actually set a preferred locations, just in case if our Cosmos DB account was a multi-region write, had multi-region write capability. So what this will do, it will poll this container for any changes that have happened, and it will add them to this iRead-only list of typed documents. So what we're doing here, with this list, we're going to say, okay, for every document within that list of documents, what I want you to do is create a new document within this new aggregate collection, hotel aggregate collection, and then just add the document to it. So it's essentially what we're doing here is just that example I mentioned earlier. So we're going to take our document from one collection and then persist it into another collection. And I'll show you the differences between the two collections in a little bit. And what we'll do is when we run this function, we're just going to say, okay, this document with this ID has been inserted into hotel aggregate collection if successful. And then just before I actually run this, we've also got another read function using the output binding here. So this function, here we've got our database name, our collection name, our connection string. But here we're running a SQL query that tells the function, okay, every time this function gets invoked, I want you to select all the hotels where the city name is equal to Redmond. And we're going to add them to this enumerable list. And if we can't find any, we're just going to log saying we couldn't find any hotels in Redmond. But if not, we're going to return those hotels as an object back to the user. Really straightforward. Now, I ran this earlier, but I will show you. Let me just reshare my Cosmos DB account. Okay, so I've got these three containers in my Cosmos DB account. So this will be my raw collection. Essentially, this is optimized for our writes. So we've petitioned it by the document ID. Now, for those of you who may know a little bit about Cosmos DB, and for those of you who don't, we can actually petition our data depending on our needs for our queries. And for write-heavy operations, we can petition it by ID, which is what we're doing here. And then we've got another container here that's got a different petition by city name. So this would be what this collection, sorry, is more optimized for read-heavy operations. So we can dive into that a little bit deeper later if people do have questions about petitioning in Cosmos DB. But essentially, just for now, this is our write-heavy, well, our write-optimized collection in Cosmos DB, and then this one, our hotel aggregate collection, is optimized for read workloads. Okay, let's kick into our demo. Well, let's kick into. Let's start this function off. Okay, so I'm going to start this off, and now I'm going to come into Postman. All right, so my function has started. What I'm going to do is just going to kick off this process by inserting hotels. So make that request. Let's open up the portal. Oh, sorry, my Azure function. So my function's running, and as I'm inserting documents, we're essentially the change feed is running automatically in the background. So we didn't have to kick that off ourselves. It's just listening to any activity or listening to the container where our documents are being created within our Cosmos DB account. So here we are. So documents with the document ID is now being inserted into hotel aggregate. So what we can do, let me open up the portal here. Sharing in Teams drives me insane. Cool. All right. So now, as we can see, we've got a few more items now in our raw accounts, and then hopefully when we refresh our aggregate, we'll see more documents being persisted into our aggregate table. So that way, the change feed has automatically picked up documents that have been persisted. It's listened to documents that have been created in our write optimized collection and has now migrated it or taken that document and then persisted it to our read optimized query collection. It's all in a few lines of code. It's really simple and straightforward. And as you can see, these functions aren't that big at all. So this one, the change feed is less than 50, 60, and then just let's say 45 lines, well, 44 lines of code. So in a few lines of code, we have created a sort of a semi-sophisticated data migration application. So we've taken it from a write optimized container. We're optimized one collection to optimize our writes and use the change feed to then persist that into a collection that's probably more friendly for our read requirements. So what we can do is now test our read optimized function. So what this is going to be doing, we're going to create make sure I'm just sharing the right screen. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're just going to essentially run this query where we get all the hotels from Redmond. So we just send it the request, and here we are. So here are all my hotels from Redmond returned to me from our Cosmos DB collection, all thanks to our output binding. So it's a really straightforward way just to do some cheap and dirty queries on our containers using Azure Functions. It's not a full-blown application. So something really simple and really straightforward to get going with that. Cool. So those are our bindings. So now we're going to move on to discussing dependency injection. So what I'll do is just switch my screen back to my project. Okay. So here we have got a startup class where essentially what we're going to be doing is we're going to be instantiating our singleton service for our Cosmos DB client. So here I'm using the function startup dependency injection class. I'm just inheriting that. And in this configure, what we're doing is we're configuring our singleton for our Cosmos DB client. So I'm passing through my connection string through here to the client, and I'm just returning it. And we can actually be a little bit more configurable with our Cosmos DB client. So in the function bindings, we were just specifying a connection string, and we were able to set a preferred region and specify the collection names and so forth. But with this, we have far more options now to actually customize the type of client that we're going to be using within our function apps. So here I'm using with application name, and I'm also enabling bulk execution. I might actually remove that and then just building it and then returning it. But using this option, we can change the type of connection mode that we're going to be using. We can actually, let's come down a little bit, add preferred regions. We can define our consistency level. So if we have a particular type of consistency level that we want this application to use, we can specify that. We can specify throttling retry options, serialization options. So essentially, we can be a little bit more customizable and a little bit more flexible with the type of client that we're working with using this using the dependency injection approach. And let me just close my binding functions here. And essentially, with our functions, it's a little different setup. So here we're only using a trigger. We're not using any input or output bindings here. But what we're doing is we're just using constructor injection to inject our client. And I've created a container here. As you can see, that we're now using the version 3 of the .NET SDK, and this allows us to treat components with a little bit more modularity. So here, we've got our container. We're just getting our container from our client. So this is our hotel aggregate. And here we can be a little bit smarter with our SQL queries. So one of the big drawbacks of the bindings, when we're defining a SQL queries, I've seen this question pop up a couple of times on Stack Overflow. And they always ask, can you perform dynamic queries within bindings? And the answer is no. You can't pass through parameters to your bindings. You have to set your SQL query when you specify the binding. But here, what we've got with this route, we've essentially passing through this parameter of city name. So when we actually make a GET request and to actually invoke this trigger, we can pass through any city name, and the function will still return a result to us, provided the city name is a valid city name. So here what I've got is I'm creating this query definition where I'm going to select all the hotels from hotel aggregate where the city name is equal to whatever city name that we pass through to our function. And then I'm creating a feed iterator to execute that query and then returning the results of that back to the user. And just before I kick that off, I'll also go through insert. So again, we're using constructor injection. Constructor injection here to get to instantiate our container and our Cosmos DB client. Again, I'm using Faker here to generate some more fake hotels. So I'll just generate 100 just to show how that goes. And then from like every hotel within this list of fake hotels that we create, we're just going to be creating a new item in our hotel raw collection. that we're going to be using up here. So it's still dependency injection in Cosmos DB is in Azure Functions is a really great way to instantiate a singleton service of our Cosmos DB client, and so they can share that same instance of our Cosmos DB client, which is great because then when we actually run this will hopefully be a little bit quicker than actually running it using the binding, since the binding instantiates its own client. Okay, let me start that. So restart our functions. So here we are. I've got my two HTTP functions. So get hotels, where I can pass through the city name, and also insert hotels, which is essentially going to be the same as our binding, but for this instance, we're actually going to be using dependency injection instead. Let me just share Postman. Okay, cool. So let me insert some more hotels. And this will kick off our function again. So it's successfully executed. Let's hope nothing's going on. While that's happening, I'll show you the GET request that we can make. So this is essentially, this time, instead of just defining this this route, so get hotels from Redmond, where we can't pass through parameters into our SQL query, here we're going to pass through a city name of Redmond. And this just makes it a little bit more configurable. So rather than creating all these different get functions to get data depending on which city our hotel's in, we can actually just pass this through as a parameter in our query. And there's different ways of doing this, but this is just a real easy example. And here we are. Here's our hotels being all from the city of Redmond being returned to us. So let's change this up. I've also got hotels in Paris, because Paris might be a place that we want to visit instead of Redmond. And there we go. So it just allows us to customize our queries and pass through different parameters into our queries through dependency injection. And that's a pretty straightforward, very simple demonstration of how we can actually use of the different approaches that we can take using either bindings or dependency injection to work with Cosmos DB within our functions. But yeah. Okay, let me go back to the presentation. Oh. All right. Cool. So if you want to learn more, I've got a couple of resources up here, and I will share the slides probably through GitHub, and I'll also share the demo code so you guys can just have a look and deep dive a little bit further into it just to see how all the components work together. But Microsoft Learn is a fantastic place to actually go and find out and learn a little bit about just Cosmos DB and Azure Functions by themselves in general. And there is a course there that combines the two together, which is really good if you want to get some hands-on practice with it. Definitely check out the documentation as well for both Functions and Cosmos DB. There's a variety of different use cases and different ways that you can use functions, which is really, really cool. And then if you want to deep dive into Cosmos DB, the engineering team have created 2 days worth of deep dive labs that go deep into the specific concepts such as consistency, partitioning, indexing, and they're really, really valuable if you've never used Cosmos DB before. But if you're coming from a relational database background, it's a little bit of a different beast compared to it is a bit of a different beast. So it's really worthwhile, I think, actually going through and going through that content and just getting your heads around Cosmos DB a little bit further. Gotcosmos.com is a fantastic website that the Cosmos DB team have actually created just for more of architectural patterns and just for a high level overview. if you're just getting started with Cosmos DB. And then around, I think Christmas last year, around December last year, sorry, the Azure Functions team did this 25 days of serverless challenge. So for each day before Christmas, there'll be a different challenge using Azure Functions, and you get to play with a variety of different triggers and input bindings and stuff like that, not just Cosmos DB. So if you're looking for a more hands-on approach, a more practical approach to learning Azure Functions, that's a really cool way of getting your heads around that. Cool. Well, thanks for listening. I'm on Twitter. There's my Twitter handle. I'll put the slides up and the demo project up on GitHub when I can. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn if you have any questions that I'm unable to. That if you think of a question later, just feel free to reach out to me on either LinkedIn or Twitter, and I'll be more than happy to answer it for you. Cool. So thanks for listening. I'm really grateful for you guys for giving me this opportunity to talk to you all today, and really grateful for being given a chance to speak. So if we have any questions, feel free to ask. Hello? Okay.
Hello?
I'm looking at the chat. Doesn't look like there's... Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
With your experience, just a quick question. This might look a little bit off, but it's kind of related as well. Between using MongoDB and Azure Cosmos with Azure Functions, which one do you think is much more better? In what category would that be?
Sorry, you were cut off just towards, so more easier or more?
Which one is better, and depending on what category would that be in terms of the usefulness and the area to which you are using it as well?
So I've used a little bit of Mongo, not enough to compare them both with Azure Functions or using them with Azure Functions. So I won't be able to answer it like that. I do know I've played a little bit with it. It's not wildly difficult to set up. So I created like this proof of concept, working with a MongoDB Atlas data service, and it was fairly straightforward to set up. The MongoDB API and Cosmos DB is, in terms of parity with working with Azure Functions, it's pretty much like for like. I think there are some discrepancies between the two. My general advice, and I hope this is helpful, is if you're looking to be a bit more hands-off with your database, so you're not too worried about configuring it, or you don't really want to spend your time managing it or sharding it or doing that, I would go with Cosmos DB, just as a personal preference, and having not experienced MongoDB too much. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your input.
Just another question for myself. So you did show the different sort of interaction there. So particularly just interaction with the Cosmos DB and the Azure Functions. Are there any scenarios, say for example, that you would outside of using the Azure Functions, well, not outside of using the Azure function, but probably including using the Azure Functions to kind of interrogate the Cosmos DB, perhaps using, I'm guessing obviously the Azure function is using an API. Is that fair to say? You're exposing it as like an external service of some sort?
So just to get some more detail of your question, so maybe using, say, instead of Azure Functions, ASP.NET Web API, or maybe using it with Node.js. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely. There's not just the .NET SDK that you can use Cosmos DB for. So there's a Node, a JavaScript API, Python API. One of the examples that I used essentially was integrating it with Databricks. So traditionally in the past, Cosmos DB was what we really refer to as a transactional database. So you wouldn't perform any really complex analytical workloads onto it. So you could actually, there's a Spark connector that works with Cosmos DB, again, which is essentially just the change feed, where you can actually just listen to documents and then perform some analytical workloads that way. But in Build 2020, they announced Azure Synapse Link for Cosmos DB. And essentially what you can do is you can enable what's called an analytical store on your containers. And what it does is you still have your transactional store, but then what happens is your data gets replicated to an analytical store within 5 seconds of it being persisted to the transactional store. And then from that analytical store, you can actually perform queries in Azure Synapse Analytics to perform those more complex analytical workloads that you may be required to do. And this is great because it doesn't have any impact on transactional workloads. So with transactional workloads, when you provision throughput, one of the pain points as a developer when coming to Cosmos DB is actually the cost, or used to be the cost of it, because people didn't really understand, myself included, how throughput works and how you're charged for throughput. So the great thing about Synapse Link is you can perform analytical workloads on your Cosmos DB containers and it doesn't have any effect on your transactional workload. So you can still provision throughput for it, but you don't have to provision extra throughput to perform analytical workloads on your data in Cosmos DB. So that's kind of the non-Azure function way of working with Cosmos DB. And the SDK is pretty flexible, so you can run .NET Core applications onto it as well. So yeah, you aren't limited to just using functions with it. There's within the .NET ecosystem, there's several ways of working with Cosmos DB, and then also outside of it, there's a Python SDK, JavaScript SDK. I want to say there's a Go SDK as well. I may be wrong on that though. But yeah, there's variety. This is just one way that you can actually work with data in Cosmos DB. There's quite a few ways of working with it. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Got a question in the chat. What are petitions in Cosmos DB and how can we make our query execute faster? Okay, so there's quite a lot to petitioning, but I'll just try and explain it at a really high level and just looking at time. Oh, I've got a bit of time. Okay, so the way that we achieve scalability within our containers in Cosmos DB is through petitioning. So what we've got here, I will share my Cosmos DB portal with you just to illustrate this a little bit better. Okay. So with petitioning in Cosmos DB, there are two ideas that you've got to keep in your head. So there's logical petitions and physical petitions. Now, logical petitions are essentially the path that we petition our data from. So if I look at my aggregate table here, this city name property is a property path within my document. And in this container here, if I just go into scale and settings, we can see that it is petitioned by this property name of city name. Now, essentially what happens is every time we add a document to this container, we will create a new logical partition for every different city name value. So if I go back into my items here, we've got a city name of Sydney here, we've got a city name of Auckland here, and Redmond, etc., etc. And these are logical partitions. These logical partitions are then mapped to what's known as physical partitions in Cosmos DB. Now, these are just the physical machines in the background. You don't manage these. You don't worry about mapping your logical partitions to your physical partitions. These are just machines at the back that essentially store your data on. And with these physical partitions, you could have many different logical partitions onto your physical partitions. And essentially there are limitations on your physical partitions. So you've got, it can go up to 10,000 request units, or I think it's 10,000 request units and 20 gigabytes of data. So once you, if you provision more throughput onto your container, you create more physical partitions. So say if you have 20,000 request units provisioned on a particular container, you'll have 2 separate physical partitions. Or if you have data that's been, you've got 20 gigs of data on one physical partition, another physical partition will be created. So the idea is, with partitioning, depending on the workload requirements of a container, you would create a partition that's optimized for it. So in this example, we've kind of created this container to optimize any queries that are looking for city name. So essentially, when we query for hotels, as we were querying for hotels from Redmond, we would be querying the data within that logical partition. That's kind of like a real quick explanation of what partitioning is in Cosmos DB. And there's a second part to your questions. How can we make our queries execute faster? Can we create indexes in SQL, or can we do something similar? Okay, so what you can do to make your queries execute a little bit faster, there's a whole science behind data modeling in Cosmos DB that's in NoSQL databases that's a little bit different to relational databases. But essentially for indexing, Cosmos DB indexes all your data automatically, but here we've got an indexing policy defined, and essentially with that automatic indexing on every policy, we just, in our included paths here, we're just telling this container to index every single path that's in our JSON document. And what we can do, depending on again, it comes back to what type of workloads you're going to be performing on a particular container. So if you're doing read, if you're trying to optimize for reads, you could potentially just index the paths that you're going to be performing queries on. So for this aggregate example, instead of indexing everything, I could just index the city name property. And then depending on what kind of values that are falling underneath that property, we could just put a string property, we can add a wildcard, etc. Or if we're dealing with arrays, we can index if this was a parent object for our arrays underneath it, we can just index the properties underneath that. And that way we can just make our queries execute just a little bit quicker, because they'll consume less request units. And depending on the amount of request units we provisioned, if we reduce the amount of request units that each query is consuming, we can execute more of those per second. So that's how we can just make our queries execute a little bit faster. Again, I hope that answers your question. Awesome. Any more questions? Okay, well, I think I'm handing it off to someone else. Let me find out who's next.
Okay, where is me?
Oh.
Okay, Insun.
Hey.
Yeah, okay. Let me change my slide. Okay.
All right, thank you all. It was a great session. So let me stop the recording. As said, sessions are being recorded, will be published on the YouTube channel. So follow the Power Community 365 Saturday on the several channels, and you will see the links being published. So we have a couple of minutes for introducing the new speaker. So what I'm gonna do now is show the agenda one more time here. We have Eng Son Chi, hope I pronounced the name correctly, going back into security and talking to us about Azure Sentinel with Office 365. So we have a couple of minutes, so I suggest everybody take a quick break, and we're gonna be back soon for the next session about Azure Sentinel. Thank you. All right, and so if you are ready, you can put the slide on, which I can see that now. Beautiful. So I'll start recording the session, and then I hand over to you, and you can take over.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear as well. Recording started. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Okay, I am Sun Jam, Microsoft MVP in from AI to currently in Microsoft MVP in Azure. Okay, and here you can see that my Twitter handle. If got anything, you can message me in my Twitter. Okay, let's talk about the Azure Sentinel. Azure Sentinel with O365 or Azure Sentinel with M365. Okay, today organizations are faced with the incredibly difficult task of trying to protect their expanded digital estate from the increasing cyber threat. The move to the cloud and a mobile workforce have pushed the border of your estate beyond the boundary of your physical network. Your data and your user and the system are everywhere. Meanwhile, the frequency and sophistication of attack are ever growing. Regardless of the size of your organization or the industry, you are a target. This is the challenge that most of us all the world struggle with in IT security. And it's also a challenge that Microsoft facing, think that they can help with about the IT security. Okay, here a few problems you will see. This creates a significant challenge for your security operation team who are tasked with the defending your extended estate. That means that your on-premise on-premise server, and so on. The first one, the security data explosion. As your digital estate grows, so does the volume of security data also grow. In the fact of 76% report increasing about the security data, and much of it is coming from the cloud. So pump into a legacy on-premise system just does not make tons of sense, because sometimes it's a small alert that actually is not a security, and also the volume is just going to keep growing. Data is the field of machine learning model that have become so critical to threat detection. The model need both more signal and more diverse signals. To show up their defense, enterprise have deployed dozens of security products, each producing a large volume of alert. In isolation, this product may have high false positive rate and poor response prioritization, resulting in deflecting the noise alert. As a result, organizations report that nearly half of alert, 44%, are never investigated. Part of the reason for this alert to fall through the crack is a massive shortage in the security professional. As a report from a CSO magazine show that it is a global talent shortage, will increase to 3.5 million unfilled security jobs by 2021. The cloud can help to manage that complexity of the expanding digital estate. It simplifies and makes security easy to manage. Hardening the power of cloud will set your security operation team free of IT and help them focus on the security work with no limit. The next generation of AI and automation in the cloud help to supercharge of your work. It will leverage the large scale of intelligence available in the cloud and make it work for your security operation team. Okay, let me introduce you about Azure Sentinel. The new intelligent cloud native SIEM, System Information Event Management, SIEM. The first one, it will meet your defender where they are and deliver the instant value. Azure Sentinel choose from the hundreds of built-in dashboard, hunting query, analytic, playbook, and more guided hunting and investigation experience help security analysts of all skill levels get their work done. Of course, Azure Sentinel offer all the extensibility you need to customize and create your own dashboard, analytics workbook, and even offer integration with professional-grade tools like Jupyter Notebook. The second, enable you to collect, store, and analyze all of your security data with the cloud scale and economies. Scale automatically as the data volume and compute need to grow. Incremental growth or burst during an incident, you no need to worry about the scale automatically when it's not enough data volume. It also no infrastructure cost or upfront commitment, only pay as you go. No infrastructure you need to set up or maintain. Other than that, you can agility to add the data as you need it. The third one, leverage the AI and automation as force multiplier for your security operation team. Detect the threat you may have otherwise you miss it. Fill alert into the actionable, prioritize incidents to reduce the alert fatigue. Because sometimes from the on-premise, from some software security software product, you will give you a wrong alert. Other than that, apply the automation to reduce manual process and speed out the response. At Microsoft, they have spent $1 billion every year on research and development to secure the organization and enable you to digitally transformation without compromising the productivity. Microsoft also try to keep it simple for their customer, knowing that you have the limited resources and dollar. Microsoft provide do this through their operation, technology, and partnership. What made Microsoft so different to other cloud provider and even security provider is that because Microsoft have the 3,500 plus security professional and intelligent informed by trillion of source. So Microsoft can help you make smarter decision and remediate faster. Microsoft also truly holistic approach to technology. Microsoft help you protect identity, data, application, and device across the on-premise, cloud, and also the mobile end-to-end. This protection is at global scale with enterprise-class technology. Benefit of the investment of security at global scale will built-in capability and resources. End-to-end solution for security operation. Azure Sentinel deliver end-to-end solution for security operation. Start with collecting all of your data and getting instant insight into that data via the workbook and also the query. Begin applying the analytics to that data to find real threat from that sea of data. Hunt through all your data using the built-in exploratory query. Use bookmark and live stream tools to track notable events and monitor new activity. Manage and investigate incidents using the graph and also a timeline. Automate investigation and remediation playbook. All of this is powered by a community of security analysts and backed by the Microsoft security experts who leverage their vast experience defending the Microsoft services to contribute analytics, query, playbook, and so on. Okay, at first we go for the collect data visibility. Azure Sentinel will collect security data at cloud scale from any sources. With the one-click integration with Microsoft solution, data connector for growing list of other technologies, for example, like on-premise and cross-cloud. Support the standard of log format. Specialize in the taxi and graph connector for threat intelligence data. The REST API connecting to the cloud solution, proven log analytics platform with more than 10 PB of daily data ingestion. Azure Sentinel also provide you the interactive dashboard combined with the multiple kind of visualization, including the graph and also the map. Provide the deep insight into a single data source or combining multiple sources. Powered by the KQL query, key query language query, making workbook easy to build and also customize. Okay, as you can see, the new data connector and workbook announced in the November last year, 2019. Okay, the first, the broader Chura Cloud Gen Web Application Firewall, already available in the Azure Sentinel connector. Workbook provide insight into top connection by destination IP and application usage data. Type C, threat intelligence, Type C server. Data source to enabling monitoring, alerting, and hunting using your threat intelligence. Use this connector to send threat indicator from the C 2.0 server to Azure Sentinel. Threat intelligence, threat indicator can include the IP address, domain, URL, and also the file hash. Okay, let's go for the middle portion for the Azure Sentinel Analytics. How Azure Sentinel leverage analytics to detect the threat. More than 100 built-in and alert rules were developed by the Microsoft and also the community security expert. A widget that enable you to create your own analytic rules using the KQL query. The threshold can be set to alert when activity level exceeds the normal pattern. Correlation events with your threat intelligence, and now Microsoft Intel about the malicious URL. Microsoft has unparalleled view of evolving their threat landscape. Customer can now match with the Microsoft URL threat intelligence with the network log. The match with the Microsoft indicator are added to the threat intelligence table for use like any other indicator. Retrospective look back that match the threat intelligence against historical event data, and more threat intelligence type will be coming soon in the Azure Sentinel. The last one is the alert can be used to trigger the automated playbook. With the built-in model offer the benefit of machine learning without the complexity. Microsoft apply proven off-the-shelf machine learning model for identifying suspicious login across the Microsoft Identity Services to discover malicious SSH access. By using the transfer learning from existing machine learning model, Azure Sentinel can detect the anomaly from a single datasheet with accuracy. In addition, Microsoft used the Azure machine learning technique called fusion to connect the data from the multiple sources like Azure AD, anomalous login, and suspicious Office 365 activity to detect 35 different threads that span different points on the kill chain. The chart on the right-hand side is based on the real-time example that show how Azure Sentinel machine learning model are able to analyze billions of signals to highlight small number of high severity threats. Simply connect your data and learning from the beginning. Okay, let's go for the hunting. How Azure Sentinel to hunt the hunting over the security data with fast and flexible query. With the built-in threat hunting query developed by Microsoft and community expert, Azure Sentinel run the threat hunting query and see the result without the prior query experience. You can also create your own threat hunting query unique to your environment using the KQL, key query language, and also the start investigation directly from the hunting query. Other than that, you also can bookmark enable your flag notable data for further investigation. Annotate and visualize the bookmark data in an investigation graph. Add the bookmark to enrich existing incident or create a new node or create a new bookmark. Receive the notification of new threat related activity using the live stream. After you create that, you get the alert and bookmark and some incident from the Azure Sentinel. You can launch the Azure Notebook directly from the Azure Sentinel, making it easier to create and execute the Azure the Jupyter Notebook to analyze your data. Notebook combine the live code, graphic, visualization, and text, making them a valuable tools for the threat hunter. Choose from the built-in gallery of notebook developed by Microsoft Security Analyst and import other from the GitHub to get started. These notebooks are the same professional strength hunting solution Microsoft owns the threat hunter use every day. The first host the Jupyter Notebook is hosted in the Azure cloud, so accessible from anytime, from anywhere. Investigation of the workflow data can be saved as a shareable HTML or JSON format, JSON document. Query the Azure Sentinel data directly from the notebook. Bring the external data source such as the threat intelligence into your investigation. It also support the language of Python, SQL, KQL, R, and also the other language. Okay, let's go for the incident. Okay, with the Azure Sentinel, it provides you the container for alerts, event, bookmark related to a particular security threat. It also automatically creates from the alert or initiated by a security analyst when threat hunting. It also can be assigned to analysts for further investigation, and status can be tracked. Analysts can easily tag incident and add comment about the alert, trigger automated playbook from the incident. Everything you can, after the incident happen, you can pass to the your company security analyst. It also can Azure Sentinel can be visualized automatically correlated entity across the different data source and alert. Expand the scope of your investigation using the built-in exploration query. View a timeline related alerts, events, and bookmark. Click on any node and see the details information. Gain the deep insight into the related entity, which is user, domain, and so on. As you can see, the right-hand side is the further investigation from the alert. automatically detonated the URL to speed investigation. To speed up the investigation, Azure Sentinel customer can now use the power of the URL detonation to enrich the alert and quickly discover threat related to the malicious URL. When creating a schedule alert, any URL data in the query result can be mapped to the new URL entity, new URL entity type. Whenever an alert containing a URL entity is generated, the investigation graph will be immediately enriched with the detonation result. And the final URL and screenshot can be used to quickly assess the potential threat. To use this feature, make sure you are enabling the URL logging. That means your history for your secure web gateway, web proxy, firewall, and also legacy IDS or IPS. You can try these features now. Azure Sentinel is introduced the URL entity, use the alert rules to automatically trigger the URL detonation, enriched with the worthy final URL and also the screenshot. Okay, let's go for the last one, the automation. Automation is the last part of the Azure Sentinel because it will related to the Power Automate or logical app. It's powered by the Azure Logic app and fully integrated with the Azure Sentinel. Build automated and scalable playbook that integrate with across the tools. You choose from a library of sample or create your own using more on or create your own library using more than 200 plus built-in connector plus the generic connector like HTTPS. You can trigger a playbook from an alert or incident for or the incident investigation. Okay, you can if you are the admin of the Azure subscription in your company, you can you can start with the Azure Sentinel for today because you only pay as you go. If you are your company have the branch of the company, for example, multinational company, I suggest you to start with the Azure Sentinel because you can control all the subscription and what the alert happens in different country, so that your Azure security analyst or expert will be know actually why the security alert happen at the country. Okay, let's go for the demo. Okay, how to get started with the Azure Sentinel using the M365. A few steps before you start to show that normally I have shown this demo to my manager before implement the Azure Sentinel. Okay, the first step is start to creating the log analytics workspace because you need to collect your data, everything. Then set up the Azure Sentinel link with the M365 services or connected to the Azure Sentinel. After that, you need to set up the Azure Sentinel dashboard. And lastly, you need to viewing the collected data. Okay. The first step, start by creating a log analytics workspace. Azure Sentinel use the log analytics. You might be familiar with the log analytics if you have used these services, like Windows Analytics for upgrade readiness. You might also familiar with it under this formal name called the Operation Management Suite or OMS. We will start by creating a log analytics workspace. To do this, please visit your visit the Azure, and from the search bar, type the log analytics and choose it under the service heading log analytics workspace. Okay, after that, we will then choose to create a log analytics workspace, and then as shown in the B, create a new workspace with a relevant name and resources group. In my example, I have chosen the name Azure Sentinel workspace WS and created a new resources group dedicated to this. I have chosen to store the data with the UK and selected the free tier. And finally, I have chosen OK Commons creation for a new workspace. Okay, after a few moments, we will now see the Azure Sentinel workspace within the list. On the Log Analytics workspace homepage in the Azure portal, as you can see, it takes around 15 minutes to create this workspace. Okay, now you go back to the Azure Sentinel, the workspace again, to your search bar in the Microsoft Azure portal. With our new Log Analytics workspace created, we now search with the Azure portal for Azure Sentinel and select the service. Okay, to create our new Azure Sentinel workspace, we will choose Add, and then as shown in B, select our Azure Sentinel workspace instance of Log Analytics. This will be where the collector data is stored. Finally, we will choose the Add Azure Sentinel. With the Log Analytics, we will wait for a few minutes for the service to configure. After a few minutes, maybe 10 to 15 minutes again, from you create the Azure Sentinel. Once the Azure Sentinel is configured, we will see a large menu of options. This includes an overview of the environment, access to log, access to the log and the history, a section dedicated to the threat management, including the case management, dashboard, threat hunting, and notebook, and a configuration section. Within the configuration section, we will select the data connector as shown in the A to configure the connection. You will immediately see the built-in option to collect the data from a variety of sources, including the ATP, AIP, and Microsoft Cloud App Security. For the moment, we initially choose the configure the Azure Active Directory before configure the O365. Okay, we select the Azure Active Directory. Configuration for Azure AD is extremely very straightforward. Assuming you are logged into Azure AD as a global admin, choose the connector both audit log and sign log with it to collect the data. It's just a few steps. You no need to write code or do anything because it automatically help you to configure it. After connecting with the Azure AD, return to the data collector, configure the configuration section, and choose the O3 file. We already set up the Azure AD, then now we set up the O3 file. O3 file configuration is slightly more complex, but still simple. First, as shown in the slide, enable the O3 solution for Azure Sentinel. To do this, choose click here to install solution. This link should immediately change to say solution already installed. Secondly, as shown in below, choose add tenant. Add a tenant. You will see a sign page as a pop-up browse to the Windows, which will ask for consent to read the log into Azure Sentinel, as shown in C. Assuming you are happy to agree to this, you will see the tenant ID listed in the table below. Finally, you will to choose to stream all transfer activity logs. To do this, choose select as shown in D to choose the supporter log type, Exchange, and SharePoint. Okay, the last step. No, not the last step. the fourth step. Install Azure Sentinel dashboard. Our final setup task is to install the related dashboard. To accomplish this, navigate to the track management section and choose a dashboard. To both Azure AD sign-in logs, Azure AD audit logs, O365, Exchange, and SharePoint data. First, search for the available dashboard as shown in the B, and then choose the install option. Okay, now naturally before we add upon any data, we need to wait for it to be completed. To product a reasonable amount of data, I have waited for just over a week because this one you need to collect the data for around a week for me when I demo with my manager. If you are already integrated with in your company for a whole month, you will know how big of the data. However, data immediately appears within a few hours. On our overview page, we see the events and alerts based upon the raw data stored within the log analytics instance. This gives us the breakdown of the data sources and the volume of data. We have also got an overview of cases we created, potentially malicious events and anomalies. Okay, for each dashboard, we see a detailed breakdown of the data collected. The sign logs overview provides an excellent insight into sign activity across all Azure AD services, including the details on the device signing, application, and even the location. Further now, on the Azure AD sign dashboard, we even more details and field login reason. For example, sign was blocked because it came from an IP with malicious activity. After that, you can in our in the O365 dashboard, provide a similar level of details with a further breakdown available by selecting per service. Dashboard for Exchange and SharePoint. Useful information on this dashboard provide insight into not just signing activity, but also type of activity whitelist with the list of login. We can see the information on change to the file, command executed against O365, admin activity and cross-service created, add, delete, and also update the activity. Okay, and here with the resources of Azure Sentinel, you can go to a GitHub to see what the. You can go to a GitHub and ask your cybersecurity analyst or expert to see how Azure Sentinel can implement in your company. And because Microsoft always update their GitHub repo in the Azure Sentinel. Okay, and here with the blog about the Azure security and also my YouTube channel. Please subscribe and like it. That's all for my presentation today. Is there any question for me? Hello, is there any question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think one of your previous slides, you showed how to integrate the logs or the data.
Okay, this one.
Visualizers. Can you just explain a little bit more? I see you. I think you identify performing some kind of. Is it? What do you call that language again for integrating? Is it language or for visualizing the data? You mentioned a plethora of languages you could use, like Python or the.
Okay. Okay, let me show you in the GitHub. Okay, the hunt is okay. It's a key query language. Normally we call it the key query language, but in the Microsoft, I think it's called the another Azure Sentinel KQL. Okay. It will explain something what is KQL if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this one need to find some to return back so long already. It's like a pseudo. The KQL is more like how to say pseudocode. No, not a pseudocode. It's more like a JSON format that like SQL to query some log history, then so that you can get the data and to how to get the alert or anything about the anything of the events happens in the Azure Sentinel.
Okay.
Yeah, because yeah.
And how do you? So when you create that workbook, is that the one then you can then begin to use something similar to like what's the name of this workbook now? Can't really remember. Interrogating it with Python and things like that.
I think I got that slide because I hiding. Okay. Okay. You can go to the analytics and put in the set up the query.
Okay.
Yeah. I think,
Okay.
yeah. Because at here, I think I put bigger. Yeah, you can set up from here.
Okay.
Still got any question? Let me see, got any question?
So what is the, I think this is not a technical question, but generally what is the
More
what's the word
difficult
I'm
task if we are new to
it's,
Azure Sentinel, right?
now I was
Okay.
asking, what is the adoption of this? How many in terms of companies that are actually using this? How how many are using? Is it a lot? Is it something that's, because this seems fairly new to myself.
Yeah, because KPMG that as in the before I know KPMG and also the EY is implemented, but at the beginning we facing a lot of the issue where when you're starting you are not from the cybersecurity background. Then
Yeah.
If, for example, like me, I'm from Azure admin, then developer background. I not understand a lot of things. Then at the same time, we got the 3 cloud provider using. We got Google Cloud, AWS, and also Azure. When I want to integrate with the, how to say, use to get the data from the 3 cloud provider, I need to approach with our cybersecurity team. Then we ask, what is that about this query is do what? They also don't know. Then after that, we approach with the Microsoft, ask somebody to come in and let us know actually what can we do. Then they help us implement some. Then after that, we try it, try and error. Then after that, we finally implement the Azure Sentinel in the Azure portal.
Okay. Can you explain a little bit more about using the was it the Power Automate or the Power Logic app? I'm not sure which one you were referring to earlier on. To kind of is he raising a task, or it's something about approval, sending approval email, that kind of stuff? Well, so is it events that are triggered based off the alert query?
That based on the alert query, yes.
Okay.
Because right now, okay, here you can see that when the response, the alert is triggered, then you can get the incident and send to somebody. For example, you can change to send to your security analyst or your manager, because it's like Azure said the Logic app is like a Power Automate. It's almost same with the Power Automate. You can trigger and send the email to your manager or who.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's see who are the next one. Who are the next one? Is Ala Gunila. Okay, let me stop my presentation. Thank you everyone for today. Wish you have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
All right, so thanks very much. Recording now being saved. Great session as usual. All right, so we have some time now before the next session. I'll put the agenda online and we'll just wait about 12 minutes and we get started with the next speaker. So if we do this, you should be able to see now. The next section is on logic apps. Still more about cognitive services, so we'll dig more into the core of cognitive services thanks to our speaker Nila, and we'll see this from an integration perspective with logic apps. So we'll just wait a few more minutes and then we carry on with the fifth session of the day.
Hi everyone. Can I join now? Mr. Narayan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yes. Shall I start my session? Or I have to wait for 7 more minutes. Um, sorry.
Hi, Neil, Stefano here.
Yes.
We're almost ready to start. Yes, just wait a few more minutes on top of the hour. A few people have left, probably taking a break.
Yes.
So let's give them 5 minutes to come back, and then you can carry on with your session. Thank you.
Yes, sure.
All right, Neil, I think you can start your session. I started the recording as well. Share your screen and take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Narayan. Can you able to see my screen now?
Yeah, all good.
Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for providing this wonderful opportunity. Thank you for joining with me for today's session. I am here to talk you about Azure Cognitive Services. My name is Alaganila Meghanathan. I am a Microsoft MVP and MCT. If you have any queries or if you want to connect me through a social media, my handler is Alaganila M. So let's we get into the session. Yes. Before directly jump into the topic, I will clearly show you my session agenda. I start with today's session with the introduction of logic apps. After that, I will show you how we could create a logic app in the Azure portal. After that, I will explain you about the Azure Cognitive Services and what are the cognitive services in that. Next, I will explain about the text analytics API because I show how we use test analytic API in the logic app. So finally, we have some interesting demo. So I test our text API app to solve the real-time problem. Okay, so next we just get into the topic. As I said before, we just start with the introduction of logic app. So logic app help us work smarter by automatic workflows across our favorite apps and services. Actually, logic app is a cloud-based service. It allows us to react to an event in one and do something with that data from that event into another service. Okay. Actually, we have a number of services, right? So we have to connect those services and enjoy their benefit. Okay, so we have an Facebook or we have an Twitter. We have to connect those services and create an automatic workflow with the help of the logic app. So it helps to schedule, automate when there is a need to integrate apps, data systems and services across enterprises or organizations. We can create a automatic workflow without writing a single line of code. Okay, actually it is very simple to create and use. It does not require a deep technical knowledge or programming skills. Actually it consists, it have some predefined templates are there. So if you want that predefined pre-built templates, you can just use that. Otherwise you can also create your custom APIs are there. And then so it simplifies how to design and build a scalable solution for app integration, data integration, enterprise application integrations, whether in the cloud or on premises or both. Okay, so it's very easy to create, deploy, manage and monitor. So if you want to work with a logic app, so you need to know some three technical terms, that is connectors, triggers and conditions or actions. So first, connectors. Actually connectors are the predefined APIs that you use in your processes. They are created specifically to aid you when you are connecting or working with your data. Like connectors are just like so that is the services. Okay, let me explain with an example. So if you want to connect Facebook with the Twitter, so here the connectors are Facebook and the Twitters. Okay, so whenever you receive an email with an attachment, so searching an attachment in the email is a very difficult process, right? So to avoid such situations, whenever you receive an email with an attachment, you can take that attachment and saved into the, automatically it should be saved into the OneDrive or Google Drive. It could be done with the help of the logic app. Here in this example, OneDrive and then Outlook or your mail services is a connectors. Okay, so let me explain the trigger. Hope now you can understand the connectors. So now I am going to show you the trigger. So actually trigger is an event that starts a new instance of an workflow on a specific event, like adding a new record in the database or arrival of a email. Okay, so triggers are event that start a flow. So whenever you receive an email, okay, with an attachment, that time the trigger will happen. Okay, so this is what we call as a trigger. And then so whenever the trigger happen, what it could be done. Okay, so that is a conditions or action. Each step after the trigger in a workflow is called an action. Each action typically maps to an operation on your managed connectors or custom API apps. Okay, actions are tasks accomplished by the flow. Either it could be conditions, either it could be controls, if conditions or loops. So these are comes under the conditions. Okay, so now hope you can able to understand what is a connector and what is a trigger and what is a condition. Okay, so actually as I said before, Logic App having a number of connectors. Okay, actually we have some 100 plus connectors are there. So it could be SaaS apps or services, Azure and Power Apps controls, or it could be protocols, or it could be hybrid if you want B2B or XML connectors. So these are some of the connectors that are used in the Logic apps. Okay, so this is what we our Logic app look like. So they have some connectors. You have to drag and drop that connectors and building the workflows. Okay, so this is what the kind of Logic app look like. So we move to show you how this Logic app could be able to create in the portal. Okay, so I just switch over to the portal. Okay, so this is an Azure portal. So actually, if you want to use a Logic app, you need the Azure subscription. So for getting the Azure subscription, it could be either free or you go with that paid one. So for free subscription, you can get somewhat 12 months of popular free services and $200 of credit for 30 days. So you can explore more about in that portal.azure.com. So here we can able to create the services. So here I am show you how to create a Logic app. Okay, so click on create a resource. In that, so you can have the integration.
We can't see your screen. I think you might be.
Oh, sorry. Oh, one second.
Yeah, we only see the screen for the presentation, not the Azure.
Yes, I will share my desktop.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, can you able to see my screen?
Yeah. See it now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So this is our portal. So you just go to that portal.azure.com. So there we can able to find out the services here. So our first task is to create a service for the Logic app. So for that, just click on create a resource. So you can have a blade. So in that blade, you can able to find the integration. So in that integration, you can able to find the Logic app. So click on that. Yes, so you can have the basic fields are there. So you need to choose a subscription and you have to choose the resource group. So the resource groups is nothing but it's like a folder. You have to kept all your resources into this one. Okay, so I just select on Azure Saturday resource group, and then I have to give the Logic app name. So like Azure Saturday Logic demo. Okay. So here we have to choose the region. So I let it be the default. So it's a location. So whenever we create some resources, it could be saved like in the server, right? So it should be where it should be placed. So it's placed in the East US. So I just review all the things and then I just click on create. So it's validating the field what you have given. So once our validation is succeed, so you just click on create. So our deployment process is running now. So in the meantime, I just move to the uh, presentation. So hope now you can able to understand what is a logic app and how we could create a service in the Azure portal. Okay, so now I'm moving to show you what is an Azure cognitive services. Okay, so I just click on the presentation. Okay, so as we said before, we will see the introduction of AI. So nowadays everywhere we have an AI. We thought that AI has started a few years before, so but it's really surprising you. It is first coined in the year 1950 by the Alan Turing. So now we all know that AI is ruling the world. Everywhere we experience the AI. So AI is a short form of artificial intelligence. AI pursues us creating the computer or machines has intelligence as a human being. Okay, by nature human have the intelligence, so he can able to see, speak, think, write. So human make a machine and insert their intelligence and make them to behave like a human being for solving their problems. Okay, this is called the artificial intelligence. So AI is present inside the email. Whenever we receive an email, it analyzes the content, whether it present in the mail or inbox, or it should be present in, or it should be moved to the spam. Okay, this is also a kind of an AI. Okay, so now we move to show you that Azure Cognitive Services. There are a number of service provider provides artificial intelligence as a service. So here we are talking about the Microsoft technology. So that Microsoft Azure is an open, flexible, enterprise grade cloud computing platform. It is a cloud computing service created by the Microsoft for building, testing, deploying, and managing the applications and services through Microsoft managed data centers. Okay, so in that actually Microsoft Azure provide a artificial intelligence in the name of the Azure Cognitive Services. So cognitive services are a set of APIs that are designed to democratize artificial intelligence by enabling the system to see, hear, speak, understand, and interrupt our needs using the natural method of communication. Okay, so actually, if you want to use the cognitive services in your applications, you can use in the form of an APIs. Okay, each and every API have a degree of confidence. Actually, the degree of confidence is the value lies between the 0 to 1. If it is 0 to zero point 0.5, it means that it is a negative 1. If it is a 0.5 to 1, it says that it is a positive 1. Okay, so Azure Cognitive Services are classified into the 5 grade groups. So that is a vision, speech, language, knowledge, and search. So these are some of the APIs that comes under each and every category. So today here we are talking about the text analytics API that comes under the language category. Okay, so if you want to explore more about that, there is some dedicated website over there. In that you can explore more about that. So if you want to work on the Azure Cognitive Services, there are two ways to use Azure Cognitive Services. First, you need to get the Azure subscriptions. As I said before, while we creating the service in the Logic app, like either you go with the free or you can use the paid one. Okay, the another method, if you need only the API, they are providing a trial keys for some interesting APIs for free for 30 days. Okay, so this is a link there you can able to find the trial keys. Okay, so let's we move to okay. Yes. So actually, as I said before, there are a number of APIs that comes under the cognitive services. Today we are discussing about the text analytics API. So the text analytic API is a cloud-based service that provides the advanced
Seem to have lost audio here.
Can you able to hear my screen?
Yeah, now it's better. Yeah, you can back. We lost you for 30 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, just carry on now. Yep.
Yes. Okay. I continue my session. Yes. Okay. I just. Yes. Actually, the text analytics. I don't know. Okay, now I am getting to the. I will show you what is an text analytics API. Okay, actually there are number of API that comes under the Azure Cognitive Services. Here we are talking about the text analytics API. Actually, it is a cloud-based service that provides advanced natural language processing over raw data. So it extracts the insight information from the text what you have given. Okay, it discover insights in unstructured text using the natural language processing. No machine learning expertise is required. Okay. Gain a deeper understanding of customer opinion with sentiment analysis or evaluate text in a wide range of languages. Actually, text analytics can be have some features that is a sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, topic detection, and language detection. For sentiment analysis, you can able to find out what customer think about your brand or topic or about you by analyzing the raw text for clues about positive or negative sentiment. You can able to find out either it is a positive or negative sentiment. Actually, as I said before, every API have a sentiment score, right? So those are lies between zeros and 1. Okay, so if it is 0, it is a negative one. If it is on 1, it is an almost it is a positive one. Okay, and then for the key phrases, or it can automatically extract the key phrases to quickly identify the main points. Okay, for the language detection, you can detect which language the input text is written in and report a single language code for every document submitted on the request. Okay, and then for topic detection, you can able to find out what topic they are using or on a large set of text records. Okay, so these are some of the features of text analytics, and also it has some limits. Maximum size of a single document you are uploading to find out the text analytics is at 5120 characters, and the size is 1 MB, and then maximum number of document in a request is at 1000 document we can use. So these are some of the limits that's in the text analytics. Let's see how we can create the text analytic API in the portal. Okay, so I just switch over to the portal. Yes. Okay. Okay. I just create a logic app, right? So I just open the another tab. In that tab, I'm going to create a text analytics services. Yes. So just click on create a resource. So you can able to find out the text analytics in the AI plus machine learning. So in that you can choose a text analytics. Yes. So you have to give them their name. So that is it's Azure Sate demo text. Sorry. Text. Okay, so I leave it as a default. So subscription and location. So here I have to. I already tested for demo purposes. So actually we have an free one and the standard one. So here we can find out the standard one only. So I just choose the standard tier, and also I am used to choose the resource group. Okay, so once I have filled all the fill, I just click on create. Okay, so this is the way we can create the service for the text analytics API. So in the meanwhile, I will going to explain about what kind of demo we are going to do now. Okay, so now we are okay. Okay, I will explain that. So what we want to do is I will show some interesting demo to you. So whenever someone posts a tweet in the Twitter, that time we apply the text analytics API in that and find out either it is a positive one or it is a negative one. And then store it into the Excel file. Okay. So whenever we conduct some events or whenever we release some product, we need to know about our customer feedback, right? So if it is less than 50, we can able to go through all the feedbacks. But if it is more than 500, means we can't able to sit and read all the feedback, right? In that time, we are using this API to solve our real-time problems. So whenever someone post with the specific keyword in the Twitter, that time we apply the text analytics API over there and find out either it should be a positive one or it should be a negative one, and also the values are saved into the Excel file along with the tweet username, date and time of that tweet, and then the username of the tweet. Okay, so all the data should be saved into the Excel file. So this is what we want to do now. So to do that, what are the prerequisition is, so we need the Azure account, and then we need the Twitter account, and then we need to know, we need the OneDrive account. Okay, so let me show you what are the steps. So you must first have a step, we want to open the Twitter account. Next we need to create a Excel file in the OneDrive. So to do that, I just move to the portal again. So our deployment is complete. So I just click on go to the resource. So this is our text analytics API. Okay, in that this for this tab, this is our logic app. Okay, so I just open the second. Okay, so I just open the tab. Okay, so I just open the Twitter account, and then for the next step, I have to open the Excel file. I need to create a Excel file in the OneDrive. Okay, so to do that, I just click on the OneDrive. So I have created the folder. So in that folder, I have to create a Excel workbook. Okay. Okay. So let me enter what are the field you required. So I just need the okay, date and time. That's my first. So I need the date and time whenever we post, and then I just give the username of the tweet, and then I need the Twitter Twitter text, and then I need that sentiment. So these are the field I require when someone posts with the keyword. Okay, so once I enter the field, I just select all the things, and then I just convert into the table. Okay, so A1 to D1. So I just click on that one, and then so it should be converted as a table, and then I have to give the name of the table, that is Azure Sat text demo. Yes, so this is our Excel file. Okay, so this could be saved on the OneDrive. Okay, yes, so it's saved on the OneDrive. Okay, so almost I done the second part. Now I am going to build the logic app. Okay, so to do that, I just move to the browser. So in that, I have to choose this is our logic app. So once you have created a service for the logic app, you are directly landed over to the designer, logic app designer window. So in that you can able to find the number of templates are over here. So if you want that template, you just click on that. Otherwise you can choose a blank logic app. So first we want to connect the Twitter, because our Twitter is a input, right? So we that's it. I have created the service for text analytics, and then we have an connector for the Twitter. So I just connecting over here. So for that, I just search the connector with the name Twitter. Yes, I can able to find out. I just choose, and then when a new tweet is posted, so when it should be triggered. So whenever a new post is triggered, so I just gave the name as our event handle hashtag, that is a hashtag of Powerthon, and then we have to give the time period. Okay, so for that I just choose for demo purpose, I just choose for change to seconds. So that is for every 5 seconds it have to search for if anyone post with the tweet with the hashtag Powerthon. Okay, so I just click on the new one. So here now I am going to apply the so I'm going to apply the cognitive text API, text analytics API. Okay, so to do that I just search on text analytics. Okay, so I can find out. So in that actually the text analytic API performs a number of actions. So we can able to detect the entities, or if you want to detect the language, or so here I am going to detect the sentiment. So I am just choosing the sentiment. Yes, I have to give the parameter. Okay, so where we need to apply our text analytics API. So we need to apply our text analytics API to the text, that is a tweet text. So I just select on, I just check on the text. So in that I have to map our tweet text. Okay, so that's it. Most probably we done 75% of our work. So this is our input. We can take our input from the Twitter and apply the API over there, and then finally we want to save our output into the Excel file. Okay, so to do that, just click on the new step. In that you just, sorry, it's an Excel. So either it could be a SQL or it should be a CosmoDB. So any so here I am using the Excel file. So that is the Excel online. Okay, so to what's I have to choose the action. So whenever we receive on Twitter, so I just need to add a row into a table. So I just choose add a row. So once I have to choose the row, I need to map the field, that is a file and table. So our file name, it should be placed on the Azure Logic demo. Okay, I just click here, and then we can have the file name, Excel file name. So our file name is that Azure Sentinel text demo. Okay, so this is our Excel file. So I just click on that file. So once our file is taken, so it automatically map our table name, that is a table 1. So once our table is mapped, it automatically we can get the all the required field, that is a date, username, text, tweet text, or sentiment. So what we want to do now is we just map all the field, that's it. So here I just created that. For the username, I need to give the name of the user. For tweet text, it should be our tweet text, and for sentiment, okay, second more, and then for sentiment you need to give the score. Okay, so that's it. Without writing a single line of code, we perform this kind of flow. Okay, so I just save this flow. Okay, I just click on run. Can anyone please post the Twitter? Okay, with the specific hashtag. So our hashtag is that, so I just, for demo purpose, I already have the content over here. So I just, this is my Twitter handle page. I just click on the tweet. So I just post here, and then I just click on, okay, tweet. Let me check. Okay, so it's posted. Okay, let me check either it could be triggered. Yes, it's run. It's successfully run. So a new tweet. Okay, I think yes. So I just search whether our output is saved in the Excel file or not. Yes, we can able to see it is an interesting demo. So our sentiment is 0.5. So actually, as I said, if it is greater than 0.5, it is a positive one, right? So that's it. I kind of this is I already create another flow also. So in that flow, we can also create an parallel connection. So whenever we can get an new tweet, in that you can able to detect the sentiment, and also you can able to convert your tweet text into the some other languages. Actually 120 plus languages it support. So here we can able to find out the languages. So for demo purpose, I just click on the Tamil. So it's ancient language. It's one of the language in India. Okay, so once we apply the APIs over here, we can save the content in the Excel file. It is so in that we can add the one more column, that is a translated text API. So I just save. Yesterday I built this logic app. So I just enabling it. Yes, I just go to the app logic app designer. Okay, so I just run it. Let's see this output. To do that, I think I use this same hashtag. I just copy here. That is my. Okay, so Twitter. I just tweet another tweet. Okay, so I just click on tweet. So let's see the output. Okay, so this is an Azure Saturday logic translator logic app. Yes. Okay. Yes, it's successfully executed. And let's see where it's saved. Okay, I think it's in the file. It's a Azure demo translator. Yes, it's in the Azure Face Excel file. Sorry, it is a Face API. Yes, this one. Yes. So I hope now you can able to understand how we could use a logic app. This is our output. So now you can able to understand that how we could use the logic app cognitive services in the logic app for solving the real-time problem. Hope now you can able to understand that. So I just sum up my session. So I just started with that logic app, what is an logic app, and then I showed you that what is an Azure cognitive services. After that, I just show you some interesting demo that how whenever someone tweet with a specific hashtag, how we could save into an Excel file, and in the next demo, how we could convert our text to the some other language and saved into the Excel file. Okay, hope now you can able to understand. If you have any queries, can you please, any questions over there?
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah, that was an amazing presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
So with this Logic app, right, you can use this for any social media, right?
Yes, any social media we can use it.
Okay, that's amazing. Okay. So you can easily grab every single post. Can you also capture other people post on your feeds, or just the one that's being posted by you on your own feed?
No, whenever that it all means that specific hashtag.
Oh, it's
If
by the
anyone
hashtag.
post, yeah, it all depends on the hashtag. If anyone post, if you post with that hashtag, that data also we can able
Will
to
be
save into
captured.
yes, it should be captured.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
You should have another entry there, because I just put that it was an awesome presentation on Twitter with that one. So you might have another tweet that trigger that as well.
Okay. So now you are tweeted, right?
Yeah, I put it on Twitter a couple of minutes ago using PowerTone as that was the one that you're looking for, right?
Yes. Once again, let me check.
I might have it written it the wrong way, but
Okay, it is for translation. Once again. So this is our Excel file. I just refresh it. Translated text demo. Yes. No, I can't able to get it. So
I might have written the PowerTone the wrong way.
okay. So as name is at PowerThon, that hashtag is at POWERTHON. So let me run my logic app once again. So now you can able to put if you yes.
So you have to run it for
the demo.
So it's run. Let's check. Yes, it's text demo. Yes. Yes, it's yes, if we can get it.
Yeah, I just did one more tweet.
Yes.
Is that it?
Just show
I
if you can
just
see
ran
it.
it once again.
Yes, that's the one that I put a little while ago, and that's the other one that I just wrote.
We can get.
And the cool thing is not case sensitive.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me. The last one.
So if you write the power is a lowercase as well, it's still gonna pick it up.
Yeah, it pick it up on one of mine, and then the other one with uppercase, and then also pick it up.
Yes.
I'm guessing you could do the same. You could do the same in Power Automate as well with this. Pretty much use the same Twitter connections as well in Power Automate.
Sorry, I can't able to get it.
I was saying in Microsoft Flow, now called Power Automate, I'm guessing you can pretty much use the same since it's built off the back of the Logic app.
Sorry, I can't able to get your answer. Get your question.
I think he's trying to say you can do the same thing with Microsoft Flow.
Yes, yes,
it's
the
the
same
same
thing.
logic.
Yes, it's same. It's like a Microsoft Flow. So what's the big difference is if you want, actually they have we have a code designer here. Let me show you. But if you want to design this flow with the code, you can choose this. Yes, that is a Logic App code view. It is in the JSON format. So if you want to build your app with the code, you can using here. So it's not present in the Microsoft Flow. And when compared to Logic App and the Flow, in the Logic App we have a number of enterprise integration connectors are here.
Okay, that seems to be using a JSON schema.
Yes, it's used like in the JSON format.
All right, cool.
Yes. Anything else? Any question?
That's from me. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Lina. That was great, very informative session. So slightly over time now, but we have another great session starting immediately. So let's carry on, and then we take a break after that. So now we have Mina Vasker talking to us about blob storage in .NET, .NET Core. So Mina, over to you for your session.
Yeah, I'm ready, Stefano. Hi all, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes. And today my title is Explore Azure Blob Storage with the .NET Core applications. Actually, why I took .NET Core application is like we've been working long time from framework. We have a lot of upgrades in framework also. But today's environment as a .NET developer, we are approaching everything with the .NET Core because of this platform independent. So the way we working in .NET Core and .NET framework is somewhat different. We need to understand the basics of architecture. The Azure implementation, everything is same for a framework and .NET Core, but the way we proceeding our code and way we are connecting our Azure account URLs or something, it's somewhat different. So that's what I'm taking .NET Core as a base for every Azure topics. So today's discussion is all about Azure Blob Storage and .NET Core application. First, this is me. I'm Menaka Bhaskar Pillai. I'm working as an associate software engineer at Accenture Digital. I'm a C# Corner MVP and certified Azure and .NET certified professional. This is all about me. Today what we are going to discuss about what is Azure Blob Storage and what are the types of storage blob storage it is. When we need blob storage, the real-time scenarios where we are using blob storage, and if we are already having some other project, in what all are the way we can implement blob storage for the existing project, and how the cost of the work take place. Because we having pay as go service, even it is a pay as go service, we have some certain criteria that needs to meet to use the blob storage. So we can always also choose the pricing plan according to the storage what we're going to use, and how to move the data to Azure Blob Storage from .NET Core. I'm going to cover those topics today. So moving on to next, what is Azure Blob Storage? If you see, like there are lot of amount of services available in Azure. We cannot use every services because it takes long time to understand each services. For example, we have cognitive service separately, we have storage separately, and lot of services that support a lot of action. So what kind of services and its need and its importance makes the services to implement in our application. So if you go to blob storage, it's one of the important concept that we need to implement in our real-time things, because the storage is we cannot data is a main thing that makes the technology to grow faster. So storing data, utilizing data makes lot of impact on today modern technology growth. So all the storage, it's not only like blob storage, like Cosmo DB, all other storage plays an important role in migration of data, maintaining data. If you see in Cosmo DB, we can write the store procedure there, and we can trigger the functions. Everything, all can be set up within the single Azure framework. So the storage in Azure service plays an important role in implementing the modern data utilization. So in what kind of way this Azure Blob Storage plays an important role? We can store and access the unstructured data at scale. If you see, if we have a structured data, we can maintain easily. Like we already have a format, we have the schema, and we can maintain the maintenance is very easy. If it is a semi-structured data, it's tough because we need to analyze the data, how what kind of schema it is, and we need to store. those kind of activity we need to take care. But if it is an unstructured data, it's quite tough, as well as because it don't have any schema format. So this Azure Blob Storage is mainly used for storing and accessing the unstructured data at a scale. We can able to build the powerful cloud native applications, and then we can store petabytes of data cost effectively. Like PB data are very cost, usually the cost of the PB data will be more higher, but in Azure services we can store all the PB type of data in an efficient manner, and we can use to build a powerful data lakes also. That's why we are going for Azure Blob Storage. This is how our storage will looks like. We have an account, it's a storage account. Here account means to the storage account. Within the storage account we will have a containers, and within the containers we will have the image or movie. Here if you consider the container is nothing but every storage. If I go with Cosmo DB also, I will have a container. But here what it makes the container new from other container is I can able to club my things accordingly. If I have a video, I can club and put it in one folder. It's like my local desktop. I have the separate folder for my images, for my video, for my text file. So I can able to differentiate my files from other files by means of putting inside as a club inside my container. That kind of activity is available in Blob Storage. So within my container, I can able to have my separate images or video, what kind of things I need within those particular folder. This is how actually the Blob Storage looks like inside the Azure portal environment. So these kind of words are like, it's like if I have my some application, I have like EF core. If I'm working in EF core, I need to know about contest word. If I'm not aware of what is contest, I can't able to proceed with my code in my .NET environment. So if I'm going to work in blobs, I need to know about those kind of words, so I can use those words as a mandatory. So what is within the blobs, there is a block. What is this block? This block is nothing but, I already shown you, this container having something to store the data. Like I'm using picture as a folder. After that, I'm putting inside all my images. So these blocks are defined to, like, it is a place, it stores the text and binary data are made up of the blocks of data. These blocks are made up of complete data that is managed individually. So if I want to manage the particular data individually as like a text format or other format like a PNG format, JPEG format, I need to have a block, separate block. If there is no block already available, because when I am creating from my portal, I will get my container itself. I need to upload the image or download the image. I need to do the block activity. Without block, it will not identify where I need to store the data, from which block I need to download the data. So this is important thing in blocks. After that, append. Like I made up of lot of blocks, but we need to optimize for the append. Yes. Anyone? Okay. Append is like I need to. It's like I need to optimize for my performance, because I cannot collapse all the data which have the PNG at first, JPEG at second, all other data and one after another. It will confuse my regular activity, which data I need to retrieve, which data I need to add. So I need to append that. And then it is a page. It's like a VHD. It's like a virtual hard drive where my files all been as fed as like in a Azure virtual machine. If you go to VHD and Azure virtual machine, we will get an image. So this is types of blobs that we can use inside the blobs activity. So containering, and after creating the folder, after uploading the image or downloading the image, every activity we need to consider this blob append and page. Without this, we cannot perform any activity inside the blob storage. So that means like storage account. So where we need to use blob storage, here comes the business needs where we need to use a blob storage. Consider I have a web application where I need to collect the data from the student or teacher, where the teacher need to upload the mark sheet and the student need to download the mark sheet. So the activity is like, two-end activity where the uploading is at one end and downloading at another end. If I'm going with a traditional approach, the data and other costs will be exceed more and more. But if I have a blob storage, the teacher can upload the images in the same reference container within the storage account, where the authorized student can authenticate their login, and they can give the download option where they can download the same file which is available for them from the portal. So this is the real-time business application where we are using the blob storage. So other basic uses like we can serve the image or document whatever directly to the browser. We don't need to think about I need to feed that into the my Azure portal. Again, I need to download from there. We can give from in an application scenario. I can directly go just create my HTML tag with input type like file, and then I can click my input. So I can directly upload or download any kind of file from my browser end. And after that, I have my files in my distributed access. As I said, teacher and student. So my files will be available to all the people who have the access. Like I can authenticate by AD authentication or whatever authentication, I can give access to those. I can create the file as private file or public file with the access restriction. All those kind of things can be done by this blob storage. After that, I can stream video as well as audio. Here comes the major play, video and audio. Like if it is a single image file, I will have around 3 KB or 4 KB or 5 KB. If it is thousands, it's a multiples of that KBs. If I'm going with the video and audio, I can just think about a 1 hour film or half an hour film, how much storage it will expect. It's not easy because I cannot use other storage in ease of cost as like this Azure Blob storage. So this is the main thing, like I can have the streaming of video as well as audio files in the blob storage, and I can able to write the log. Log is important because even if it is an application side also, I will have application inside which will run my whenever my application run, I can write my log queries where my application inside capture that queries, and it will maintain as a like a backend something. I can check whether whenever the application fails, how the running status of the application depends of my log queries. Same here also, I can able to log the files also. I can able to write my log queries also, and after that I can able to store my data for backup, and I can restore disaster recovery and archiving. If you go with these terms like data for backup, restore or disaster recovery, this comes under the VM concepts. Like if you see with the VM, one VM is out and I need to depend on another VM, where automatically the another VM starts to work. Those kind of words and phenomena belongs to the VM concept. That's what before I told you, like VDH. After that, storing data for analysis by an on-premise or Azure hosted service. So I can able to store the data from on-premise. That's what I told you, like I can able to perform the dual activity from on-premise as well as directly on my Azure environment also. If that I want to upload, I'm an admin, I want to upload some file as a pre-built, so I can do directly from my Azure portal. If no, for a user end, I want to work from my on-premise, I can do that from my on-premise also. So that's how this blob storage works on a while. After that, costing works. Everything depends on cost. Even it is a storage account or a VM, it all depends on cost. But if we are not paying cost randomly, or we are not paying cost fixedly in Azure, whatever the things we utilize, how we utilize, and the amount we are paying is depends completely on how we are utilizing and what we are utilizing. So here in blob storage, we are paying for the data we are storing for the month. It is on the monthly basis. So how much amount of data we are storing in our storage account, the amount will be processed on basis of that month. Quantity and type of operation performed along with the data transfer cost. Some people want I want my data to be stored on my blob storage. Some other want some other things, like as I told you, like they want a log file. Others will have some function to perform along with the data storage. So what all are the additional operations along with the data storage we are doing. That kind of cost will also be considered. After the data redundancy option selected. So data redundancy depends upon the data redundancy. While we are checking on our Azure portal, I will explain this data redundancy based on the drop down list. Now next we will go to ways to move data to blob storage. So this is like I think it's like ways to move data to blob storage. I think it's repeated. Okay. What all are the ways we can move data to blob storage? Usually, if you see like lot of ways to move the data to the blob storage, as I told before, I can as an admin, I'm working on a backend. I have the admin rights in my Azure portal. I can move data directly from my portal. I don't need to create an application for that. I need to perform a code. I need to write a code in console or a API something. I need to upload from there. It's not needed. I can directly upload. For a user end, I need to write a code where I need to authenticate the particular user have access to access my file. So depends upon the role, I can able to move the data to my blob storage, whether it is an on-premise or directly on the Azure portal. So how to choose the pricing plan? So this is very important thing, because pricing plan is completely depend on what we are going to pay is completely depend on how we are going to design our storage account. So it is depends on premium performance sensitive data. Like if you go with the premium, it's like a sensitive data. If you are having a bank application where we need to store the checks or something in a printed copies or something, it's something sensitive, so I'm going for a premium. And there is a two those kinds all those all mentioned in the slide been already available while we are creating a storage account. So just for a reference I'm telling here, like, and there is like a data type, like it's a hot or cold data. Like I'm going to access the data very frequently, because a lot of operation depends on the file I'm going to upload and download. Then I can choose hot. No, I have an infrequent access of data, like I'm going to use the data for monthly buyers or yearly buyers, so I can use cool futures. So Archu, it's like very rarely, like I'm not going to use at all for long period, I can go with Archu. So what you are going to pay based on this pricing plan, either it is a premium or what kind of replication or data redundancy you are going to perform, and based on that concept we are going to choose our data. So next slide is building data security. So data security is very important, because a lot of application, it is not only for banking application. Like a lot of application, whatever we are using, either it is a normal application, it's a cost management application, or product tracking application, we need a data. So maintaining data is somewhat difficult, and we should not make it as to be breached. So this blob storage have the built-in data security, where it contains the security expert and compliance certification also. So performing this sensitive data storage or normal data storage via unstructured data storage via blob storage plays an important role, and it is and the SLA is also very good compared to other storage. So let's go for migrating data to Azure Blob Storage from .NET Core application. So first I'm going to first we'll go and check into our Azure portal, where we are going to create our storage account. So if you go, you will have this creation of storage account, where I need to create a subscription. This is like I will have my Azure subscription, so I can resource group is I can create new or I can create existing. Like resource group is like demo blob. So this storage account is like I'm giving like a module. Giving already, I think so. No. So this is the location I want to host this. This is, I told you, the amount we paying is depend upon this, like performance, like premium or standard. So if I'm having a very sensitive data, I need to maintain with a more security, I can go with premium. Account can be any type. This is like I'm going to do with the blobs. So my blob, I'm going to store a files or unstructured data. So I'm going to use blob storage. So replication. This is where the data redundancy comes. Like how can I want to replicate the data? The single data what I'm storing depends on region or depends on copies or what way I can replicate my data for my backup. Here it's completely for a backup activity. You can replicate the data depend upon the need you want. Suppose I want 2 to 3 copies in same region or different region. I can do this by using. I'm going with read access geo redundant storage. So access tier by default it's a hard because I'm going to use my is for a frequent manner. If I'm going for some long time usage, I can go with the cool. So depend upon these 3 standards, we are going to pay for our storage account along with the capacity of data we are going to store. So after that, I'm just clicking review and create. So validation passed. I think deployment will start. Okay. So I already created one storage account. So if you go there, already having my storage account. See, I will have all those properties in Blob. So I'm working as an admin end. So I want to upload an image by creating a container. I can easily do by I'm clicking in container like something like a demo is it. I can click create. So my container is already created. So now I want to upload the file something so I can before the post operation perform from my user. I already have pre-built forms or something. So my users can download those forms. I can give upload options. So I can select the file by browsing. So this is like it's not taking me long time. If I have a lot of file also, a lot amount of file. If I have it's a 1-2 files, I can directly upload. If I have huge numerous amount of data volumes, how can I upload those things? Everything you can. It's like normal SQL where you will create one table and you can perform activities in the table where you can upload the data. Here in Blob, you cannot. The data is unstructured, so you cannot perform those. So that kind of things need to be done from the code end. So after that, the things we need to discuss here is like. So this containers like this is where I can keep my things separately. Like I want a container for an image, container for videos, containers for so I can separate them and I can upload the things based on those type or even on the format also I can do that. And this is custom domain. This is for normally for publishing activity, so we don't need to do data productions. So data production is like whenever it is it's like a backup. Like I'm already deleted something, so I need a recovery for my data that been deleted. So all those kind of things been here. So if I'm going with my .NET Core, so if you see here, data should be normally for Azure data blob storage. This is a structure of .NET Core. We will usually create. We will usually create in app settings.json where we will store the JSON input as like here. I have another. Wait. So in app settings.json, I need to give all the credentials like wherever, whatever I'm going to utilize inside my application, because when I'm publishing my application, I don't need to again to give a publish option. It will not create another DLL. So whatever the data we're going to give it as a fixed, give all those things in the app settings.json. So after that, Once you give all those things like key, account, all other stuffs in appsetting.json, then register your endpoints in startup.cs, where you can create a separate async method, and you can return your client and all other things like file you are uploading from here, and add the service like a service dot what service you are going to perform, like create two classes where you can have the main class, and it is like inherited from the one interface. So this is like what actually we're going to perform in same. If this is common, depend upon the use case, depend upon whether it's an API project or it is an MVC project, we can include those things. We just need our account and key and container name, what we need to create. So we just need to create an credential. We need to, it's a credential is for authentication with our account and key. After that, the storage account, what the credential is matches with our storage account. Once it is verified, our cloud client will creating a one blob client. After that, within the blob client, I need to get a container reference. If the container is not already inside my blob, I can create a container. That's the code I'm creating, like create if not exist async. Once all those things are done, I can take, I can hard code my file because I'm doing on premise for a demo. I can hard code from my directly to file path. Now I'm giving like console.readline for just for a meaningful case, like I'm giving the file from my local desktop. And then after that, this file, what I am entering will be getting the blog reference. I use the word blog in my PPT. Here it is checking like this particular blob reference, that file. This is the name, that how actually the data will be there. So after that, my file, what I clicked, what I entered in my console will be replicated, and it will be directly uploaded to the blog rep. After that, I can download by performing the same operation. So yes, we can run this. This kind of things, while we are performing in .NET Core API, what I said before, like we need to give those credentials in appsetting.json, and all those endpoints and services we need to add, like service.add, what service we are using, and the interface we are getting inherit those tasks. After that, if you have the controller with the view, we can fetch data from the class, and we can give that to the view by upload and download using the HTML tag like a file type. So I'm going for pictures or something like. So I can have those things like desktop. So my console starts to work. I think it's taking debugging. So we can. For console, if it is, we need to debug by line, so we can able to see where exactly. So see, access path screenshot is denied. So why this issue is coming means I already have the blog reference in the name of file. So this path is already not existing in my blog. So that's what this error is throwing. So what I'm going to do is like, can give into, if I run this again. So storage account, it's already created my credentials, so I can cover that. All my credentials will be inside my storage account. After that, I'm creating my cloud client. Contain my shard key. So I create the container, if not exit. So I'm pasting this. So access to path main is denied. So take my container. Don't have any images inside my container. Okay, maybe I think depends upon this. You can give this separate. Okay. And give file operation. Because I give the path again, so in my demo already, so that's what it is not taking. I create again, it is fine. So let's again run our application. Let's see. Okay, so we'll compare it again. We have same error, I think so. Not find file C#. I think so. This error is due to my restriction access. I already created. Okay, fine. Okay, guys. Then I can fix those issues if it is possible. I can share it in a GitHub with the actual web API project. Due to time consumption, I'm just nice. Hello.
And stopping the recording now. So that was great, Mina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we have a few minutes really because we are dragging with a 10 minutes of delay more or less on the initial plan, but that's okay. We are here for the community. So this is supposed to be a break time. So we'll take really 5 minutes. So we'll try to catch up, and then we have a great session about data lake, the new generation of data lake in the context also of CDS environment, and Jivarajan Kumar will tell us everything about it. All right, so I'll see you in 5. All right, I'm struggling to get hold of our next speaker. Let's see what I can do. Okay, spare with me another minute and see if I can find.
Stefano Jiva here.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me know when you want to start. We'll start.
Yes, ready to start.
Okay, great. Then let me quickly share my screen. Let me know once you guys are able to see it.
Yeah, good, excellent, G. Thank you. Carry on.
All right. Hi, good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everyone. Because we are, I think we are joining from multiple parts of the world. And thank you, Stefano, Raz, and Narayan, and the whole Power community team for organizing such a. They've been organizing this every Saturday, and today is going to be the Azure Platform Saturday, and I'm so excited to present in this one. And I also thank everyone who's joining today in your weekend, and your that shows your interest and how much you're willing to learn stuff. So let me try my best to do whatever I can. So yeah, myself, you can see here, myself Jiva Rajan Kumar, people who call me Jiva, and I'm also a Microsoft Business Application MVP. And these are my Twitter handles, and this is my blog, and you can also follow, add me to your network in LinkedIn, and it's going to be Jiva Rajan Kumar, my complete name. Okay, without further ado, so today we'll be seeing, this is going to be a beginner level session where I know most of you are already should be, or I assume that most of you know things in Azure, but here what we're going to do is we're going to focus on how the Azure Data Lake Storage can be leveraged in the CDS environment. Okay, so before that, Stefano, if somebody asks any question, please let me know. I'll try to answer that at the end of the session. All right. Okay, so we'll just see what the introduction about what are we going to look at it. So the data lake services that is offered by Azure, as most of you know, it's a data storage service, and it is more advantages than compared to data lake generation one, because it has both object storage as well as the hierarchical storage. So when it comes to CDS, CDS is a Power Platform data layer that has been where the Power Platform has been built on, and more first-party multi-one apps is being built on if you purchase the Dynamics 365. And also, if you want to build any canvas of model-driven app, you will be using the CDS as one of the data storage. And with being said that, if you have had a chance to notice the architecture of the CDS, you can see that Microsoft itself is using Azure Data Storage, Azure Data Lake Generation 2 as their backend storage. So what we are going to see today is how Microsoft is giving us the provision to frequently take the snapshots of data, from our CDS environment and constantly push that into the Azure Data Lake Storage. Okay, so why we need to do that? Let's see shortly. So as you can see here, so when you go for enterprise level applications where they want to democratize their data, because they don't want their core system, that is your CDS database, to be disturbed. Okay, so what happens in those cases, it is highly recommended, and it makes massive change or improve in the performance when you do that in the when you export the data continuously or let's say frequently in the data lake. Okay, and what you can do with that data is you can run your Power BI analytics or Azure ML or even like other services like Databricks on that. So what happens is your main data source that's going to be, which is a CDS, is going to keep constantly the snapshots of data from here is going to be constantly taken and stored in the data lake, and from here your consumers, basically your customers, can have all these different services on top of the Azure data lake. And another cool thing about this is this also works at the CDM. It follows the CDM, right, common data model. So where your data has been structured in the CDM. So whenever the services fetches the data from the Azure data lake, it doesn't need to directly touch the CDS in such a way that your core data is not disturbed. So these are the features, the basic features that that has in the Azure data lake. So as I said earlier, it has ability to link your common data service environment to your data lake. And the interface is quite simple. It's not complex at all. We'll see that shortly when we see the demo. And also you can also run the analytics on the operational entities, like whatever entities that we have in our CDS can be used for that. And in fact, metadata also can be published from the CDS environment to this one. And of course, standard support for standard and custom entities, and it supports create. When you create something here in the CDS, it gets pushed to the data lake, and when you do updates, it's going to get updated in the data lake as well. And if you delete something, it's going to be deleted, obviously. And this is what we are talking about: the continuous snapshots or updates of large scenarios that goes into this one. And it's a push-based services, so which means if the consumer doesn't need to pull anything from the CDS. So CDS will automatically push the updates to the Azure Data Lake storage. So consumer, whenever the services like Power BI or Azure ML can just take whichever snapshot they wanted to read it from, so they'll be reading from that specific data. And of course the partitioning. So when we do we'll see shortly how the partitioning works here. So what happens is the data will be renamed with the specific date and time whenever the data has been taken as a snapshot, and that will be given to that will be stored as a partition here in the data storage. And so there are prerequisites that needs to be set to establish this feature. I mean, establish the connection between the CDS and the Azure Data Lake storage. The first prerequisite is Azure Storage account. So that's Azure Storage version 2 account, to be precise. So we will shortly see how to create them, just for people who are not aware of that. And once you have the storage account, there are certain things that you need to be sure that you have to enable hierarchical namespace for the storage account, which will be making it as a data lake, which will be provisioning data lake services. Okay, and also the key thing is the storage account, the Azure tenant, that whichever you are creating, should be in the same tenant as your Power Apps tenant. Okay, the CDS environment, CDS tenant, and also the region should be similar. I'll show you what happens when you choose a different region. It's going to throw an error. Another thing is you have to be a common data service administrator to link the common data service and the Azure Data Lake storage. And another key thing to be noticed here is the entities inside the CDS should have change tracking enabled. Only those entities that have the change tracking enabled will be shown in the data lake storage window, where we will be selecting the entity to push to the data lake storage. Okay, so that's all with respect to the slides. So we're going to see demos from now on. So let's pray that demo gods will be with us and they're not bothered much. All right, so let me quickly open my browser. Okay. So let's just do the prerequisite first. I'll just show you. All right. So once you have, once you land up in the Azure portal, so first you just, if you have a resource group, just use the resource group. If you don't have one, you can create one, and then first thing is you just create a storage account. Okay. So before that, let me just quickly show what I have done earlier, and then I'll show you how I achieved that one. So if you see here, once I set up the data lake, this is how it's going to look like. So currently, I have just selected account and lead to be constantly, to be pushed to the data lake for my whatever the reasons could be. Could be analytics or reporting. Reporting or machine language, whatever they want to run, the separate thing, they can do that in my organization, right? So for that, you can see that the account and lead has been created here. It's been synced to the data lake. So how this looks in the data lake in Azure is, if I open my storage account, you can see. So it's going to be renamed like this. You see, common data service, and then my organization name and the ID. Okay, so you can see there is two folders, excuse me, created for lead and account. Okay, so you can see if I go to the lead, this is going to be like like a parent sheet, the CSV, and then you will see the latest one will be here, and you can see the snapshots which will be taken continuously here. You can see there was one taken. Currently, the default is hour for each hour it takes the snapshot. So you can see it's 12:21, and now this is taken for 12:21. This is the Singapore time, by the way. So this is going to be the main sheet. So what happens is when you add or modify a record in the lead, the new record is going to be updated here, and the snapshot of this one is going to be taken and stored here. Okay, we'll see that shortly. I'm just showing you how the structure looks like. So you can see the interface is pretty simple. So anybody can just establish that with a citizen developer. You can just establish a connection, and you can see how the data has been stored here, and same applies for account as well. Okay. All right. And this is how it's going to look in the Azure. And if I now let me quickly show you. So let's say we go to lead, and let me open this one. So you can see that there are 11 leads right now. Okay, and these are the leads we have here. So what I'm going to do is do this, and I'll just go and add a new lead in my model-driven app, in my Power App. Okay, so let me quickly. You can see now there are only there are 11 leads right now. So if I go and select one, it's 20 errors, so he wants a eco-friendly lightsaber. Okay. Just whatever data it is, fine. So let me quickly save this one. So if I go back to my, you can see those 11. So yeah, you see now it's 12. So which means the data has been pushed to data lake. If we go to the data lake here, and let me refresh this. So you can see the time has been updated now. And if I open this one, you can see over here. Yeah. So the new record is added here. Right. So the new lead, and now its title, whatever it is. So you can see it's 12 records now. Yeah, 12 records. Okay, so let me close this one, and if you open the snapshot, now you can see you will be having the previous data that without the new lead that we added. So in this way, you see here it's going to have 11 records. Okay. So in this way, what happens is the system is smart enough to keep pushing the snapshots into the Azure. So we'll see the architecture, what happens behind the screen. That is called trickle feed service, which comes with the data lake provision from CDS, and that will do that. And apart from it, if you notice, there is one thing called model JSON. Okay, so this is like a metadata. So if I quickly from this. So you can see here. So currently we have account in lead, right? You can see the entities has been structured as such here, and then one is account, another one is the lead, right? So we have two entities, and this information, it's it's attributes, whatever the attributes we are being published from the CDS to data lake storage, it's there, and also you can see the partition how it's done, the name, and then the format, and this thing. So that's what you are seeing there in your data lake. Okay, this one, okay, and then yeah. So this is what how it works. But let me show you how we have done this, how we have come up to this stage to achieve this. So first and foremost thing is, if you have seen the prerequisite line, so it's going to be the setting up the storage account. Okay, so if you do not have any resource group, kindly create a resource group, or if you can also directly go and create a new storage account directly. All right. So let me create a new storage account, or it's straightforward. If you want, let me just show you now. So you basically create you choose a resource group, and then you choose a storage account, right? And then this is the one I was telling you. So you have to be a storage version 2. And if you go to the advanced tab, this is what makes you have to enable this to get the hierarchical namespace from the data lake storage. Once you do that, it's going to create the storage account. Okay, it might take 2 or 3 minutes. So let me just quickly do that. Oh, sorry, let me. So the other thing is, if you notice, the region should be same. So my CDS environment is in the East US. So let me choose the East US. And then enable this one. And now I can create this. You can see this is creating. Meanwhile, what we'll do is, let me unlink the data. Okay. Then we'll try it from the beginning. But I'll also show you one more thing before unlinking data. So this is how it is. Like it doesn't need to be like you have to select the entities while linking the data. You can also create the select the entities. You can keep adding and removing entities based on your requirement. So for example, if I want to add contact, I can do that now. So what it does is, it will create a, just add your contact also. So it's take a couple of seconds, 2 seconds to refresh this, to send the data to you can see the 151 contacts that I have. will be now pushed to the data lake storage. Okay. So if I go back to my previous storage, which is Power Demo, you can see that here now the contact is created. Okay. So this is what happens is when you do first time, you create the first set of data. Then you keep applying for the changes. Then you are now have the snapshots accordingly. Okay. All right. So with that being said, let me go and unlink the data. Okay. One more thing. It doesn't need to. You can also choose your entity from here, or also you can choose entity from your entities window as well. So let's say I want to add appointment. You see, it will just ask you the configure data. If I do that, the appointment will also get into the data lake. Or you want to, you can select new, which is going to redirect you to this same window. Okay, let us start from the beginning. So we already created the storage account just now. Let us go ahead and remove this already configured data lake, and let's see how we need to set up a new data lake. All right, I finish that now. I don't need to remove this anyways. So if I choose this is the new one. This is let me see whether it is completed. Yeah, it's completed. So yeah, this is a new one. If you remember, I told that no, your environment location is East US, and I have to storage account should be one of this location. What happens if I choose any other location? You're going to know. It's going to throw error. Currently, the system doesn't allow you to select. Basically, the environment, your CDS environment, your storage account should be in the same region. Okay. So, oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay, and then yeah, this is one thing. So if I go ahead and choose the new environment, so here we can choose the entity. Let's say that I will just assign and then maybe work order this time. Why it happens, so the moment we create storage account, it is taking a while to, even though it's completed, it's taking a while, like, you know, like 5 or 10 minutes to, before you create the connection, the data lake connection, the link. That's why it's doing that error. But if you try after 5-10 minutes, it's going to work. So that's all the step. The moment you choose that saving, what happens is it will show you this window, and you're going to see the test 05 here. And once you click this, you will see the account and work order in our case, which we added. Okay. So you have to make note that what happens is when you establish this, when you say new link, when you create a new link, so there is, you are literally giving a permission to read your CDS data. Okay. So what happens is in that case, your CDS data, I mean, you need to be that's why you need to be a CDS service administrator to provide to facilitate that one. Okay. So that's why you're actually granting the export of your data lake service to your storage account, something like that. And also you have to make note of it, if you are new to data lake storage, the storage, the data that we are seeing here, right? So it's basically encrypted one. So there is nothing need to be bothered about the about the security standpoint. So the file system in this Azure storage is created within a folder. Right now you can it is encrypted, and and it's when it is stored in the data lake, it's encrypted, and similarly when it's read, it is decrypted. Okay, so the technology or the model that it uses is called encryption at rest. So it's basically a encoding methodology that Azure is basically using to the data lake, for the data lake. Excuse me. Okay, so let me go back to the slides. So we'll see how the incremental is happening now, by the way. All right. So as we said, as we just shown in the, as we just saw earlier, like what happened when we added a new lead which eventually went and created a lead in the data lake. This is how it works. So what happens is, when you very first time when you create the connection, it will set up the basic CSV files, right? So which is nothing but this one. So we just added the contact, right? You can see the CSV file, right? And the next thing would be, it will take a snapshot at a certain interval of time, let's say T1 interval of time, and it will store it in the device. So it's not yet been 1 hour since we added the contact, but we can see that for account and lead, the snapshot files are already there. Okay, that's what this flow means. And this is what the interesting part is, the trickle feed, the services that has been used here. So you can see the service that's used by Microsoft to do that. Okay, so for each entities we are adding it, basically it adds a metadata for that entity, and it follows, it keeps tracks of what is happening. Okay, so that is what is recognizing this is what pushing the CDS updates, continuous updates. Either it could be creating new or updating existing lead or any entity that matters, or deleting any record, right? So that keeps, what happens is that changes, it gets pushed to the parent one. If you remember our previous, the quick demo that we saw earlier, we added a new lead. That lead was sent to the parent CSV, and the snapshot has been taken here, right? That is what this flow means. So what happens is, consumers, so what happens then next time when you do, there will be another snapshot. Okay, and again the snapshot also will have the name and the respective time, and the JSON for that, and that is what you are seeing here in this one. Okay, and if I go back, so the consumers, it could be a Power BI or it could be anything else. What they do is they get connected to this snapshots, and they can start they're building the reports or whatever services they want to do. So that's all about this architecture diagram that we are seeing here. So what happens is, why we need to do this is, why we are taking snapshot and why we are doing this continuous update, as I said earlier. So this basically provides, this snapshots provides a read-only copy of data, okay, that gets updated at regular intervals by the trickle feed. So what happens is, this ensures that at any given point of time, right, the consumers can reliably consume data without affecting the core operation, the core service, which is your CDS service. When you're having lots of users using your application, which is directly interacting with CDS, you're not going to disturb this kind of analytical or other services by exposing your CDS to this one. Okay, because you're directly consuming it from, now you're consuming it from data lake, not from your CDS. Okay, so that is the main advantage with respect to this scenario. Other than that, it is also cheaper. The cost wise, I'll just share you the license cost for the data lake storage. Other than this, the cost wise also it's quite cheaper. Okay, so and the whole process, that's how it works, right? When you let's go and explore the JSON files. Okay, before that, let's go and explore the JSON files before seeing into the Power BI, how it it typically does that. Before Power BI, we also see how to migrate this as a part of the solution. So let's quickly go and explore the data that's been put there. So if I open, these are all internal files that has been used by the trickle service to keep it updated. Okay, so if I open the account model JSON, you're going to see the same with for the account specific information only. Oops, sorry. Visual Studio. So the same thing which we saw for a complete model, instead of that, we're going to see only the accounts here. Okay, it maintains internally to keep track of the changes. And if I go to the metadata, you can see that. So each and every field or attribute, right? So that comes in part of Dynamics, sorry, the CDS is being tracked here as well. You know, option set metadata and your attribute metadata and global option set and status reasons. So all those things. Okay. So make sure the triple service is tracking your data. So that's the objective of that one. So, other than this, it's quite straightforward. Okay, these are all the structures that have been stored here. And apart from this, let me go back to the Power Apps, the CDS one. So what we can do is, as I said earlier, you can also unlink the data lake if you don't want, and you can create a new data lake as well. So, and the important thing is, you can also export this data lake configuration as part of your solution. Okay, that's also possible. So how to do that is, first you need to install a solution that's provided by Microsoft in the App Store. So if you go to the App Store and search as export to data lake, you're going to see this managed solution, which gets, we need to add this to environment. This is prerequisite to transport your data lake settings in the solution. So once you add this, you can go ahead and add a new solution, and you can just add existing, and you will see the data lake settings here. Yeah. So in that way, you will be able to that way what happens is your configuration gets added in the solution. Then you can export import solution like how you typically do it for other components in the CDS environment. Okay, people who already worked in CDS, they must be aware of that. So actually I tried having the Power BI as well. So if I show you a quick it could be any Power BI. This is just a sample, right? So basically this is just to show building a Power BI or any analytics tools on the data lake directly and fetch the data from there. And what happens is when the moment you go and do any changes in CDS, it automatically gets pushed to the snapshot, and that gets pushed to this analytics services as well. Okay, so I tried setting up this while before the demo, but unfortunately the catch is it takes 30 minutes at least to set up the permission between the permission to get reflected in the Power BI once you do that in the data lake. Okay, so I'll share the links for that as well. So how to set up that permission to get it from the Power BI to the data lake later. Okay, and this is the quick demo. As I said, it's quite basic stuff, but it's the recent one that Microsoft has released. It was preview earlier and just recently become public general available as well. And apart from this, so let's quickly jump to the pricing and licenses for the data lake. So as you can see, this is a data storage prices. This just got it from the Microsoft licensing. I can share that URL also later. So you can see now how much it cost for the first 50 TB. You can see it's really cheaper. Okay, you can see how much it costs per GB, right? It's hardly like what, 1 cent, something like that. So yeah, and you can this shows the data storage and transactional prices, and then there's also one more with respect to your data read and retrieval costs, metadata as well. All right, so by the way, if you create a custom entity, again, that is also going to be that also can be added in the data lake. You can always go here and you can manage entities, and you can see the custom entity here, and that can be shown in that will be pushed to the data lake as well. Okay. All right. And yeah, so Any questions so far? I mean, we're open for the questions now. Anything you want to see more, we can do that. Stefan, any questions so far?
Question for me. Just a quick one. Is this seems to be able to be sort of easily become an alternative for like the data export servers to Azure SQL?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Cool.
This is quite easier to set up and it's cheaper as well.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so Renga, I can see that you're how to sustain the CDS users security roles while accessing the storage account, right, for Power BI. So whatever the users that we are now exposing, the consuming the data, they should have the same security role. Like typically how you export, how you expose your data to Power BI, the same way. And anything else, please let me know, because we have plenty of time, I believe. Isn't it, Stefano?
I'm not sure if it's the same question as the last one. Are you just explaining the security rule, how you set that up?
Sorry, come again?
So you said that the user needs to have a security role. How do you set that up?
No, in CDS you set a security role, right? You don't set it separately for your data lake.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. You do have permissions and privileges to do that. I mean, like not exactly the CDS roles, but you can have a separate role assignments like this. Like, you know, for example, like in fact, to export to Power BI, this is one of the preliminary steps that to do that. Okay, you basically need to add a new assignment like this. So if you see here, you'll have all this kind of security roles. But these are all with respect to your data lake. It doesn't have directly relate to your CDS things, right? So what are the these are all gives the privileged user to how to get or read data, stop data, assets for the storages inside this storage account basically. So to get into Power BI, to get the data from Power BI, from data lake to Power BI. So there are two things that you have to do. One thing is, you have to provide the reader and data access to that specific user, which you are using it from the Power BI as well. And you also need to give in the storage blob data owner user. Okay. So let me also see what happened now to my. Oops. Just a moment. Let me stop sharing. That's my subscription ID. Okay, anyways, let me change it later. Yeah, so you can see that if you do not have that privilege, this is the error that you're going to get. I already established the permission, but it takes 30 minutes to refresh it and get it done. Once you have this, you're going to see the data lake here, and you can just build your reports on top of that. Yeah. So anything else?
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
All right, so Stefano, if there is no more questions, then I think we can I can hand it to the next speaker, or it could be a short break. So I think I have finished it 15 minutes earlier. Stefano. let's play around with that meanwhile. All right, so let me, meanwhile, you can just what we'll do is, we'll just delete this one and see what happens. Yeah, so if I go back to the Explorer now, you can see it from the new one. Oops. Yeah, you can see now it has only 11 records. So that one is deleted. So it's just happening instantly. It keeps service keep pushing the data, whatever changes that is happening in the model-driven app or your CS environment, that matters comes here. Okay, and then you can start try recently added contact, right? Let's try an added contact. Maybe I can just modify this contact information. Go back to my data lake. It does not refer to it. So you can see the name is going to be reflected right there. Okay. And let me create a new one now. Maybe this should work now. The storage account that we tried earlier in the first, at the very beginning. Let's create for that now. Hopefully it should work. Let me add a you see now it's working. So that's why I said earlier, when you add the storage account, when you try immediately, it takes a while, like give it a 5 minutes or something like that. So once you have this one, the cases is here. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Yes.
Just want to know, can we set up the time duration to sync the data?
Yes, you can set up the intervals. Let me see. Personally, I have not done that, but yeah, it's good. platform to run that tool. Let me quickly, it should be here. And this is the format that is specified, and then not here. Sorry for that. Anyways, I'll just check on that and come back to you offline.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Yes, we'll see that. And anything else? Like, let me see if there's any questions. Okay, if that's all, I think then let us wait for Stefano to come and yes. There's one more question. Any limitation is number of attributes that can be synchronized. So as of now, as of now, so if you can see, all the attributes have been added, right? I don't see any provision to choose the attributes that you wanted to select. So at the moment, so if you add no provision to choose the attribute, just select all the all the attributes of the entities. And exchange rate, in the sense like, you mean at one time when the snapshot is created, something like that? You can unmute Arvind if you want. Sorry. Okay. So this ADM has symbol. Okay. Arvind, I'm not sure about this one. What is the maximum rate of requests that can be done in per hour for the data lake storage? But if there is anyone who's expert in data lake can answer that. But I will come back to you if you wanted on this one offline. Is that okay? And Mugilan, for answering your question, so I just gone through these configurations. So what I can say is at the moment, there is no provision to customize the time. So currently it's an hour, but I think in future the updates we can expect that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So one question that's from Arvind I am to answer. So I'll get back to you, Arvind, on that one, the maximum rate of records. So if we don't have any more questions, I think yeah, I think we're done for the session. Stefano or Narayan, you're there?
Yes, thanks, Jiva.
Hey Narayan. Yeah. So thank you everyone again for the wonderful opportunity. And thanks everyone for joining today. Hope it was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jiva. Thanks, everybody, again. So we'll take a few minutes break, and then we start with the next session, which is all about ETL process using Data Factory. All right, so I'll see you in about 3 minutes. All right, time to carry on. We can say good morning to Europe. We carry on now with a very interesting session about ETL process using Azure Data Factory. Data Factory is a great tool for managing all the aspects of data extract, transformation, loading into different data sources, data repositories, including Data Lake. But we hear about Data Factory from Manoj. Manoj, you're there? You're ready to go with your session?
Yeah, hey Stefano, I'm here. Thanks for that. Yep.
Beautiful. All right, stage is yours. Let me start sharing your screen, and I start recording this session. And good luck, and we'll speak later.
Thank you. Hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, it is. Beautiful.
Yep.
Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So thanks everyone, and many thanks to the organizers Stefano, Narayana, and the Reyes for organizing such a wonderful session. So here I'm Manoj Mittal. So I'm going to present the webinar on the Azure Data Factory and how we can build ETL process, basically how we can transform our data as US data. Okay. So this little bit introductions about myself. I'm Manoj Mittal, working as a senior technical architect in the Mindtree Limited. I'm a C# Corner MVP 3-time, having a couple of certifications, and this is my blog sites and my YouTube channels, my Twitter handles, LinkedIn, my C# Corners, blogs. So you can follow me any of the particular post, and you will get a lot of updates. I keep writing on lots on the Azure Cognitive and the Power platforms. So let's move to the Azure Data Factory. So I will take a couple of minutes here. So what is Azure Data Factory and why is Azure Data Factory? Okay. So first we'll talk about why Azure Data Factory. So nowadays, if we are looking in the current world, so everywhere is a data. So all the devices are generating data. So we see the automobile industries, like airline industries, gaming industries, everywhere, and everybody wants to usage of data. So if we see now as the word of big data, where a lot of unorganized data is often stored in a relational as well as in non-relational and a lot of other storage system. Okay. So however, on its own, all raw data doesn't have a proper context or a meaning to provide the meaningful insights to the analyst who want to analyze the data scientist, or the business decision maker. So based on those data, if they want to take any decisions, it's not in that particular format because it resides in a multiple layer. So another is like big data, that's fine we have, but it's require the services which can orchestrate and operationalize the process to refine the enormous storage of raw data into the actionable business insight so that business decision maker can take appropriate action on that. Okay, so Azure Data Factory, if we say it's a cloud-based services and built for such type of complex hybrid scenarios where we can do the ETL or ELT process and we can integrate with a multiple project. So if I say the ETL, it's like first we can extract, transform, and load the data. ELT, if we say the extract, load, and transformations of the data. So as you see the definition now on the screen, so Azure Data Factory is a cloud-based data integration service used to compose the data storage, data movements, processing the service into the automated data pipelines. Okay. So moving further from these definitions, I will just take again one scenario which I'm going to cover during this entire webinar. So I will take a scenario like we have an airline industry. And this airline industry collect lot of data from all the airports and from the flights. And then what the airline industry wants, they want to capture the data and for all the flights which is going to land, from where is going to land, where is going to take off, what's the schedule, status, company data, and everybody, each airline is generating their own data. Okay, and to extract those insights from those huge randomly generated unstructured data, how we can do those things. And just what the business want to know, they want to automate this entire workflow so they can monitor, they can manage on the daily schedule basis. So that's why Azure Data Factory is such a great platform which solves such type of complex problem for us. So if we say Azure Data Factory, it's just a code-free ETL as a service process also. So no need to write any code, but it's not like that we are not code base is not available. I will show the documentation from the Microsoft. It's a very well documented and plenty of source is available. We can write a code, and If it's not required that complexity, we can use a code-free and we can set up a code-free environment also. So as I iterate here, so what is Data Factory? Data Factory is a cloud-based PaaS solutions. So whatever we are paying, we can use those services, and it's quite scalable. It's a serverless, no patching required. How we are doing in the on-premises environment, nothing is required for that. It's a data integration service, allow to integrate from the multiple sources, which we can generate and provide a common platform, which can use for a multiple reasons to make the great visualization on that particular data or any operations need to do. It just another feature, great orchestras and the automations. So Azure Data Factory having 80 plus connectors, we can define our own pipeline. So I will use those terminology which we use in the Azure Data Factory through the slides. I don't have much more on the slides, so I will just make sure I will cover those terminology. Then I will just go to the demo and get more insights. So pipelines, how we can automate and what we can add into the pipelines. So it's basically a data transformations. We can fit the data from the multiple sources into the S3 insights, data breaks. We can use Azure functions as custom codes we can write for the data transformations. Okay. Now moving next. So if we talk about ETL and ELT, so this basically in the on-premises, we are using the SSIS package. So Azure Data Factory is on the cloud service. We can using the same processing on the cloud level. So if we talk about the ETL is just a transformations that is like we can do for the data filter, lookups before loading a design for reliability and data well structured compliance. Basically that is ETL. And if we talk about ELT is transformations after loading, or once we are loading the data into the data warehouse or Azure Synapse. Or the design for agility is change the freedom to change the query on the fly as business need very frequently. That's come under Azure Data Factory. So now coming here, what's the SSIS and the ADF? So it's we all know it was working on the Azure. There is a on-premises and the online, which we said on the cloud. But I'll just want to highlight here also. SSIS, we say the more code-free transformations on the on-premises connector. Okay. So here we say the much higher scalability cloud and SaaS connector. We have an event base. We can schedule those jobs, those packages, which will trigger on its own. It can run the SSIS packages also. Now for going to the Data Factory considerations. So Data Factory is having two versions available as of now, V1 and V2. V2 is quite improved. We are not going to the V1 now because it's a totally different versions. So it's a current is a V2 and quite improved on the V1. So we have a build options. Once we need to do the coding, we can use the PowerShells, .NET, Python, REST, ARM templates. So highly integrated. We can add the CI/CD DevOps pipelines so that we can use the key wallet for storage, our credentials, monitor, automations, etc. All those things. No data storage, need to process data by the end. Okay. Security standpoint of view using HTTP and TLS is whenever is possible. So now moving, okay. So just taking one examples here, the main Data Factory element, if you see that particular component here. So once we need to process this particular component, so separate sections is there. We are going to process. So who is going to process these sections? The battery is going to fit in the particular toy. And then coming the sound is going to fit in this particular toy. So these are the activities. So who is doing all those things? Okay. So this combination of activity is called a pipeline. So this process is called an integration runtime, where all the transformation is happening. And we have a trigger. We can schedule all those integration runtime sections on the schedule basis, whatever is required. And each process is just linked, is having a connections via the linked service. So where it is, if we are using the Amazon S3 buckets, Blob storage, SQL servers, or any SD insights, so those is connected by the link services. So this is basically called the data sets, where all our data resides and which we are going to do the transformations. And this entire sections, So entire terminology, what I used here, the pipelines, activity, data sets, link services comes under the Azure Data Factory. So moving to the, it's in relation to that same slides here, we have a pipelines. As I described in the previous slides, pipelines is nothing, is a logical grouping of the activity. Okay, and activity, it's just going to connect with the data sets, so which will produce the data and consume the data from the data sets. And data sets is connected with the link services. And then link services always run on the activities. So these are the key terminologies exist here, and we should be very well clear on that to proceed on the demo. Okay, so this is, I'm going to just taking the example here. So whatever the demo I'm going to prepare, just representing here in the visualization way. We have a Azure Data Factory, where we are going to define a pipeline. Pipeline is having a integration runtime services. And then here, what examples I'm taking, I'm going to create a blob storage. Blob storage, where my all CSV file is going to upload, which will come from the different sources and store into the blob storage. And then final output, like we need to take this data, which is in a raw data or unprocessed format, where we can process the data and then put it into the Azure SQL database. And then from the Azure SQL database, if we need to do any of the further processings with respect to visualizations or any other data operations, we can do here. So how we do entire this process end to end. So if we have both the systems in place, we need to create Azure Data Factory. We need to create a blob storage for a demo purpose. We need to create a Azure SQL database and how it can connect on a runtime. We are going to create a link services here. Its link service is nothing like a connector. It's just like a connections to the blob storage. And then we need to create a link services for the SQL server, connection strings for this. And then it's going to create a data set. Okay, and here is also having a data sets. And then from one data sets, we need to move the data to another data sets. So here we have a activity, which is a copy activity. So this is a quite straightforward and simple activity I used for this demo purpose. So like we can take the data from the blob storage and put into the data sets of the SQL, which is having a link service with a SQL and going to map the data into the Azure SQL database. So it's a demo time. Let me move to the demo now. Okay, so I logged into portal.azure.com. It's so simple. I'll just create one resource here. I'll go to the Azure Data Factory. Yep. So I'll create one data factory here. I'll just give the name F02 Azure Data Factory. I'll use both versions is available. I'll use the V2. I'll use my Visual Studio subscriptions. Resource groups, I'll create new for this demo. I'll use ADF 02 as the resource group. So locations, we can use whatever the locations we need to choose. I'll just use the default one. We can just do the Git repository connections, but for this demo purpose, I'm not going to use this one. I just click the create. So it will take a couple of minutes. It will get ready. So let's wait for some time. So in the meantime, I need to create two more components. So where the Azure storage accounts as well as SQL server. So I'll create parallelly that one. Going to the home, create storage account. Click on the create. So I'll select my resource group, ADF2, storage account name, and just use the Azure storage account. I'll just leave it here. So the cool and hot. So this is quite important here, which we are going to use cool and hot. If my data frequencies, while the operations is not so frequently, we can go with the cool. If you feel like my data is we are doing quite a lot of operations, better to go with the hot. So I will leave it as is, whatever the default options, standard is okay with me. I'll just click create and review. So let it come with all the summary. once it's come, we can go ahead. We just click on the create and go ahead. It's taking a little more time here. Creating storage account.
Hi, Manoj.
Yeah. Hey.
Is it okay? I can raise some question here while you creating the.
Yeah, just wait for a couple of. Let it complete the flow. We can take a question. We have plenty time at the end.
Okay, sure.
Yep. Thank you. Usually it shouldn't take. Might be the screen sharing. It's just going on a toss. It's. Let me. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Validations has passed. Let's click on create, initialize the storage account. Yep, so let it create. I'll go to the home and create the Azure SQL also. SQL database. Yep, clicked on create. So resource groups, I'll select mine, which I'm using. Database name, I'll use ADF02 Azure SQL database. Yeah, servers need to create. I'll go back and create a server here. I'll just yes ADF02 Azure SQL server. I'll create a username SA admin, anything, just a password. Okay, this one's location is okay. Click on create. Okay. So stick to compute reasons. So I don't need this much heavy generation 5 2-week course and 32 GB storage. I will change it for this demo purpose. Quite simple one. I'll use the standard one. So it just costs 991 INR. I'm okay with that. I'll click apply. Yeah, click and review. I'm okay with this pricing. Yep. Create. So it will take a couple of minutes to provision the SQL servers and the database. So let me check quickly on the data factory which has created here. Okay. Home resource group. I have a data factory which is created here. Okay. Yep. So our data factory is. Yep, it's provision. I'll just quickly check on the Blob storage. Yep, this is also there. Okay, so in the meantime, once the SQL will come up, so we have Azure Data Factory, its provisions, Azure storage account also provident. I'll create a container and upload some files for the time being. I'll create one container name input. I'll just use the public access as a private, no anonymous, it's fine. It's INO, spell mistake, that's fine. Here, I'll just open the container. And I have already one CSV file created for this demo purpose. I'll just upload that CSV file. So I will take the flight data and just click upload. So this is the CSV file. So we can schedule from the other system. It's coming to the Blob storage or any of the storage. So at the end, we need to move this data to the SQL server. So that is our main objective. So here we created the prerequisite. Blob is ready with the CSV file. I'll just open it and quickly check the data. I'll go to the edit. Yeah. So my CSV data, it's exists here. All the flight details from where it's going to take off, where it's going to land, and country, status, departure times, and all such things are available here. Yep. So I'm good to go here. So now let me check. Still is provisioning the SQL. Okay. So this is the Azure Data Factory. So here plenty of resources is available from the Microsoft sites. So we can see to create a pipelines, create a data flows. We can create a pipelines from our existing templates or our new templates. We can create integration of SSIS package, and we can do the repository with a GitHub. And there are a lot of good videos is available here. If you want to get more insights, we can go and check it out, these sections. So in the meantime, as for the documentations, if you search for the Azure Data Factory, so it's a very well documented for the Azure Data Factory documentation. If we need to use the code base for that, like the PowerShells, .NET, Pythons, and the rest, we can use as well as ARM template. All the components with all the demos is very well available here. So you can take more leverages, more insights from this documentations. So, okay. So I'll click on the author sections. So I will just directly jump to the author. So here are the three main sections which we see. So we need to create first the pipelines. Okay. So I will just go and click and create a new pipeline. So I'll give the name to the pipelines, like we are going to take the data from the blob to the SQL. I'll just give the name blob to SQL here. Yep. So the time being, instead of save as a blank, I will put as a wait as a dummy activity in this section. It will do nothing as such. So I'll go to the data set in the next one. So the new data sets. So here as my data sets, with my source systems, we have a blob storage. So we need to take the blob storage as as a data set, and then we need to create a connections as a link service. Similarly for the SQL sites. So let me select the Azure blob storage. So in blob storage, what type of files we are going to store? We have a CSV files here. So we have other options also, we can store it. So just yep. So here I will give the name of this particular properties here, flight data CSV. So there are two options to create a linked service. Either we can create from here directly, or once I close it, we can create from here the connections. So it's up to us. So we can create before creating our data sets the connections, and then can map it with the data sets. So that's okay. So I'll just click on the new. It will just open here. Flight blob connection. So here it's connected via the integrations runtime. That is okay. We have an authentications method. So there are a couple of authentications method: account key, SaaS URI, service principals, and the manage identity. So more secure one, it's just in the industry we identified as a manage identity, but it's fine for this demo. I'm just going with the same one as your account key. I'll use my subscriptions where the data exists. What is my storage one? Storage I'm using ADF02. And we can connect, and we can just test the connection here. Yep, connection successfully. So my data set and link service has created with respect to the blob. So here we'll just need to select the file path. So as of now I'm doing just static. So it's pretty much that is available. We can make a dynamic and parameterize this section also. I'll just select this one, select the file name. I'll just first row as a header. Yeah, in my CSV file, first row as a header. If we forget here also to mention. Anyway, once we click on OK, here also we'll get in property window the same settings. We can do it again. So those sections are available. So yep. So once I did, so I'll get these connections. If I need to see what data I have stored in the blob, so here I will get the preview. So it's came in very well tabular structures. What is my data? Okay, so these are the few options. As I said, the first row as a header, if we forget there or any other, we see our CSV file is not comma separated, and using some different delimiters, we can use all these things here. Okay, let me quickly check on the SQL side. Yep, SQL also provision. I'll go to my resource group. Yeah, SQL database. So here SQL database, we have query editors. I'll click on query editor. and if we need to connect, we can connect with our Active Directory authentications or a SQL Server authentication accounts what we created. I will go ahead with this. Login as a admin. Oh, error came. Yep, that was expected because of this IP is not whitelisted. So we'll just take it and allow on the firewall side this section. I'll go back to the resource group. My SQL data and set as a firewall here. So that's we can define as per our organizational policies. So here I will just put for the demo purpose as is this one. Client service. The appropriate name so we can identify what, for which IP address we are going to allow this one. Just click save. Azure SQL database, query editor. Yep. So we got what are the tables view structure. So as of now, it's a blank, nothing is there. So we have like created a blob storage. Corresponding to that, we need to create our table structures. For that, I have created a schema. We'll just take a create tables statement instead of taking time here. So already I have created a one structures which will create a table. What are the data types and what are the columns? So these columns are not same what we have in the blob storage. So we can do the mappings while we're doing the processing of the data. So I just put intentionally the different names. I just clicked on run. Succeeded. Yep. I'll just go and refresh it. Yep. So our table has created here. So table having all the columns. So we are good to go with this. Now we go back to the again Azure Data Factory. So we have created a pipeline. In that pipeline, we have created a one data set. So this data set is going to talk with the blob storage and taking the data from the blob storage. Now we need another data set that is a SQL server, and it's going to store the data in SQL storage via the linked services. And then we need to create one activity into the pipeline which can connect the both. So new data set. I'll just select the Azure SQL database, continue. I'll give the name here, flight data, data table. It's better. Yep. So the link service, again, it's the same. We can use, create the link service from here or from here. Both options are available. So I'll just go here. SQL flight table. So integration service, Azure subscriptions. I'll select my Azure subscriptions. I'll take my server name, ADF02, database name, ADF02. Authentications, I will just select SQL authentication for this demo. I'll use SA admin, password. So it will again throw the error when I use the connections because I need to whitelist those IPs. So I just intentionally put it here to show the error and how to add into the firewall section. I'll just create a test connections before creating here. Yep. So the error came. So this error because of this particular IP is not whitelisted. I'll take it this one. Going to the ADF. Okay. Oh, sorry. I can do it from there only. Yep. SQL database here, firewall. I'll just type client service 02. So instead of coming again and again, I think this will ask multiple times. I'll just put it the range here. So again, don't take as a best practices this one, just as per your organizational policies we can define. Just click on save. Okay, I'll go back to the different tab again and just do the test connection again. Connection successfully done. I'll click on the create. So now we have our data sets, which is the blob as well as SQL. SQL, we have a table name is a flight. So I'll just click OK. Yep. So both the data set is ready. So we can preview the data, but for preview purpose, as of now, it's a blank database. We'll just click and see what's my table is having as of now. Nothing else. It's a blank table. Fine. So now we need to go to the pipeline and we need to define the activity here, which will connect the both data sets. So I'll go back here, type the copy, just select it. I'll just delete this one. It's no more required as of now. Select this section. So here we can give the name of this particular activity. It's just copy blob data to SQL. Yeah. So others activity, I'll just keep it as of now as is. Source activity. So source is what for me, CSV file is a source. Yep. And sync. So what is my destination or the sync one? It's a table structures I have. Yeah. So now next section comes for the mapping of the data. So whatever the schemas that we have in the blob or in the SQL, so we should make sure it should map all the columns properly. If not, we should map it here. So if I say import mapping, so let me show you. So these are the columns which exist in my blob storage, and these are the columns which exist in my SQL. So it's our duty before starting this process or schedule this process, we should map it data appropriately where this data should move. So the flight name is fine, it's a string. So the next my destinations point is the airport. So I need to take it the required column here. The two columns I need to map it here from where it's going to start the particular flight. So the next columns, if I say it's a airport code, so what is the airport code for the two? Next is like the which country is going to start. So accordingly, I can select the country. So similarly, another column destination where is going to land. So the flight, I'll just take it here. So similarly, here we have a airport code for the from. Yep. Here we have again the country. Now the status, flight status, here I have a column name, the status only. Yep. So the date is fine here. So that's all from here. So I will just go and validate this section. So there is no, as such your pipeline has been validated, no error. I'll just do the debugging. So it will start the process. So expected here also it will throw some errors while doing because of those IPs not whitelisted. So let it come. I'll show that error also. So you'll see it's queued up. So before doing the publish, it's better to debug this particular pipelines what we have created here. So once it's verified and it's working, then we can publish and schedule these sections. Okay, as expected, it's failed. If you see the error here, so in the error sections, again it will throw. So this particular IP address is need to whitelist. I will take it out, this one, and move it back here. Again, put the client service 03, some random number here. I will just put here 0.0. So should not prompt again to me. 255. It's okay. I'll just click on save. Yep, it's going to saved. So let me debug again this section. Yeah, it's not take more time, in just a couple of seconds. It's queued up, so it will start automatically, and data should process as per our pipeline from the blob to SQL once this process will complete. So we'll go to the SQL and validate before I'm going to publish all the activity. So we can validate. Yep, it's completed now. So instead of relying on this, it has completed. Better to go SQL. So I'll go to the SQL database, query editor. I'll again log in here. I'll type the correct password. Yep. So here if I go select source, run it. Yep. So you can see all the data has appeared here from the blob storage to the SQL now. So we need to count how many records. So approximately I have 40 plus records. Yep, 44 records now came. So we are good to go publish this particular section. I'll click on publish. Yeah, these are the components. We have a pipelines. We have a 2 data sets what we have created. Just click on publish. So once it's published, so we are ready. We can schedule and we can run it manually, this activity. So let me click on the trigger sections and try out one more time here. So once I do the manual trigger, okay, so it's running. So let it run. So we'll see how the outputs comes now with the publish one. So we have a monitors activity in system. So we can monitor which activity, which pipeline is running and how much times it's come. It will appear in some time here. And overall dashboards also, how many times we have run the activity, it will shows here also entire section. So I think we'll come back here and we'll get to know how much durations it took for that. So as this data process has completed, let me go back for the SQL section again and run it. Yep. So we'll see here it's merged the data. Okay, again we have 44 record earlier. I ran it again after the publish one. It's become 88. So there is a quite few options are available in the filtrations. It's so we can put the query. It should not duplicate the data in system. We'll select the pipelines with the activity, and here in the source, 1 minute. Mapping sync. Yeah, so while doing the syncing, we have a pre-copy script, so we can run the pre-copy script here. So we'll see delete from particular table. So whatever the data is exist, if we are doing for a duplicate data, we can remove it from here. So this is fine here. I will just validate again, and yep, no, and I will run it this sections again, and we'll see. Yeah, so the data is, I'm going to trigger manually as of now this section. So let it run. So this one, yeah, I'll go to the monitor section this time. We'll see if it's appeared there. Yep. So once I run my pipeline, so it just shows this took the 9 seconds and it's manually triggered. Like that, we can capture all the sections and we have a pretty much dashboards. It's coming out of box. It will also show, it's not refreshed till yet. That's fine. So I'll go to the SQL now and I run it this command again. Let's duplicate it again. Let me check it out. It's saved or not. It's correct. Yep, it's queued up. So let's wait for a couple of more seconds. It will process, will complete. I will just check it out again here, this sections. Yeah, so you can see that is whatever my old record, it has deleted. Now it just replaced with a new content what we have in the blob storage, right? So, yep. So that's all from my side for this demo. So as a summary point of view, so we learned here what is the blob storage we have as a data source, and we have a destination as a SQL server, and we need to move the data from the blob to the SQL, and we created a pipeline. Under pipelines, we have 2 data sets, which is one is connected with the link service of the blob. Another is a data set which is connected to the link service of the SQL, and we have added one activity in the pipelines and which is going to responsible to sync the data. So it's all similar to this sections. Okay. Yep. So I'm good with that. Thanks for joining. So Stephen and Narayan, over to you for this one.
Manoj, I have one question, Manoj.
Yep.
Will it be okay? Yep. Okay. So we are also trying to evaluate this also data factory. So we are trying to find, like, for example, I have one question on pulling the data from the dynamic or from the flat file and connecting to the local staging database to process some data, apply some logic, then push into the dynamic, right? So this, using the Azure Data Factory, we can connect to the on-premises Oracle DB. Will it be supported?
Yeah, so that is also there. I think it's isolated or somewhere we can create the Azure Data Factory on the the Azure IS platform, which can connect with our on-premises database. Yep, that options is there.
Okay. So, and if the recorded session is available, I need to go through again.
Yeah, definitely. The Stefano and the Narayan, the organizers will share the recordings.
Thank
and
you.
As well as this deck also what I have created, it will be available for the future things. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Great session.
Thank you.
I also looking for various transformation available with this Azure Data Factory. So the document link, can you provide the document link here in the chat window? I can go on.
Yeah, so it's very well. If you'll just type the document Azure Data Factory, you will get a very well documented from there. Entire sections is there. I'll just put it that link in the chat window. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
hope you received this one.
Thank you, Manoj.
Filters. Yep. Welcome. So yeah. So this applies a filter. So it's again like the transformations of the data. For examples, we are getting the date and we need just years or a month. So same when we are defining the prescripts. So that sections in the sync and source also we can define the so just all the our queries as it's just a filter like how we are defining the Excel formulas. So it's a similar way expressions we can define and we can filter the records. Yeah, it's questions to the Shanmuga Raja. Yep.
Yeah, I can ask questions. Thanks, Manoj. Actually, I have a few questions. This can be done using copy data or some other components need to filter things.
See, copy data is just an activity. Filter is not an activity. We can define the expressions. So expressions we can define at a source level also, or as well as destinations where we are defining the, when we are doing the copy data activity, in that activity when we are going to do the sync, so that time we can define our own expressions.
Okay.
And most of these transformations, right? So we use, as I demonstrate, like my data for it. It's just a simple demo to give the awareness. So if the data is coming from the multiple sources, at the end we are getting data into the SQL server. So we have a lot of freedom to do all the data transformation or consolidations at the SQL level. We can write our own stored procedures and do the manipulations, create a required data table structures. For example, if we are talking about multiple devices which is generating huge data like gigabytes and the petabytes, but for the visualization we don't need that much of data. Might be some MBs of data which is relevant data is required. So such type of transformations we can do. It's always recommended heavy transformation do on the SQL sites only.
Okay. And it is possible to export the mapping of fields. Actually, you have done that mapping, right? It is possible to export that mapping sheets.
Export to mapping sheets. What do you mean export to mapping sheets is here?
No, you have done that mapping of
Yes.
source and sync, yeah?
Yep.
It is possible to export that one actually.
No, export means, yeah, that's why I'm saying export means what here, because they are giving the freedom. We can just take a look the columns and map it here within a system itself and store it. If we want to export what we want to
No, actually, now I come to the point. Actually, we are connecting dynamic CRM and Oracle database using Data Factory, and we are using the Fetch XML as a source actually, and every time we change any attribute in the Fetch XML, it's immediately we require to manually map everything actually. For example, if it is 150 fields, then each time when Fetch XML modification done, then immediately we okay. Whether it is possible to export the field map already done, and minor changes can be done and import to the system, it's possible.
Yeah, definitely. If we go with a code base, the sections, what are the code bases available? So everything is possible. We can just make it dynamic there. But if you're going with just a out of box as a code free activity, so that's we need to do in system itself. But that is very well possible. We can extract and define dynamically in our code base.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Mans.
Okay. Yeah, so if it's done, so Stephen or Narayan, if you are here, so I think I'm good to close the sessions now.
We are here, Manoj, yes, and we're watching this session that was really, really interesting. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with the community. Great session. As usual, this has been recorded and we'll be sharing on a YouTube channel. So follow the 365 Saturday portal and social networks. So we'll do some more communication in the next days where the session are shared. We are ahead of time, which is great. It's always an opportunity. We've been back to back on a lot of sessions today, great content. So we actually have the opportunity to take a 15-minute break. So I'm going to shut up and leave you guys to take that 15-minute break, and then we'll regroup again with Wagner speaking about API management. All right, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, ready when you are, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, 50 minutes, great is fine. And then we can start.
Cool. right, as we get back to the event, is a few more minutes before the next session. What I'm going to do now is actually putting one more time here we go, the agenda on screen. So you see we are already progressing, we are halfway through the event. As it's getting late here in Melbourne, I'm going to take a break for now and hand over as a host to Narayan for the rest of the day. Narayan, if you're there, can you just introduce yourself, do the usual welcome to the audience, and then you'll be the host for the, say, European day.
Hi, Stefano. Can you please confirm if you can hear me okay?
Yes, beautiful.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you very much for taking care of this event since start, and we really appreciate that it's too late for you now, and you well deserve this break as well. So just to quickly introduce myself, Narayan Solanki. I work as solution architect in cloud technologies as well as business applications like Dynamics 365. And I will take care of this event going forward now. So yeah, are we all ready for the next session?
I think we are. So it's Wagner here.
Fantastic, thank you, Wagner.
So you want me to share my screen and we can go?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So without further ado, if I hand over to you and you can share your expert knowledge with us, that would be great. Thank you.
Mate.
Don't forget to start recording the session, please.
So when you start recording, just let me know, right, and then I can go.
We'll do it, yeah. We'll do it on our end. Thanks, Wagner.
Yeah,
okay.
So I'm kicking off recording now. So Wagner, over to you.
Okay, thanks, mate. So good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. So my name is Wagner Silveira, and I'm going to be a presentation about API management, talk about some tips and tricks with advanced policies. A little bit about me. I'm the principal integration architect at Tita. I'm Microsoft Azure MVP for the 4th year in sequence. We all received our renewals yesterday, so you probably saw lots of people talking about how humble they are in be part of that community. I'm one of them. I'm also MCSC Cloud Platform and organizing of some user groups here on the Asia Pacific. I'm organizing of the Auckland Connected Sister user group. There is a group focused on integration and Azure here in Auckland, New Zealand. And also Integration Down Under, there is a series of webcasts run it from a mix of Australian and New Zealand time zones, right? If you want to get in touch with me, I always on Twitter on WSilveiraNZ, or you can get in touch through the email wagner.silveira@noteyourself.tech. And I have a blog that is reasonably actual, so I keep writing on that, called https://noteyourself.tech. The agenda for today, I'm going to do like a quick API management introduction for people that might not be used to the technology yet. I'm going to explain a little bit what is policies. So why policies are something that is quite interesting and makes API management an interesting tool. How those policies are executed so we can take the best out of them. Talk a little bit about policy expressions that takes those policies to the next level, allow you to be quite dynamic. and show some tips, tricks, and samples. After that, I'll just wrap up with a little bit of a takeaway. So if I could define API management in one slide, API management came to help two classes of developers that need to interact, right? You have API publishers, people that is like writing APIs, and you have application developers, people that needs probably to consume those APIs. On one side, the API publishers are writing those APIs on a whole set of different technologies. They can be using Kubernetes, they can be using Service Fabric, Logic Apps, Function. They can be writing old code still on WCF. They can be using Java or a whole lot of different things. On the other side, application developers, they are really interested in using those APIs to write first or third party applications, right? Either they part of the same team inside of a company and they need to consume those APIs to create a product for other people, or they wanted to get a mashup of APIs from different companies and creating those fantastic applications, right? Part of that audience is coming from business solutions, so they used to connecting things from different places to creating those applications together. So API management come to kind of close that gap between those two. They have basically three main functions. On one side, they're going to be allow the API publishers to, through Azure Portal and today through the VS Code, publish those APIs in a centralized location with a more uniform representation of those APIs so people can easily discover and consume that, and also allow those API publishers to deal with things like versioning, authentication and authorization, caching, and a whole lot of things like that. On the other side, it's going to help the application developers to discover and consume the APIs that those API publishers put it together, right? In a easy way to use that without you having to sit beside the app developer and teach them to use those APIs. So that's what the developer portal from the API management gives to you. And it's all good for us to have something published on one side and consuming it on the other one, but there is always the time where those applications is actually deployed and you need something to mediate that connection, right? So this is what the gateway does. The gateway is the actual runtime of the API management that gets all that configuration that you do on publish and allow the developers, after they understood the APIs and put it inside their applications, when they do a request to any one of those APIs, to say, yes, you have the right to use that API because you have the right keys for that. You didn't blow up your quota yet, so you can continue consuming. And behind the scenes, I'll change the way that API is represented in the front end to the way that the applications are actually expecting to receive that. So in a nutshell, in about 2 minutes or so, this is what API management is in 3 blocks, right? Part of that mediation is based on a set of configurations that you do inside API management. And those configurations are called policies. So what are those policies? Basically, they are a way to either mutate the request or the response, to mutate that context, or to change the API behavior. By default, that API is, or one of the operations is behaving in a way, but depending on external factors, you can change that. Sometimes the request for that API needs to be modern, like a JSON, but behind the scenes, that API still consumes legacy code like WCF and XML. So doing that transformation or changing those contexts is what the policies are there for, among other things. So what the way that these policies do is encapsulate in a set of common API management functions, like access control, allowing you to protect your API without having to write code on the back end, protecting the API against abuse, for example, only allowing people to call that X number of times every 60 seconds or 90 seconds or something like that, doing those transformations that we talk about, creating caching, so you don't have to hit the backend all the time. And the way those policies work is chained together into a pipeline. So actually what you do is you get snippets of policies that you put together and create the policy that is specific for your API or specific for your operation. It's applied at a variety of levels, right? So what we have on policies, and we're going to be discussing that in a minute, is the policies can be written at various levels inside the hierarchy of API management. You can write it at a global level, you can write it at an API level, at the operation level, you can write it at what a special middle layer that is called product, and you're going to understand that in a minute. And the other thing that we have is that those are the policies can be writing when the request is coming from the front end before it hits the back end, or after you receive the backend response before you send it back to the requester, right? So it can be set on the inbound direction or the outbound direction. And it also can be triggered when you have an error. So if some kind of error happens either on the inbound direction or on the outbound direction, you can have specific triggers to deal with that error and either put a different type of message there or put more information if you want. So how those policies are executed? We talked about those scopes, so let's understand a little bit more what they are. So first you have a global scope. That means that whole API management instance, right? When you creating when you deploy API management into Azure, we call that an API management instance. And you can create a global scope, or because of that, you can create policies that applies to every single API, every single product, and every single operation inside that API instance. Then after that, we have another level that's called product. The product from API management point of view is a group of API together that are either delivered to clients as a bundle. If you have access to a product, you have access to all the APIs inside that product, right? So that is really good if you either selling APIs to third parties, because you can create different offers. You can say my basic offers has 5 APIs from my group, and you can use that 1,000 calls per month, where my premium offer has my 10 APIs, all the APIs that I have available, and you can use that 5,000 times a month, or you don't have limits on that. And the way that you decide for the same API what is the extra functionality that you're going to give to different clients is via those products. Then, as I said before, you have the API layer, right? So you can create a policy that is applied to all the operations of an API. And of course, you have each one of the operations. So when you're talking about operations here, we're talking about either a get, a post, a put, or a delete inside each one of the past in your API. To give an example, at the global layer, you could have, for example, your logging policy. You could define how you're going to be doing the log, or you could have your course policy, how you do the cross domains scripting. At the product level, as we discussed before, you could put stuff like your rate and your quotas. So how many times you can hit in a number of seconds, and what is the maximum size that you can have on that duration. You can have, for example, JWT validation, so your OAuth validation at an API level. And you can have like caching, URL, or the body transformations at the operation level. Just as an example, right? You can move those things around, but just to give an idea of what kind of policies we could have and where those policies could sit, this is an example. So if you think something like a request that is get to a full API on a bar operation using a key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. The key is what defines a product. The key is always associated to a product, right? So we identify which product you are because you pass in a key associated to that product. The /full indicates the API at this place, at this stage. So anything after full is going to first hit the API operations, or the API policy, sorry. And /par would be here. But, and probably that is kind of the first tip on all of that. When I first saw that, until I have to actually use it for real, I thought that each one of those policies were kind of applied, as I see in here, in different boxes. So you only see the global, and if you pass the global part, then you can start seeing the product policies, and after you pass the product, then you can see API, and then you could see the operations. In reality, actually, it's not exactly how it works. When you receive that get full bar with key blah, the API management first find out which operation I'm talking about, which API, which product, and which instance of the API management I'm hitting, and it combines all those policies in one big set of policies, and that's what's called the effective policy. Why I'm talking about that is because later on, we're going to have one of the tips that I'm going to give you is, because of all of this, you should be able to actually know which operation, which API, which product you are at any of those levels, and you can use those information to actually change the behavior of the API management execution at that level. Before we talk about tips and tricks, let's talk a little bit about policy expressions. Right? So what is a policy expression? Is a bit of C# snippets using within the policies. So those policies are so powerful that actually is not just a set of configuration that you can put there. In some cases, you can actually run a little bit of C# script inside those policies, and that makes them extremely dynamic. Those policies are going to have read-only access to the request context. So all the information from the request, the body, from where it comes, what is the headers, what is the JWT token that you have associated, all that set of information, you have access in a read-only way. It can use a set of whitelisted .NET types. So you can actually, you don't have access to the full .NET, but you have access to a good chunk of things that allow you to actually write those codes. And with all of that, it allows you to dynamically configure or conditionally execute the policies. So you can have things like choose if I have this particular header, run this bit of the policy, otherwise run that other bit of the policy, because I have access to all of that information and I can dynamically run that. So you can see how powerful all of that is. The other thing that is quite interesting is you can get policy expressions and put that, the actual policy expression, in a bit of the configuration inside API management called named values. As the name says, that is kind of a name value lookup table where you can store configurations that is accessible API management wise. But for example, if you wanted to create something that is current date time, instead of writing that policy everywhere, you can simply write the policy, the C# snippet for the get date time in a particular time zone, put that against a name value, and simply refer to that instead of having to remember how to write that everywhere. And later on, if you say that now my policy needs that value to be date time -1, then you only have to change it in one place instead of having to change it across all your policies. So as you see, policies are something that is extremely helpful and extremely powerful inside API management, and changes a little bit how the definition of those APIs work, right? And that's what makes API management really, really powerful. What I'm going to do from now is I'm going to show you a number of the samples and give you some tips and tricks that I found during my time with that. Right, so let's talk about some tips, some tricks, and show some samples. My first tip on that area is, as we saw before, we have a policy that is related to caching. But first thing that you think about cache is, I'm going to be doing a call to the request, and I'm going to be caching that request or that response based on some values, and then I don't have to go back to the API management anymore, right? But you can use cache for much more than just restore results from the backend. So you can use cache for things that can be, for example, hard to compute. Like if I needed to generate a particular type of key to use against a backend, instead of doing that every time that I hit that API or hit that operation, I can actually cache that and let it expire after some time. So when I receive different calls, I don't have to run through all that computation again. We saw just before that you can actually write C# code inside the policies, right? But I don't want it to be running that C# code if I don't have to, because there is more processing that I needed to take out of my request. And you want the request to go back to the backend as fast as possible, otherwise you're adding latency. So in this case, you can use cache to store things that would make your processing before you hit the backend, or to store the response from the backend and making sure that you don't have to do the round trip. Okay, so that would be the first tip. Use cache for more than just store results from the backend, and we're going to see an example in a minute. Second tip would be use policy expressions to dynamically create content during runtime. So some of the stuff that maybe you needed to push to the backend system just because you couldn't do that before if you're not using API management, you can now do on API management and let your backend system running a little bit more vanilla. That they only do the stuff that it really needs to do, and some of the things that you needed to do that might be used for some clients but not the others, you can push into the API management. The third one that is quite interesting is you can actually execute other calls than just the backend request, right? So by default, if you're thinking about a proxy between my request and my client and my backend, which is what usually API management is seen from outside, I would say the only thing that I do is I receive a request, I get that request, I push it to the backend, I receive a response on that backend, and I push it back. Maybe I do some transformation, maybe I do some protection code, right? Or things like that. But you actually can do a call to another system before you can actually do the call to the backend. And the demo that we're going to show here gets a little bit of those three tricks and put them together on that. So what we're going to do is, I have a system where my client has some time of authentication, in my case, just the normal API key, just for demo purpose, but my backend needs to receive an OAuth token. My client cannot give me this OAuth token because he doesn't know how to talk, or he doesn't have the ability to talk to that identity provider. But I can, on the fly, generate that OAuth token, which means that I have to make a call to the identity provider. I can cache that value, so I don't have to run it all the time. And I can verify if I have a valid OAuth token on cache instead of running all that code, right? So let's see how that works. Okay, so what we have here is the API management for those that doesn't know how that looks, right? And on the side, you have access to the APIs. So it's here where you can create a new API. You can see that when creating those APIs, you can connect to a whole lot of different services, or you can create a blank API to connect to a service that you provide. Okay, we're not going to explore that because the focus of the session is actually talked about the policies. But at some stage, if you want, we can have a 101 session on API management itself. So on that one, what I'm going to show you is I have an API called OAuth backend sample. And in here, I have an operation called login, right? And inside that operation, I have my inbound processing area. As I said before, you have the bits where you can do the inbound inject policies on the inbound direction. I have my backend where I go to a backend endpoint, and I have an outbound processing where if I need, I can go and run other policies. Okay, so the policies looks like that. And before I actually show you it here, I show another tip. That is, for those using Visual Studio Code or are interested on Visual Studio Code, API management also have an extension, right? So if you search for Azure API Management as an extension. What that's going to give you is the ability to have an Azure tab where it shows all the subscriptions that you have associated to your current credentials. Inside each one of those is going to show you if it exists the API management instances associated to that, right? So that API management instance that you saw a minute ago is that W Silveira consumption. And here you can see that we have a set of APIs and I have the global policy, as I said before. You have those name values and you have those products, right? So it's a better representation of that hierarchy. If I open the APIs, they show me the list of APIs that I have. Install that, include that OAuth backend sample. And if I come here, I can see my API level policy or my operations with their own policies. On any of those levels, I can actually click on the policy and it's going to show here with a nice set of code. And you can also have in here IntelliSense, right? So you can find the policies and it's going to create like the basic policy to you. So you should be able to like just complete. So it gives you a lot of guidance on that, okay? If I make changes to that and I click on save, it's going to ask if I wanted to upload it directly to API management. So now, don't do that because you don't tempting the demo gods. So now what we're doing with this is I have the ability to, on my local machine, just working on Visual Studio Code, make changes on the APIs or on the API management policies, save and have all of that reflected on the instance straight away. Make it a little bit bigger. So that is probably tip 0. If you can, use the Visual Studio Code the Visual Studio Code extension because it gives you a lot of good stuff. Okay. So back to that example, what we have here is, as we said before, I have a set of inbound policies. I have the call to the backend, and then I have a set of outbound policies and the policies that are executed on the error. Okay. On that example, what I have is when I don't have, first I try to find on my cache a key called bearer token. If I have, put that on the bearer token variable. Then when I don't find that variable, I'm sending a request to a specific URL, right? And see that thing here with this double quotes or double curly brackets, that is actually a name value. If I come down here and look for name values, I should have OAuth server authorization server. If I double click and edit the name, I'm going to find what is the value for that, right? Funnily enough, it's just a OAuth2 token endpoint because I'm trying to get an OAuth token for that. Then what I'm doing is I'm doing a send request to that URL with a method post with a header called content type with this value and with this body. And here, what I'm doing with those add sign, what I actually doing is writing client ID with the client ID that I stored on name values, scope with that scope, client secret, and the grant type of client credentials. So as you can see, I'm writing a body on the fly with data that I have on my name values. Then I send in a request to that endpoint, and I put in the response on a variable called access token results, right? Then after that, what I'm doing is I getting the body of that access token into another variable. I getting just the bearer token value into this other variable. I set in a token duration in seconds. Then I putting that in the cache, right? That one shouldn't be here. It's just doing that again was me showing that in the last presentation that I did about that. Then now that I have this on that variable called bearer token, I set in the authorization for my backend with the value of bearer, but that value. Then I call my backend service. So if all of that works, what it actually does is getting that, putting into the backend, putting the authorization against the backend, sending the call to the backend. If it accepts the OAuth token, it comes back with 200. If it doesn't accept the token, then it would come back with 401 with an error. What I'm doing on the outbound, if I receive a condition of 401 or a condition of 403, that means that that token is not valid. There is no reason for me to keep that value. So I go and just remove the cache value. Okay. So with that, you can see how powerful that thing is. How can I test that? I can come here to the OAuth pack sample, and I can say a test operation. It's going to create the items here. I just need to find a subscription key. And I'm going to get a subscription key. It's one of the few things that we cannot get directly from here, but I can get a subscription key for from this. Actually, not going to tempt fate. I'm going to get this one here. So this is another fantastic tip from the API management tool. What I'm doing here is basically I'm sending a post request to this endpoint, which is my API management endpoint, with that subscription key as a header and that tracing as another header. If I click on send request, it executes. Takes a little bit to run. Did I click on send? Ah, there we go. And it come back with a 200, which means that it worked, right? But if I wanted to know what happened behind the scenes, I can go and look at the trace. I could do something like get that value. And if I execute that is REST client. Send a request, Control Alt R. Then this is also quite powerful. What that does, it shows you everything that is executed inside those policies. So each one of the policies that you created there, it's doing here, right? So if you can find, it executed the cache lookup, and then It tried to find, since it couldn't find the value, not context was set to true. It did the set method, the set header, the set body. Then it did the send request for this. Received this value back, right? A token type para, blah, blah, blah. Then it set a whole lot of variables until it has just the token. And just to prove that that's the token, just taking a look at the time, still okay. Just to prove that that's the token, if you go to there we go, is a JWT token coming from this place with just very simple values. Right? Then they did all the tests, set the header as authorization bearer, send it to the backend, receive a 200 back, and send the response back to us. So as you can see, the policies can be kind of complex to understand sometimes and kind of complex to debug, but this trace ability allow you to actually see exactly what happens on each one of the other steps. In the future, the API management team is planning to actually create the debugging on the policies, right? And that is going to apply to the full set of policies, as we said before. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. That was the first demo and seems like it worked. I hope that you guys enjoyed that one. Next tip that I have to you is sometimes you wanted to do things differently on the back end, depending on what type of client, but you don't want it to give the client the ability to put that information there because they can kind of abuse this, right? But this is kind of a really simple way for you to use the API management policies as a way to say, if you're coming from a group of clients, do something in the middle to let the backend know that it's coming from client A, B, or C. Or if it's coming from that other set of clients, then let it know that it's different. Okay? We're going to be showing that with a really simple demo that is injecting specific headers based on a product. So far, we only explore the policies inside the API. Now we're going to go one level up on that list and apply that to a product for all the operations that is associated to that product. Okay? So if I come back here on API management, what I have is an API called conditional log, right? That API is connected to a logic app. So here you can see that you can connect, you can use a whole lot of different things with API management. And that logic app is extremely simple. What it does is when I receive a request, if that request have a header call log enabled, mimic log, right? I just composing here, but that imagine that that is actually a log. Otherwise, do nothing. But don't wait to reply to the endpoint before I do that. Do send a response and then log. What we have on this side is I have a set of products, right? And I have a high privilege product and a low privilege product. The high privilege product is like my high-end product, so that one has more access to more stuff, including this log, right? So if you go back to Visual Studio Code and look now not at the APIs, but to the products, oh, refresh. Come on, demo gods. Just refresh at that level here. You guys still there?
Yes, Ragnar, we are still here and can hear you clearly.
Okay, seems like my Visual Studio died a little bit. Let's come back to here, to the products. So I'll look at that, the products. I'll look at the policies on that product. And one of the policies that I have is when the log is enabled, if I using that product, add the header log enabled. Okay. So in this case, what we're gonna do is, if I go to my API and click on the conditional log and do a test, so you can do the same things that we were doing there on the API management Visual Studio extension here on the portal. So I'm going to execute that one, that post, adding a body saying hello world, Azure today. And I'm going to be using the high privilege product. So if everything goes fine, when I send this, I'm going to receive back just reload word with 200 OK. And if I go to my Logic app, and look at this, because I have that header, I add a hello world Saturday. Okay. Then I'll do exactly the same one, but I'm going to be calling the low privilege product and send it again. Still should receive a 200, but if I come back and look at the response at 801, I didn't run my compose because the response for that was false. I don't have that header. So you see that the request didn't insert that header. Who inserted the header was the product. So you have a way to deal with that there. Okay. So that was my second tip. You can use products to aggregate stuff that is specific to a certain number of the clients. You go back to the presentation. My last tip for today is the policies are always executed at the operational level. What I mean for that is exactly that idea of having a group of policies that understands the whole context where you are, no matter where you write that policy. So you're going to understand that better with this example here. What I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to be dynamically authorizing certain operations based on the products that it comes, right? We have 10 minutes, so I should be able to show that to you. On this last demo, I have an API called Privileged API, and I have a set of operations. So that get allows anyone to access the operation. The post high privilege, it's only allowed for the high privilege. That one is for the low and the high, and that one should be not be accessible for anyone because it's not registered yet. The way that we work, that I work with this is, if I go to my design, if I look at the policies, what I'm doing here is telling what is the product that I'm connected to, then get a special set of a value from name value called privilege API roles, right? Let's take a quick look at that value. This privileged API roles is a set of JSON that says all access operations can be accessed to all products. The low privilege operation can be accessed by the low privilege product and the high privilege product. And the high privilege operation can be accessed by only the high privilege product. So I create a map between the operations that I have available and the products that I have available for that API. With this, now, if I go back to the API, what I can do is I can write a piece of C# code, right? That by default it says don't allow, get what the ID of my product, which is exactly those values, the high privilege, low privilege product, get the name of my operation, then get that privilege API role, break down in tokens, and see if I have either the value all on my list for that operation, or if I have the name of the product. If I have that, return allowed. Then respond. When that variable, operation allowed, that executes that code, says not allowed, return 403, return an error. Otherwise, just continue. Okay? And on that one, what I'm gonna do is just going to add here one more thing. I'll put a return response with a 200. Need any other headers? So if all of that work, right, if it's allowed, it's going to return 200 with hello Azure Saturday. Otherwise, it's return a response with a 403. Okay? Then I'll save that. And let's do some tests. I'll test the get all. With the low privileged. I receive 200 is all fine. I'll test the high one with the high privilege product. Sorry, with the low privilege again. And I receive 403. Sorry, you can't. But if I test with the high privileged, I receive 200. And just to finish that one, if I get the unregistered API, doesn't matter what product I call, it returns 403 because that one is not available to user it yet. I have a whole blog post about that particular one, right? And I don't want us to focus too much on the functionality of that, but also mainly the ability of what the policies can do for you. So since we're getting close to the end, if you come back here, the takeaways that I would like you to take out of this is the first one, poly expressions, as you can see, is a very powerful tool, right? There is a whole lot of things that you can do with that, and you can actually make the API management your best friend when controlling how your APIs are being working. Pushing some of the stuff that you would have to customize or write on your client just for on your backend just for some clients into that place, into API management. So the product, exactly because the product's policy allow you to conditionally inject APIs, inject policies on the API. So now you can say, if I come in from a group of clients, I have that extra tests or that differentiation, and I can do that differentiation using policies on that level. And although policies are written at different scopes, they are always rendered first, put together at the operation level. As you see on that one thing that I didn't mention is the whole policy was written at the API level. But at that level, I know what is the product name was and what is the operation name was, right? So that proves that although I have different policies in different places, I still am able to get all the context around a request on all the levels of that policy. And because of that, write the policy always at the highest scope that is possible to avoid having to write the code twice. So on that one, I needed the API policy. I needed the policy to test if the operation was associated to a product. But I wrote at the highest level possible, that was the API, right? So I couldn't write it twice, one for each one of the operations, or twice, one for each one of the products. So I have a set of resources. I'll give you kind of a minute if you wanted to the print screen, or after we finish this, I'll put those 3 links at the at resources. The first one is the root for Microsoft talks around API and policies. The second one is the link directly to API policy expressions, right? So you can go there and find more information about those policy expressions that we discussed. And the third one is my blog post about that example that we just showed on the last demo with more details there, if you're interested on that. And with that, thank you very much. We have another 3 minutes for questions, but I can stay on during the interval to respond questions on the chat. And if you wanted to get in touch with me, it's just repeating some of my contact information. And that's it.
Thank you, Ragnar. It was really good and informative session. I kind of glued to my seat.
Do we have any? Do you know if you have any questions, or
I'm looking
there was
at
any questions on the
chat window, and I haven't seen any question. And I'm sure, like me, everyone pretty much glued to the seat and looking at this exciting demo. Very informative. And yeah, we will still wait for more questions to come. We got 15-minute break coming up as well before Joe comes and joins us with his next session, Microsoft Azure for Dummies. So we've got one question, Ragnar.
I just saw my first question here. If we have policies at 2 different levels, what's going to happen is the policy at the lowest level is going to win, because you're going to try to apply that and then try to apply it again. So in the end, the one at the lowest level is going to win. Thanks, Santosh, for the question.
Thank you, Ragnar. Can you hear me now?
I can, mate.
Fantastic.
Hopefully that's all gone. Was recorded okay.
Yeah, it's recorded, and I'm still keeping the recording on if someone has a question, so we can cover that up. But the session was really good, very interesting. Thank you, Ragnar, for all these demos and tips and tricks. Azure API management is one of my favorite subjects as well, and I really liked it as well. And I'm sure all the attendee has same feeling as well.
Thank you. All right. Seems like we
where
get.
Where can I find? Sorry,
go ahead.
Where can I find the record? Where can I find the recording?
Okay, so the recording will be available on YouTube. Currently, we are streaming on YouTube, which is Powerthon 365 Saturday. We will share those links online as well, so you can grab those recordings and re-review those sessions as well. I'm sure it's a lot of things to take on in this short time, so recordings are very useful, and we will definitely share it. Make sure to submit your feedback so we can collect your contact details and we can definitely contact you back. Also, make sure to submit your question if you are not able to ask now, and you have the questions maybe later on. We have provided that forms as well. Ragnar, do you have anything to say?
No, I just going to put the those resources, those 3 resources that I had, I'll put in on the chat window now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, just try not to paste with the. Okay, I'll be putting that in a minute. It's just a really big fonts for now. Need to go to our friend Notepad++ to clean it up first. There we go. And if and also put my contact details here on the chat window. If anyone needs to get in touch or have other questions, I can also reply to that. Excellent. I usually on Twitter, and so I just put that one there. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, Ragnar. So we're going to have 15 minutes break, but if you do have any question, please feel free to put it in the chat window. If you are watching online, sorry, Ragnar?
I'm going to stay online for a little bit more, so if anyone has questions during those 15 minutes, then it's fine. After that, it's already almost 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock here in New Zealand. I have to put the kids to bed.
Sure, please do so.
Thank you.
And if you are watching online on YouTube, and if you are putting questions there, we are monitoring, so please feel free to post your question either on chat window in Teams or YouTube, or after event, you can still use Q&A form to send your questions, and we will revert back to you in email. Thank you.
So I have one question. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Quick question. So on YouTube, what channel? What do I need to type to be able to see this session?
Sure. Let me bring it up on the screen.
Okay. Thank you.
I just added to the to the meeting chat.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. And you can see on screen as well. So it's a channel called Powerthon.
Hi, I'm James Phillips with Microsoft, and I'm here in London at the Dynamics 365 Saturday Hackathon. It's an amazing event. We've got currently 12 of these planned around the globe. It's a free event put on by our MVPs in the community. It's a place for everyone, users, people who are interested in Dynamics 365, Power Apps, Power BI, Microsoft Flow, the Common Data Service, to come out, experience these technologies firsthand, get some hands-on tutorials, and really get a feeling for what's possible.
It's been a great event. There's been some really interesting speakers, and it's been a fantastic opportunity to network with lots of people.
I think there's been a lot of expertise from the community on show here. I think we're in the region of about 180 people, so really worthwhile and a big investment from the community. So a lot of expertise and really worthwhile.
Community events like Dynamics 365 Saturday really help our community of consultants, employees, partners, and customers grow. And so events like this are great because everyone comes here to learn, to teach, and to really help the community itself become more vibrant and self-sufficient.
It's great to work with a bunch of people that are so excited to really grow the community and get more involved with Dynamics 365.
It's just been brilliant. I've had people come up and say, it's really different here, isn't it?
It's incredible to see how the community gets together, and the fact that this happens on 12 different locations around the world just makes it unique for the Dynamics 365 community.
I encourage you to look into Dynamics 365 Saturday, 365saturday.com, and I hope to see you at the next show.
Welcome back. So moving into our next session, it's a Microsoft Azure for Dummies. Joe, are you ready?
I am indeed. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Fantastic.
Right.
The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Narayan. I will share my screen now and we can make a start. Okay. Is that coming through okay?
Yeah, everything looks good.
Perfect. Okay, well, thank you. So yeah, really pleased to be here today. the sort of aim of the session this morning is just to sort of talk through some of the basics around Microsoft Azure. If it's something that you've not really looked into before, you're still sort of scratching your head in terms of what it can do, how it can benefit you from a Dynamics 365 standpoint. So this session will hopefully try and cover that off, and we'll do a bit of a Q&A at the end just to wrap things up. So I'll give you a bit of an overview first of all. We'll talk through some of the fundamental concepts when it comes to working with Azure for the first time. So, for example, the portal, how subscriptions, resource groups, etc. works and things like that. We'll sort of share some sort of general tips and tricks in terms of things to sort of point you towards that's going to help you along as you get started. Then at the end, if you have got any sort of burning questions, burning issues, it'd be really great if we can sort of discuss this on the call, unmute, or in the Teams chat, just fire in your questions. We'll try and get those answered towards the end as well. So a little bit about me on the slide here. So I run a very small Microsoft Gold partner based in the UK. So we focus mainly on sort of consultancy and managed services around the whole Power Platform, Azure, obviously, which is why I'm speaking about it today, obviously, and also bespoke application development as well. So I work primarily with Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. Got various sort of certifications in there. I won't sort of drone on about those in too much detail. For my sins, I'm also a Prince 2 project manager and a certified Scrum Master. So typically I'll be involved both in terms of as a developer and also as potentially as a project manager on the projects that I'm on as well. I'm also involved as part of the official user group for Dynamics 365. We've got our next virtual meeting happening at the end of the month, so be sure to check that out if you want to get involved. But yeah, I don't want to talk about me. I want to make this session about you guys. So I'm really keen just to hear now on either on the sort of the Teams chat or on the YouTube chat. Okay, what is your current experience level with Azure, and what are you hoping to get out of today's session? It'd be really great if you could just sort of in the chat now, just let me know, because we want to try and tailor this around what you need the most, really. So just give people just a few seconds just to get it in the chat. Okay, so Carl's saying hi Carl, you don't really understand subscriptions. Okay, so we can cover that off today, talk about the various different subscriptions. David, security, so yep, so we can talk through in terms of how the Azure AD sort of works and things like that. That'll be a good subject for us to dive into. Oh, key vaults. Okay, yeah, so we can talk about key vaults, API management, how to grant access to the resources. Okay, so these are all relevant subjects that we can sort of talk about. API management is a very big subject, particularly if you're working things with logic apps as well and things like that. Using key vaults with application lifecycle management. Okay, so DevOps and stuff like that. So I can touch upon that at the end. I've been doing some work recently with that in terms of how you can get them into templates and then deploy them out using DevOps and things like that. Securing APIs. Okay, great. Okay, so maybe towards the end of the session, then we can look at some of the specific API type subjects. That seems to be quite popular at the moment for good reason. Okay, that's great. So thank you, everyone. Let's crack on then. So I guess the big question, first of all, when we're thinking about Azure, how can it assist us? Is this really huge big thing that sort of has some involvement with Dynamics 365, the Power Platform? You can do so much with it, but how can it sort of benefit you? What are the benefits of embracing it? Well, really, if you're coming from a traditional sort of traditional approach for your IT infrastructure, so you've either got server racks in your business or you're renting server space out from a big hosting company, the main benefit that Azure can bring to the table is about delivering transformation to your data center. So moving you away perhaps from sort of bare metal type, situations where you've got servers on racks, and instead going down the managed services route so that you can introduce efficiencies, by using the latest platform as a service, software as a service type offerings. Another key benefit as well, it's about getting insight. So, not just, I guess, from a performance standpoint necessarily, but also from a cost basis as well. So being able to sort of tell very quickly in terms of, okay, how much is this particular service costing me each month, and is that sort of meeting our expectations in terms of a benefit? So regardless of any type of metric that you're wanting to sort of delve into from an Azure standpoint, there's going to be plenty of reporting tools at your disposal that's going to help you unlock those insights, which is really great. Mobility is a key one these days, particularly for larger organizations, who are looking to sort of become more innovative, becoming more nimble in their approaches. When you start embracing Azure and all of the tools around it in terms of Azure DevOps, application lifecycle management, things like that, you can really start to be a lot more mobile. You can get things deployed far quicker and therefore have much more greater returns to the business as a consequence. Internet of Things, again, that's another huge thing at the moment. It's, so you've got various different tools as part of Azure that can help you build out those type of services or solutions. And finally, it's all about innovation. So being able to within a few short seconds spin up an Azure function app, a serverless function app that you can just quickly deploy your code out into. It doesn't become rocket science for you to start embracing this stuff. It's literally, in most cases, just a few clicks, push a deploy button, done. And now we're being super innovative in terms of how we're doing things, which is fantastic for us and for the business as well. But when you're looking at it for the first time, when you're looking at the amount of different services on there, it is a lot to consume. So there's just a small flavor in here in terms of some of the things that you've got on there. But really, there's over 600 different services available today. So it can be a little bit tricky sometimes identifying, okay, what's the best, where do I need to go? What do I need to find in order to sort of do this? And as a consequence, we don't invest time in finding out more about it, and we potentially miss a great opportunity. So I think the thing I always say with Azure, it's impossible to know everything about it. So just accept that you're never going to be an expert in it. Just dip into the areas that are most relevant to you, and don't be daunted. Don't be sort of shocked in terms of the hugeness of it when you first look at it. So a few sort of fun facts in terms of Azure, why it's particularly relevant. Well, as a matter of fact, if you are currently a Dynamics 365 and Office 365 customer, then you're already using Azure. Okay, so all of your Dynamics 365 instances, they're going to be set up on, I believe, Azure Service Fabric, virtual machines in the background. If you're using portals, Power Apps portals, they're using Azure App Service with some geo-replication application gateways there to sort of do that. And things such as virtual agent for customer service, that's using Azure Bot Service underneath the hood. All that Microsoft have done is just provided a more accessible layer for you to then use that. So 9 times out of 10, if you're using something within the Power Platform, there's going to be Azure sitting underneath the hood. So that's great, because what we can say straight away is that we're Azure experts. We're using technologies which are built on Azure. So, it's not going to be too difficult for us to sort of, dive in a little bit further and see what else we can get out of it. In terms of other things that are interesting, so in terms of the number of regions, this may not be correct because it's changing all the time, but it's available in at least 54 regions in over 140 countries. Microsoft are adding more and more data centers regions all the time. So whether you need to have an application that's hosted in either in the UK or in Australia, or you'll have both, you can potentially build a solution that is truly global in scale using the power of Azure. So this one is a bit more relevant towards the back end of last year, but if you are potentially running legacy technology, so specifically SQL Server 2008 or Windows Server, if you do just a very simple lift and shift of those into Azure, then Microsoft are going to give you extended security support for those products. So potentially a really great way. If you're trying to get things, modernize your estate, but you're just not quite there, you need to continue running these legacy systems, then getting them onto Azure is a great way to not only speed things along, but also make sure that you're not going to be left out in the cold if there's a major issue, ransomware or something like that again in the future. And last year it was confirmed that the US Pentagon is actually going to be using Azure as part of their Joint Enterprise Defense Infrastructure project, which is really great. That was a really big win for Microsoft when that came in. So when we look at that, it's fair to say, the force is very strong with Azure. It's a really fantastic tool. Why else would the US Pentagon want to go with it? And as a consequence, if you're coming from a Dynamics 365 background, it's really, really important that you have a good awareness in terms of what it can do. Not so much in terms of the deep technical level detail in terms of what it can do, but just being able to sort of understand, okay, if a customer comes to me with a particular requirement, okay, what is the best sort of Azure service or Azure area that I need to turn towards? in order to try and meet that particular requirement. So in terms of some specific examples, we'll just cover off a few here if you are working with Dynamics 365. So a common one may be, okay, well, if you wanted to sort of get your data out of the common data service, get it into either an Azure SQL database for backup or reporting purposes, or to export out into Data Lake, that is now possible. You set up the appropriate resources in Azure, and your data can be synchronized out on a fairly regular schedule, which is really good. So if you've got potentially very complex business logic, maybe the type of stuff that won't typically be suited well for a plugin because of sandbox limitation issues, using the Azure Service Bus, you can actually just completely take that entire logic, execute it in its own isolated environment that you control the performance of outside of Dynamics 365, but still have access to the same sort of messages, the same sort of functionality as if you were writing a typical plugin. So that's really quite important. If you've done any work with sandbox limitations or plugins, sometimes you do hit that barrier in terms of the 2-minute execution time of things quite quickly. If you want to do more advanced, enterprise integration type scenarios, so maybe sort of you've been doing some stuff with Power Automate flows, but you need to start to formalize that. You need to start doing some automation around it. Then Azure Logic Apps is the solution that you can look at to do that. And it's very, very easy to just export out your Power Automate flows, get them into Azure. They're using the same technology underneath the hood. That transition is fairly seamless. Now, potentially, if you're looking at things such as CRM portals, Power Apps portals, for example, cost may be a particular issue. Maybe some of the functionality isn't quite there in terms of what you need for the business. So that's where maybe you can look at developing your own bespoke application that you can then deploy out to your own app service instance. You can write this using any particular language or tool that you want. So whether it's a .NET or maybe something else, perhaps. And maybe if you want to then get some really great, beautiful visualizations as part of that, you can then bring Power BI embedded into the equation. So this is similar to the Power BI Online service. What it lets you do is you can put the various Power BI visualizations in your bespoke application. So really make them look, a lot cooler than potentially they would look if you were using some of a library or things like that. A big subject, one that I speak about quite a lot, to a sort of almost ranting degree, Azure Data Factory. So if you're doing anything in terms of modern ETL type processes these days, particularly if it's targeting Dynamics 365 with the common data service, you need to be looking at Azure Data Factory. So there's a great session earlier today where an intro session around Azure Data Factory, what it can do, its features, benefits. I would encourage you to take a look at that, particularly if you are wedded to SSIS and things like that. Azure Data Factory is really going to become the main tool that we use moving forward for not just ETLs, but also maybe slightly more complex integration scenarios. If you want to do anything with Azure Cognitive Services in terms of running more advanced AI type services, then again, this can be set up in Azure. It's fully accessible as part of tools such as Power Automate flows or Power Apps. You can get the details from there, store them in CDS. That's really great. And then when it comes to automation, so if you've got, let's say, quite a large deployment, so maybe multiple common data service tenants, you need to do common administrative tasks fairly regularly. So, for example, taking a backup of the production instance, restoring this to test so that you've got a fairly production-like system in there. Then Azure Runbooks can be used to automate that. And when you start using some of the PowerShell scripts that are available as part of that, you can introduce a lot of automation there. And the key thing as part of that is taking the manual human intervention out of the equation. Not that we don't want to potentially not give people a job to do, but you want people to be working smart. And running things manually, there's always that risk of human intervention. Now, the great thing about all of this is that it's not necessarily something that you're going to be all if you use all of this, you're going to be charged thousands and thousands of pounds or dollars each month to sort of consume. A lot of these will be consumption based. So you only pay for what you use. So if you're running a Logic Apps 5 times per month, you only pay for that. And even then, because of how the pricing works, typically it's only when you start using things in the sort of the hundreds or thousands each month that you start to see, bills appearing on your bill. So, so potentially all of this really powerful, great enterprise grade technology can be used for sort of the price of a few cups of coffee per month potentially. And that's really great, because we want to be doing great things technology wise, but we've always potentially got somebody, an accountant or a potentially a finance director breathing down our neck around the costs. So that's really important. Azure enables us to sort of do that. So look at some of the benefits then. So let's jump in now. Let's look at some of the fundamental things that you need to grasp, and then we'll jump into a quick demo. We'll create something out into Azure and show you how you can do that. So accessing it, so that's the most important thing. First of all, how do I get into Azure? Well, the portal is probably going to be your main way, your first way in which you sort of dip your toe into it. So through there, you basically manage all your resources using something called Azure Resource Manager. So in here, you can create, update, delete, review your resources, manage your billing preferences, manage your alerts. Most common tasks will be available and can be done through the portal. If you're working on the go, then there's also mobile applications as well that you can use that lets you just quickly, again, do the same type of things. When you're sort of moving, away from the basics, you want to do things, in a bit more smarter or maybe automated way. This is when you start looking at maybe other tools to connect into Azure. So you've got modules for PowerShell that you can use. You can use CLI commands if that's your thing. You've got REST API fully exposed out. There's various different mechanisms that developers can use to go into the platform and do these common tasks: create a resource, update a resource, get its details, etc., etc., etc. This is how the Azure portal looks. We're going to jump in a little bit later on and we'll create a few sample resources, see how that process looks in there. But it's really quite straightforward to sort of see on there. You've got all your common services at the top up there. You can navigate down to subscriptions, resource groups. You've got links to various different resources, the mobile app, etc. It's really quite easy and accessible to get into. So when we speak about Azure, we talk about this concept called the resource manager. So what is this? So this basically is the sort of the how everything's managed from an Azure level. So when you're creating a web app, a Azure SQL database, a virtual machine, these are all classed as resources, and they're managed at the platform level via resource groups. So we're going to touch upon those in a little bit more detail, but what that effectively means is that you can group together your various resources into logical or semi-logical groupings, based on functionality or business area, things like that. Around that, you've got a really powerful and effective authentication mechanism, so you can make sure that only the people who need access to these resources have actually got them, and restrict it out if you need to. And then in terms of getting into the resource manager, working with the various resources, again, you use these tools that we spoke about already, so whether it's the portal, PowerShell, etc. These all let you get into the resource manager to start working with your resources. So in order to start working with resources, creating your first resource group, you need to first of all have a subscription. This is a really mandatory requirement. So even if you're just experimenting for the first time, you're going to need to have either a free trial or subscription provision for you. And this must exist within a Azure Active Directory or Office 365 tenant. The great thing is we can have multiple different subscriptions. There's no limit around that. And the type of subscription will really depend in terms of how your organization is potentially consuming Azure. So in most cases, if you're just trialing things for the very first time, you may go for a pay-as-you-go subscription. So all you need to get started with this is just a credit card, a valid credit card. You can change this so you're invoiced instead, but typically credit card is the preferred way of doing that. If you have got either a Visual Studio subscription or Microsoft partner, then you have access to sort of a set amount of a subscription with an allotted amount access to you each month. So it varies based on what Visual Studio plan that you've got. So for example, Visual Studio Enterprise, you get $150 a month credit subscriptions, I believe. But again, that's another great way. If you're not using that already, if you've got your Visual Studio subscription or your Microsoft partner and you're not using these benefits, then get them activated and start experimenting, because you'll potentially miss an opportunity there. Another way in which you consume Azure is via a cloud solutions provider. So this is where you work with a Microsoft partner. They provision and manage the subscriptions on your behalf. Typically, they will manage your support requests and billing information around that. that will generally be probably the preferred way in which you consume Azure in the future, now and in the future. So definitely try and work with a CSP where you can. It does help you along a bit. And then for large scale organizations, if you've got an enterprise agreement with Microsoft, then potentially that might be something where you can agree with Microsoft and again get a bit of a discount as well if you're a high volume user around that. So what you will typically find is if you're going down the CSP or EA route, then this may typically be cheaper. So it's always worth aligning yourself with one of those two if you're starting to get serious with Azure. And depending on what subscription offer you go for will also dictate in terms of what support offering that you've got potentially around that. So for pay-as-you-go, what you will have to do is pay more to get access into technical support around your subscription. So you get basic support of all subscriptions, but that typically only covers, billing inquiries or things of that nature, account level type queries. If you need technical support, you need the ability to be able to open a ticket and get help with Azure API management, for example, then you're going to have to make sure you've got a support package in there that can accommodate that. Another thing to sort of bear in mind that it's getting to the point now where it's not as applicable as before, but you do have to sometimes pay attention. Certain resource types will only be available based on the type of subscription that you've got. So traditionally there was quite a few limitations around cloud solutions provider subscriptions in terms of what resources you couldn't deploy out to them. Microsoft have generally fixed that this year, so there's quite broad parity, but it's always worth just double checking and making sure that you're, if you are deploying out, let's say, Azure Active Directory domain services, for example, just make sure that it's supported for the subscription that you want to go for. Okay, so resource groups. So we touched upon this already. So this is your logical groupings. This is where you collect together your various different resources, and typically they will be related in some fashion. So as I said earlier, grouped by sort of a functional area, grouped by a business area. Really just use them how you see fit. I guess as with anything, just make sure you're being consistent with the usage. So so with your subscription set up and deployed, you then create these at the subscription level. They always must be associated to a specific Azure region, such as UK South, North America, etc. That's just a requirement as part of that. And there's really no exceptions around this in terms of every single resource that you create in Azure must be tagged to a single resource group, and there's very little exceptions around this. Now, the great thing about them is that, if you do need to have some control in terms of who can access a resource group, you can control this at the Azure Active Directory level, and you've got some quite granular controls around this. And if you do decide, okay, well, I want to move this resource group to another subscription, so maybe you've started out as pay-as-you-go and you've moved across to an enterprise agreement, you can do that. Just there is some sort of small caveats around that. Certain specific resources might not be movable in that circumstance. So just check the fine print, read the documentation. Microsoft Docs is a great resource for that. And the worst case scenario might be you just have to recreate a resource from scratch and redeploy out the resources. Okay, resources. So this is the bit that does something useful. Or, if you're like me and you're playing around with Azure, you forget to turn something off. This is where you sort of have the shock moment on your credit card statement and you realize, oh no, I forgot to turn that off. They typically will always be, as I said, tied to a single resource group and a location. So the location for a resource will matter. Resource group locations don't really matter. So, for example, if you have a resource group that's in UK South, you can have resources that are in that resource group that are in different regions, so it doesn't really matter. Whereas with the individual resources, when you deploy that out, it's basically saying, okay, I'm going to deploy this out into this data center in this region in this country. So just keep that in mind in terms of when it comes to, if you're subject to data residency requirements or things like that, just keep that in mind. It's at the resource level where it really starts to matter. Now, some resources may be restricted by regions, so just keep that in mind. You might not, not all data centers have all potential resources available, so just make sure keep that in mind. Again, you've got the same capabilities in terms of being able to move resources across different resource groups. Again, that's caveated to a certain degree. There may be some limitations, so just consult the documentation around that if that ever becomes a requirement for that. And I think just to watch out for, so when you deploy certain types of resources, Azure will sometimes go in the back end and deploy out hidden resources that you have to basically expose out in order to view in detail. So in most cases, these will be dependent required components. You really must handle these with care. Don't be deleting them if unnecessarily. So just keep that in mind when you're sort of working with that. And in terms of all resources, when you're working with them, they'll always have these set features as standard. So, for example, activity log is available, so you can view, what people and what's happened to that resource over time. You've got rich access control policies similar to resource groups. You can use tagging to be able to classify or label your resources. You can view base properties such as IDs and things like that. And a final option, which is really helpful if you're doing anything with Azure DevOps, is that you can export out a resource. You can extract either the JSON, PowerShell, or CLI definition for that, and very quickly get that integration as part of your ALM systems. So permissions security then. So this is arguably perhaps one of the greatest features that Azure has, particularly when you compare it to other cloud providers. And the reason for this is that it's using Azure Active Directory as the backbone for all of this. So the benefits of this are fairly clear if you've done anything at all with Office 365 or things like that. So for example, it gives you that full single sign-on capability. You've got full role-based access controls that you can implement. You can easily bring in and leverage additional AAD features to secure your resources. So for example, whether it's multi-factor authentication, disabling legacy authentication, all that sort of stuff can be brought in. So really by having that as the backbone for Azure, it really helps us when we're managing our permissions and security. And the great thing is that this can be scoped to any particular AAD object. Crucially as well, this is quite important and useful when it comes to working with managed identities or service principals. So for example, so let's say you've got, an Azure app service and a SQL database. I can grant that Azure app service, the managed identity ID for that app service, access into my SQL database as a service principal user, and then grant it the permissions that it needs. So therefore, I'm not having to be in a situation where I'm managing passwords in plain text and having to update that per environment. I can go passwordless, I can use my managed identities, and that also helps when it comes to automating things as well. So always try and use managed identities where you can in Azure. It really will help you along a lot. So in terms of checking permission in the portal, we've got the ability in there to be able to do that very quickly, just a couple of clicks process, and we can tell for any specific object, okay, what permissions have they got in there. And we can grant a variety of different role assignments across it, and we've got a few out-of-the-box ones that can help us with that. So for example, I can grant just read privileges to a resource group, to Jane, for example. I can deny John from accessing a SQL Server resource that's nothing to do with him. And let's say Alan, I want him to be able to create runbooks, but I don't want him to modify or delete them once they've been created. So again, all of these permissions and more can be sort of managed and specified at the Azure level, which really gives us that granular control that we need. Okay, so with that in mind, then let's jump into the Azure portal, and we'll create some resources, see how we go about that process. So I'm going to jump into my browser down here. So we're going to go in via the portal route up here, portal.azure.com. So as you can see on here, I've got a few different resources on here at the moment. So I get a grid on here that shows me everything that's been set up previously for my particular tenant, which is really useful. I can navigate down to particular areas down here. So for example, all resources shows me everything that I've got on here. So quite a few different things. But first of all, bit we want to check first of all is subscription. So this is what you would typically want to set up for the first time when you're working with Azure. So you can see on here, I'm using a Visual Studio Professional subscription as part of that. If I wanted to add on a new subscription, I just click this button up here, and it's going to open up a page where it tells me the various different subscription offers that I can potentially go for. Just get logged in via multi-factor. Bear me 2 seconds. 1, 4, 3, 5, 4. Just give that a second to load up. So what appears on this list will differ based on whether you've done a free trial or not already at the moment down here, but we can see I've got access to a free trial, so I can get a set amount of a set monetary value that I can use to start experimenting with Azure. I can go straight in and just put in the credit card details and start paying for that. And I can also set up support options as well. So you've got various different support plans that, again, you'll need to factor in when you set up the subscription if you need that technical support, particularly going down the pay-as-you-go route. Okay, so I've got my subscription there ready to go. So let's create a resource group and get started first of all. So click on resource group up there, click on add, and we'll create a new resource group. So we'll call this one our 365 Saturday. And we'll select UK South for this one. Where's it gone? Here we go. So I think which we'll touch upon towards the end as well, but tags are also really potentially very useful if you use them correctly. So these can be queried at the sort of the API level. And help you be able to sort of, run a report very quickly to say, okay, well, how much are my resources with so-and-so tag, costing me each month. So I can set up tags of any particular type. So I'll just call this one event, and we'll call this 365 Saturday, for example. And again, I can have as many of these as I want. So I really would encourage you to use tags where possible. They really will help you a lot. And again, provide that visibility. So when somebody's looking at a resource for the first time, they know what it's doing, they know what it is, and there's no confusion around that. Okay, so we're going to create that. And that process is fairly quick. So straight away, we've got our resource group down here. We can see it's applied our tag up here for the particular one on there. And we've got access to some common options down here. So one of them will be our properties, for example. So here, this will be available for pretty much all subscriptions. So the bits that potentially from a developer standpoint will be quite useful if you're working with the API. It'll be things such as your resource ID. So typically it'll always follow a pattern similar to this. So if you ever need to go in and, okay, well, what's a resources ID so I can query it programmatically through the API, this is the area that you go to. And again, this will always be common based on, regardless of which resource type that you work with on Azure. Okay, so we've got our resource group set up and ready. So let's create a resource. So let's see what we can create. So I'm going to create let's create API management service. Let's do that. Been doing quite a bit of work with this recently. So at this point, we're going to do create. Up there, we get a little overview. So in most cases, you'll have common properties that you need to fill out. So name, subscription, resource group, and location. From there, you'll then go down into various different settings depending on the resource type. So we'll call this 365 Saturday demo. It's probably going to be taken. That must be a letter. Okay, let's do Saturday Powerthon 365 demo. Let's do that. Not sure if I'm spelling that correctly, but never mind. So we're going to put that into our resource group UK South again. We'll call this 365 Saturday. Administrator email, things like that. Pricing tier. So for this one, we're going to go for developer on this, although I will need to remove that probably at some point. We can see down here that consumption tier is not available. I thought it was available for UK South, but we can see here we've got a limitation. So in which case we must go for developer down here. We're not going to enable application insights down there. Now at this point we could just click create, but if we were wanting to interrogate and see well what does the JSON definition for this look like, how can I create this via PowerShell, I can click this button down here, automation options, and it's going to spit out a template that's basically good and ready to go. So it's a very simple template. It gives us some parameters that we have to sort of specify at runtime, so name, location, etc. And this is the bit here that we care about. This is what will be created when it's targeting an API management service down there. So we're not going to worry too much about that for now. Oh, we're going to have to start again. Okay, let's do this again. 365 Saturday, and we'll just create this resource through the portal instead. So this is the bit that may typically take some time to deploy. It really does vary based on the resource type that you're working with. The great thing is that we can track the deployment at any time by clicking the button up here. And we can see that it's going through the motions at the moment, getting it deployed out. And through this area as well, we can also see, okay, well, what's actually gone in as part of building this out. So we can see basically the template that we saw earlier is visible down there. So regardless of how you're deploying your resources out to Azure, whether it's through the portal as we've just done, or whether you're doing, let's say, a DevOps task, it will always create a deployment at the Azure level. And then from there, we can start to then dig in and see how things are performing, whether things are erroring, view the base template and things like that. So whilst that's deploying out, then we'll take a quick look at some of the security options that you've got around this. So again, this is one of the common properties that you'll find on every single different resource type on here. Access control IAM down there. So as you see, we've got options down here to be able to check access for any particular user on the tenant. So for example, I can pop my email address in on there. Straight away, it's going to find me on there. It's going to tell me, okay, well, I'm a co-administrator on here, so I can do pretty much whatever I want, which is good. If we want to grant on new additional role assignments, we can do this down here. So for example, if we were to, let's say, do a new role assignment down here, we were to sort of maybe select a different account down here somewhere. So maybe just grant maybe that user group particular access, we can do. Deny assignments are also managed down here as well. Classic administrators is probably something that you won't really work with too much down there. Typically, you do this via the new role-based access controls instead. But you've got some really powerful and capable features down here that you can use to control who can access your Azure resources. As I mentioned earlier, you've got the ability of being able to sort of dip in and see how things are performing from a cost management point of view, making sure that you're not going overspend or anything like that. So this particular point, there's nothing on here that's particularly useful at this resource group level. If I was to go up, let's say, back onto my subscription level, I'll probably have some more useful information that we can see down here. Yep, so as we can see, we get a nice little graph down here that shows us our uses across the month. We can see that in this particular case, we've actually had a bit of a peak up there for some reason. So that might be something, okay, well, what's happened in this period here? What's forced this up by such a large degree? We might want to go away and investigate that. We can see down there in terms of the various different services, we can drill down and click on and just see, okay, what specific resource is costing me so much? What's the region? What's the resource group name? You've got some really powerful capabilities on here. It'll even give us a forecast and tell us, okay, based on this, we think that by the end of the next period, you're going to have £50 spent on this particular subscription. If we're feeling a bit more sort of budget conscious in terms of what we want to actually be told straight away when we're going over, we can click on the budgets tab down here. So you can see in this particular case, I've got a alert that tells me on here that, okay, if my billing spend goes over £90 for the month, send me an email straight away because I want to go in and just inspect that a bit further. So you can have multiple email addresses that are tagged on here, get those alerts through straight away, which is really helpful. At this level as well, you can access your invoices, partner information, you can align across there as well. Lots of different options as well. So I think the resource is probably still deploying out. From memory, I think they sometimes take a while, these, but let's have a look. Yeah, might take a little bit of a while. So whilst we're waiting for that, we'll dip back in once it's been created, give it a few more minutes, but we'll jump back to the slides for now and then come back once that's all sort of done and sorted.
Just a quick question from me. Is there any specific reason why you had to use the Visual Studio subscription?
In this case, I used it because I've got access to Visual Studio subscription. So if I was, let's say, experimenting for the first time, maybe I'd set up a free trial, maybe I'd set up a pay-as-you-go subscription with a credit card.
Yeah, because I know in terms of creating things like the JSON, you will need the Visual Studio. Is that correct?
If you're creating, yeah, that's right. So if you work with ARM template projects, then typically you would use Visual Studio to manage that.
Yeah.
You've got a project template in there for Azure Resource Manager that you can use. You don't necessarily have to. You could just copy, paste, stick the JSON files in your repo, and then just deploy them from there. But I would recommend that you use the Visual Studio template project because it gives you some nice options around that to help you develop further.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so in terms of the key value propositions around Azure, then what are they? So, really when we're working with any cloud vendor, we want that consistent level in terms of our support and our relationship. Azure gives you that. It's all managed by Microsoft. It's a familiar and process regardless of what type of issue you need to escalate regarding the platform. So therefore, it's going to make it easier for us to manage that. It's an integrated it's integrated offering, but it can cater towards a vast majority of different needs. So whether you're an organization looking to have some virtual machines on there, or you want to develop your own product that sits on top of Azure, you've got the ability to use that with the tools on there. Regardless of whether you're working with infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, or software as a service, you've got the capability to use Azure in some shape or format. You're not necessarily tied in with one particular organization. When you're working with Azure, there are many different partners globally that you can work with, so you can very quickly change things around if things aren't working for you. You've got Microsoft is probably a leader when it comes to hybrid cloud. You've got lots of nice options that can help you integrate your on-premise and cloud resources. These days, Azure is very strong in terms of not just in terms of from a development platform, but in terms of supporting a vast majority of different development languages and tools. So whether you're .NET or Java or Python, Azure is going to support you with that. It's using the tools that we're familiar with from Office as well. Best in class, Azure AD certainly is, I'd argue. Gives you that common enterprise layer, some really great industry-leading security, privacy, and compliance tools. So really, I would say that Microsoft has consistently been ahead when it comes to addressing challenges around GDPR and things like that. They provide a very solid set of tools, and it's built in as part of it, so you don't need to worry about going through a massive exercise each time. Okay, does this tool tick these boxes from a GDPR standpoint? It's always going to be consistent, which helps us in embracing these tools a lot quicker. And again, we touched on this before, native single sign-on, so not having to fiddle about with different accounts and passwords. You can fully integrate it end to end, which is really nice. Okay, so some general tips and tricks then that I'd sort of advise when you're getting started for the first time. So we saw earlier the really great cost benefit analysis tools that are available at the portal level. Use these. They will give you some really great insights in terms of, okay, what's costing me the most each month, and not only that, but also point you towards, okay, could I be doing things in a better and cheaper way as well. There's always ways in which you can improve things in that regard when it comes to Azure. When you're working with PowerShell and Azure, make sure you're using the new AZ module. This is going to be the supported module to use moving forward. You can still use Azure RM, the old module, as part of your projects, but it's not the one that's going to see investments. And the AZ PowerShell module is a lot easier. It's a lot easier on your fingers when you're typing out. There's less that you need to write each time effectively. So make sure you use that. The great thing as well in terms of Azure is that there's loads of different samples out there. So really, get on GitHub, have a look at what's on there. For pretty much every different service on there, there will be a corresponding template or a sample available that within just 2 clicks you can deploy straight out, see how it's working. And that's really helpful when we're just doing that exploratory look into Azure for the first time. We mentioned around our Azure tags, they're really important. Use them to your benefit around that. And then, when you're starting to get really serious, you decide, okay, I want to be in a committed relationship with you, Azure. You're ticking all my boxes. This is really fantastic. This is when you can start to look at Azure templates. And we've touched upon this already, using Visual Studio projects, using pipelines in Azure. These will help you automate things. And make sure that in just one click you can deploy out your entire Azure estate or infrastructure. For either just testing, for disaster recovery reasons, whatever reasons that you want. It just makes things, increases visibility and makes you a lot more leaner and agile as an organization, which is really important. Okay, so let's just see if that's finished creating. Oh, no, it hasn't. Okay, they can take a while sometimes, these API management resources, so we'll probably just leave that for now. I'm just conscious of time as well, so I'm quite keen just to jump in now and obviously answer any questions that have sort of come through. So I'm just looking at the chat now. Are we good for time, Narayan?
Yeah, we still got 15 minutes. So we got a couple of questions coming in, so let's take that while the resource is getting deployed.
Yep.
So Ian asked for how can it distribute the cost along different cost centers, so which you demoed, there is a tags you can assign that, but his question is around do tags shows on our bills?
No, they won't. So I believe that your bill will just show your total spend across your whole subscription. So what you would need to do is probably run a report on Azure, filter that out by your tags. From there, you can then view graphs or export the information in spreadsheet or CSV format.
Excellent. So another question we have is from Param, asking about he's always worked with AWS and very new to Azure. So Param, I have actually provided that link where you can actually compare the resources between Azure and AWS and kickstart your career with Azure as well.
Yep.
So the next question we have from Devi, is it Azure function that can be used to execute complex business logic outside of the application or Azure Service Bus?
Well, you can use both. So Azure function is for sort of your stateless applications. So if you're in a situation where you want to go down the consumption route, so you've got, let's say, a bit of C# code or PowerShell script or something that needs to run maybe a couple of times each month, then Azure function is probably a great one to look at. You then just expose out an endpoint, a HTTP endpoint, and then from there execute the function, and that's going to be really cost effective as an option. I think Azure Service Bus will be for situations where you need full access into so if you wanted to trigger actions, so off, let's say, messages in the application, and use the same type of SDK operations that you would typically have available as part of your plugins, that's when you would have to look at a Azure Service Bus, I'd say.
Absolutely, and they both are different in nature as well. Azure Service Bus is more if you want FIFO kind of mechanism where first in and first out messaging, or pub and sub architecture, it's really useful where the logic apps or functions, or pretty much you can orchestrate all your business logic in it and the validation. So yeah, great. So we have next question from Benedict. How do I use PowerShell scripts and ARM template to deploy resources?
So with your PowerShell scripts, you'll have a set of commandlets which so you can either do it in two ways in PowerShell. You can either just you have commandlets that can create a specific resource. So you'll have, for example, create AZ web app, let's say. I can't remember the exact syntax off my head. And then as part of calling that commandlet, you then feed in the various different values that you want as part of that. You can also within PowerShell deploy out all of your resources from a template file. So again, there's a relevant command for that. Create AZ template deployment, I think it is, or something. You just then tell it, okay, where's the JSON file? Give it the path to that. Then it'll deploy out everything in the JSON file for you. In terms of the ARM templates as well, again, you can deploy those out through Visual Studio. So if you've got a Azure template project in Visual Studio, you can just do right-click deploy from there. If you're working from DevOps, then you've got specific tasks there to be able to deploy your resource. So Azure Resource Group deployments that you can use there.
Fantastic. We got another question. Apology, it shows only email address, so I cannot pronounce the name. But it says, can you move resources to other resource group? And I think this is the question I get at pretty much every sessions I have attended or presented. So over to you, Joe.
Yes, the answer is yes. It's a yes, but so in most cases, most resources will support the operation of being able to move that. There is a specific list of exclusions to that. So off the top of my head, things such as, let's say, I think Azure AD domain services can't be moved once it's been created. There might be certain configurations of virtual machines. So I think if you've got virtual machines with full disk encryption enabled, again, you can't move that across. So in those situations, what you would have to do is completely recreate the resource from scratch and then migrate across any configuration code, etc. as part of that.
Excellent. We got 10 minutes. Do you want to quickly check on the deployment before we pick up more questions? Or
Yeah, we can do, although it seems to still be doing it.
Still doing it. Okay, let's move on.
Still doing it. It's usually like this API management. Yes, let's deal with some more questions. I can see that we've got some more in the chat, haven't we?
We have, yeah. So
okay, so I think
Carl saying,
sorry,
yeah, curious to learn more about ADF, especially pulling data from BC and Dynamics 365 CE. Any top tips working with OData data sources?
Okay, hi Carl. So with ADF, you've got the ability in there to be able to run web requests in there. So you could in theory call an OData endpoint and pull the data in from via sort of that mechanism. So that option is there. I'm pretty sure that ADF should have a connector for Business Central, although from memory, I think I was chatting to Matt about this. I think it's a case that you have to expose out like a bespoke endpoint, don't you? Basically, Business Central is rubbish, I think, when it comes to thing on there. But yeah, I would look at the web request task in there, see if you can basically connect up through there, pull the data in via JSON, and then transform it further from there.
Yeah. Also, I would recommend look into dual write, which is actually a coming up feature. So, have a look into that one. There are lots of resources available online. So next question about from Devi. How do we use API management with an external API hosted on cloud or on premise? I would say Wagner did really good presentation, so I would recommend David to look at that recording once it's available.
Absolutely.
Joe, if you have anything else to say on it.
So API management works on the basis of you have a backend URL that you need to specify. So it's always going to be a case that so long as the backend URL is exposed out, you should be able to access on it. So if it's internet facing, then it shouldn't be an issue. If it's on premise, then I might be wrong, but I don't think you've got the ability to be able to use things like on-premise gateway or things like that. So I think the only option there would be that you would maybe have to you'd have to have a bespoke app service that's using the I forget what it's called. The app service has got an on-premise connector that you can use, that you can export those out ports and stuff and things like that. And so I think if it's cloud and you can't expose it out, then you're going to have to look at probably doing something like that, I'd say.
Great. We have one more question from Ian. If you have an on-prem app that needs to connect to an instance in Azure by IP address, how do you follow if it gets moved? Not quite sure your question, but every Azure resource we actually deploy, it has a unique domain address generated. Is that correct, Joe?
That's correct, and it depends. Certain resources will also let you whitelist and blacklist potential hosts based on IP address. So I would have thought in most cases, if it's coming from on-premise, you should have ideally have a static IP address where possible. That's going to help you simplify that. If it's a case that your IP address is always changing, there's not much you can get around that in order to be able to sort of do that. I think you'd have to look at getting a static address that gets resolved out in some way, perhaps.
Absolutely. And just to add to that, Azure services actually, there are a list of IP addresses provided by Azure. If your organization like to whitelist all of those IP addresses, which will be really better, but also you can actually open up those IP addresses per region as well. So there are categorizations. They do change time to time, but not that frequently. In my experience, I have seen hardly any changes in once in a year or maybe once in a 2 year. So they don't try to change those IPs very frequently.
Yeah, there's a file you can download, isn't there? Basically, if you want your brain to be fried by the most hugest JSON file that you've ever seen before, then download that. There are a lot of different IP addresses. So Ian's just come back saying we have issues when Microsoft moves our Dynamics instance. Okay, so again, it might be as Narayan was saying that you'd have to download the list of all of the different possible IP addresses that Azure uses for your particular region, if you know what the region is, and then just whitelist that on your firewall side.
So particularly with the Dynamics instance, just to add, not only the Azure IP addresses, but there are specific IP addresses for the Dynamics instances as well. You need to look out for those as well. So there are like XML files available, JSON files available, which you can download and extract the unique IP addresses and range. Make sure you apply the full range, not the individual single IP addresses. So it might say /21 or /23 or something like that. It's 24.
Ian, if you stick around in the chat, once we finish, I'll find the links for you and I'll put them in the chat for you, so you've got those.
Yeah, just a quick question from myself. So, to what extent can you automate like the deployment of resource groups and resources itself? So I know that I've just been having a conversation with my brother recently, and he's been talking about using Terraform to kind of automate all that, creation of resource groups and like virtual machines and all that kind of stuff. To what extent can you do all of that in terms of even determining what sort of environments, software applications will be installed, say using of Docker and all that kind of stuff as well?
Yeah, so Azure supports Docker, Kubernetes, Terraform, basically most of the major ones it supports. So if you need to deploy out, let's say, a virtual machine, that's running, Nginx, Windows Server 2012, whatever the configuration is, you've got the ability of doing that. So typically what you would do, you'd have to store your configuration for that within Azure DevOps. You then have a corresponding template or PowerShell CLI script that creates the resource for you, and then as part of creating the resource, you then reference your image, your configuration for your particular application.
Fantastic. We're looking at like in a 3 minutes time now, so apology if anyone has a question and we couldn't answer. Joe, do you want to quickly look at the resource got deployed so we can utilize this 3 minutes?
It probably hasn't. No.
It hasn't. Oh, okay.
So yeah, see, I was hoping I'd be able to select the consumption one to show you off. But so anyway, so apologies we weren't able to get around to sort of seeing that. But again, I hope this has been useful. I'm going to be around all day. So in the chat, or just you can feel free to reach out to me on social media or stuff like that if you've got any more questions. Be happy to help.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks. It was a very, very informative session, and I'm sure plenty of our attendees has benefited from that. So we got next session coming up soon. We got a little small change here. So Arpit's session has been switched with Anna's session due to some personal emergencies. So what you're going to get now is Anna will be presenting a very interesting session about introduction to CDS, static web apps, and GitHub Actions. Anna, are you there?
I'm here indeed.
Fantastic. So we'll give like 2 minutes if anyone needs a break, 2-minute break, and then we'll kickstart spot on. Yeah.
Amazing. Thanks. Thank you.
So, welcome back. Anna, without further ado, I'm going to hand over the stage to you so you can start presenting. Let me kickstart recording. Okay, it's all on. Over to you, Anna.
Okay, here I am. Good. Hi, everybody. My name's Anna Demeni, and I'm super excited to present to you today, actually, and extremely nervous as well. So I'm hoping you guys can hear me, and hopefully you can see my screen as well.
We can hear you, Anna, and we can see your screens as well. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Just a second, please, to find my presentation. Okay, cool. So today I'm going to speak to you about CDS, or Common Data Services, static apps, and GitHub Actions as well. So this is more like an introductory presentation. So if you know all about CDS, if you know a bit about static apps and something about GitHub Actions already, and you've tried it already, then maybe this presentation isn't quite for you. It's going to be quite, you know, beginner-wise, and I'm just going to show you what I managed to do within a space of a few weeks. So once again, my name's Anna Demeni. I work for Microsoft as a partner technical architect. You can find me on LinkedIn or Twitter. I specialize in Power Platform, actually, and Common Data Service and integration scenarios like that. So I'm not an Azure whiz, so I'm super humbled and honored to actually be here today and speak to you guys. So that's why I'm a bit nervous. But my specialty is actually the Power Platform and CDS. But I'm just so excited of all of the new possibilities of integrating these services that I'm just going to go in and show you something today. So a few things that are interesting about me, or at least I think they're interesting about me, are my two big passions. First of all, I really like cooking. So I cook all of the time in my spare time. If you're friends with me, I probably try to feed you at least once. I'm very much a feeder and a host, and I just love cooking. So the highlight of my year is purchasing an original KitchenAid, which is an overpriced stand mixer. Then I also like to travel, which is something that I can't do anymore for a while, but I have traveled around the world just last year. So within my travels, I took the most amazing pictures of my life, which are those two with the whale sharks. So I was able to swim with whale sharks. I'm a diver and a free diver as well. So if you share those passions, again, follow me on Twitter, get in touch. I'm super interested in that stuff. Other than that, in my day-to-day world, I actually go into Power Platform quite a lot. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Power Platform. You probably are, because you're all geniuses anyway. But I'm just gonna talk to you about it a little bit anyway from my point of view. So I used to be a developer, and then I was a consultant, and then I was a technical lead, and now I work for Microsoft. So I've been surrounded by software sort of all of my life, all of my professional life at least. So I was quite impressed when Power Platform came into place, because all of a sudden I could do a lot of the things that I would be able to do before, only much faster. So this is actually a suite of applications, and they talk to each other, and they do stuff in common, and you can just extend whatever functionality you've got at a very high level with very many teams and other people, and you can collaborate and so on and so forth. But it's a low-code platform, so we don't write much code within the Power Platform itself. We build a suite of business applications, so you need to be licensed to be able to use them. And then we tend to integrate with the outside world, and this is where, you know, that connection with coding and with various options within Azure appears, and this is why it's really good that you know a little bit of that as well, even if you're on the Power Platform side, or if you're on the opposite spectrum and you're not a citizen developer as well, so you don't really fancy doing drag and drop, or you don't like working as a functional consultant. You'd much rather just control the entirety of your functionality that you're going to build, and you're going to write all of the code. It's still super interesting to know that you can still integrate with the Power Platform. So if someone else has built a capability like that, then you can easily just play with whatever they've done as well. But also you get more adoption within your code also. So this is why I believe there's real value within the Power Platform, even if you are purely a developer. So how do we actually do all these integration points? We actually use data. So data is a big deal within the common data within the Power Platform. It cannot work without it. It needs it to be analyzed via Power BI. It needs it to be able to build some actions and an application using, you know, Power Apps. And now we have 3 types of Power Apps. We've got Canvas apps, we've got model-driven apps, and then we have Power Portals as well. So you need all of these data to actually interface it within all of these different types of apps. You can also use AI Builder. You can use Power Automate to actually automate some of your capability, but also you can now use Power Virtual Agents or chatbots as well. So as you can see already, it's quite a rich set of functionality that's based on a set of data, essentially, and they all connect using what we call connectors. These connectors actually within the Power Platform, they are called common data services. So within the Power Platform, everything connects within the very same central repository, and then you can build stuff on top of it. So this is what the common data services actually means. It's not quite a database. It's a lot more than that. And we'll, in a second, I'll show you, you know, a bit more about what it is. But once you've got it, the point is you can actually build some apps. So the applications that I was talking to you about a little bit earlier, these can be Canvas apps, which are more of a citizen developer types of apps. They work with drag and drop. You create a pretty mobile view that the people within your organizations they can use it to actually make their life easier. So to input data, to read data, to move around, and to process data as well. And it's mobile, so they use their phone to do it actually. So it's pretty cool. You can have Power Apps connected to common data services, but also to other web sources as well. So you can use connectors to various type of data sources, not just the common data service. In fact, you get a Power Apps license straight away with your Office 365. So that's just for you to be able to enhance your productivity in your day-to-day work, and it doesn't really have a common data service. So it's super flexible from that point of view. Model-driven apps, on the other side, are very much a back-end sort of functionality, and they have a lot out of the box. And because they come with this rich set of functionality, they can only talk to the common data service. So the common data service, once again, is not just a database. It comes with this huge range of things that it does via an API as well, but also out of the box, and it leverages security and business logic and so on and so forth. And these are the things that it does by itself. So it needs the common data service. Power portals also need the common data service because they interface the data that we store internally and we manipulate using the model-driven app, but actually we want to have a B2C interaction now. So yeah, so our consumers can actually have a look at their profiles and data that we're working with. Flows, AI Builder, Power BI, Power Virtual Agents, these are automation tools that allow you to actually report on your data, to value your data by enriching it with AI Builder, but also to increase productivity by having some really smart bots in the back end and leveraging that capability rather than human interaction all of the time. So these are all labs that you can just build out of the box if you've got a common data service instance. So I really encourage you to try it if you haven't already. For the things that I said, they don't necessarily need to come into the common data service, but also for things that we want to extend outside of common data services, we have these external connectors. There are a bunch of them already, over 350, and they're getting built all the time. In fact, in my day-to-day job, what I do most of the times is help ISVs build connectors with their own capability. So what these guys want to do is build a solution, but this solution is almost always a lot more than the Power Platform and the Common Data Service. They in fact have a suite of other applications, but they want to connect them all together and publish them on AppSource so that they can sell together with Microsoft sellers. In order to do that, you need to create an external connector, and us as a partner team are helping our partners achieve that. So if your company wants that as well, you can reach out to me and I'll put you on the right path to doing so. Great. So I hope that we now have an idea about what the common data service is. So it's a way of easily structuring data. So you can just create entities, and you've got some entities by default as well. It's got a variety of data already stored, and also you can interface with other types of data as well, and you'll see in a second. So it's a huge variety of data that's easily structured. It's got its own business logic. But the point is, it wants to support interconnected applications and processes. So what it wants to do is to break out siloed environments. So if you've got a big monolith and it's really difficult to take care of it anymore and so on and so forth, but if you would like to actually add some more functionality on top of it, but you're afraid that you're just going to make it even bigger and harder to maintain, then Common Data Service, again, it's a really cool thing because it can just interact with whatever you are. And I am including hybrid processing here as well. Most of the things that I'm going to show you today are actually cloud. But if you've got on-prem services, you can easily integrate like that as well. And it's got its whole security suite as well. So it's very much compliant with the laws, but also with various business units or verticals that you might be working in. So common data service is widely used within banking, the NHS, or I don't know, insurance business, anything you could think of. Cool. So the heart is, once again, an API. Once you plug in a common data service and you create just one entity, then you've got an API endpoint. This is what happens in the background. And this API endpoint would actually feed on all of the applications and processes that I talked to you about just before, right? But that also means that you can directly integrate using Visual Studio or Xamarin services as well. So you can just write your own code to actually integrate with the common data service. What it's got out of the box, again, is got security and compliance. So it does authentication and authorization out of the box. It does auditing as well. And this is all configurable also. It's got its own logic. So it comes with calculated fields, rollup fields. It's got various jobs running in the background, or you can create new ones. You can have business rules within your forms or within your business in general. So that, again, is an out-of-the-box citizen developer tool. It knows duplicate detection straight away, but it's really a really powerful workflow engine. Also, you just need to be a little bit careful with how you structure your logic as well, of course. As I said before, you can also write your own code and just expose plugins. It's got various types of data, so it's got its own data catalog, but you can also do reporting. It's got offline capabilities as well. And very important, it exposes a common data model that you can then use, and that's the out-of-the-box thing. So you can just use it within all of the services on top of the common data model, on top of the common data services. And it just exposes the same data straight away. So that's pretty cool. Supports various types of storage as well. And finally, we can integrate. So this is my favorite bit, because we're coming with this really strong, powerful product, and this used to be dynamic CRM, and we would extend it and call it XRM, actually, because you could build your own stuff on top of CRM, and that would be in the form of plugins, customer flow activities, JavaScript, and so on and so forth. Right now, you can actually extend it beyond that XRM layer, and you can actually integrate with event hubs. You can have webhooks. You can export directly into SQL or to data lake. You can use Azure functions. So the possibility is really huge here with regards to what you can do with the common data service. I'm gonna talk to you a bit about the common data model as well, because this is a very important bit that the common data service actually has. The common data model, as I said, is able to expose the same entities and functionality within various applications. So that includes Power BI, Dynamics 365, Power Apps, within Azure, within Power Virtual Agents. So these entities are things that do stuff on their own. And we've actually got an example here with this account entity. You can see straight away. It's got a description already. It's business first. This is where you would input your customer base. It's got a set of attributes already. So all of a sudden you've got this account entity, and it comes with a form, and it comes with business rules out of the box as well, and with a set of functionality and relationships and so on and so forth. You can take this entity and use it in whatever first-party app or within a Power App as well. And this is why, so your you got started already. This is why this is so important actually to have a look at. All of them together run on Azure, so they expose a single endpoint, but it actually runs on hundreds of thousands of virtual machines in the background. And these virtual machines actually can talk to a very varied type of data store in the background. Why is this important? It's important because every time we talk about the Common Data Service, the first thing that I hear always is, yes, but it's expensive. No one said it's inexpensive. But what we're saying is the investment put into this system and the way it's going and the functionality that is got already, so that's Premier type API straight into Power Apps, Automate, Air Builder, Power BI, and other services as well. These need to hang on a very firm structure, and this firm structure I'm showing to you within this diagram. So it's pretty important to notice that this is why it can scale up or down, and this is why it will work on high loads or on low loads as well, and this is why you can have very complex systems in the cloud in hybrid mode as well, and of course you can integrate with other services as well. So within here you only have Azure services, right? But we all know that once you've got an Azure service, then you've got on-prem as well, and then you've got, you know, AWS, Google Cloud, so on and so forth. So you're taking this tool and you're actually integrating it into a world of possibilities, no matter what your customer, you know, has in store, no matter their environment or ecosystem, you can still use this. And this is why it's so actually powerful. The extensibility model looks like this. So we talked about APIs, but it also has a very rich SDK as well, so you can use that also. It's solution aware, and it has an application lifecycle management pool as well. Joe was right before me, so he is like really good at this stuff as well, at actually deploying these things and integrating it with an Azure DevOps pipeline and so on and so forth. So all of that, it's already embedded and production ready, essentially. So you can absolutely use it like that. What we're building, finally, it's an intelligent business application platform. I would like to reiterate the fact that in order to use this stuff, you need a license. So lately, I've been involved in quite a few hackathons where people build their own apps. And whilst these apps are super cool and very intuitive, and they're so innovative and creative, and people build all sorts of solutions for COVID-19, for example, or for helping other people and so on and so forth. It's very important to understand that this is a business application suite, so you cannot interface it with an end customer unless you're using a Power Portal. So at the moment, a Power Portal is the only thing that allows you to interface with a user, so with a customer. All the rest require a license. Yeah. So for Canvas apps included, you have to have a license. You cannot just expose it. And it integrates with all of these other solutions as well. Okay. So I rambled on for quite a bit. I'm hoping that you are not extremely bored by this so far. So I'm just going to quickly take you into my environment. One thing to note here is that, first of all, it's on my other screen. So if I'm looking, like, just have a look at my rings or something. So one thing to note here that I would like to show you is the fact that this is a brand new environment. So you can all have brand new environments. You can apply for a trial. My colleague Chris Huntingford, he's super good at explaining how to get a Dynamics trial with Office 365 and a lot in it. So I have all of that stuff. I can actually show you. Just for you to see my environment. This is what I've got. So I've got everything, right? So I've got Outlook, I've got OneDrive, I even have Teams, SharePoint. I can actually receive emails on this Outlook client, right? I've got Power Automate, I've got all sorts of apps. I'm licensed for them under a trial license. So you can do that as well and just start building straight away. And I'll drop you a link on how to do that from my colleague, as I said before. Okay, so I just spun up this environment, and what I've done is I've started with a common data service environment, and you can see that. So I'm at make.powerouts.com, and I only have like a common data service environment here, and these are the entities that I just received out of the box, hoping that this will actually load. Cool, great. So these are part of the common data model: account, activity, address, appointment, and more things are going to be added out of the box within the common data model, including, I know, mixed reality stuff. So that's already there for you to use with your connected field service, or there are finance and operations entities out of the box, and so on and so forth. So I only caught a little bit of Joe's presentation earlier, but you guys were talking about your right. You can do that with Dynamics as well now, and the common data model. Cool. So what I've done here on top of my of what I had already is I've actually created a brand new entity for me. As I said, I really like cooking, so I'm attempting to build a cookbook. I'm only at the beginning, but still, I have this entity. What you can observe about this entity is, first of all, it's got a prefix, so that means I have done my own prefix, and I have everything embedded within a solution. You can see my solution here. I've created it, and it's got my own stuff. So all of a sudden, these are the entities out of the box that I can use at any point in time. But also, this is the stuff that I've configured already. So every time I do something, I will just include it within a solution. So then I can actually deploy it and to other environments or to other customers, and so on and so forth. So we'll just go on to this entity. I only have a few fields, so just a few fields. A few of the fields are actually calculated fields, like, for example, ingredient number. So this means that every time I add a new ingredient for this dish, this number will increase as well. And that means that whenever I want to say, ooh, what can I make with just 3 ingredients, I could just, find the list of dishes. Very important, we've got relationships out of the box as well. What I have here is an end-to-end relationship with the entity ingredient, which is pretty much the most complex relationship type that you can have. And I can also add business rules. I've got views, so these are how do I want my data to be filtered within my app. But also I have forms. So here is where I actually interface my fields, the fields that I wanted to show. And this is all done just in a model-driven app in my case, because all I want to do is have a back-end type system. So if I click on that, you can see I've only added my 2 entities here. I've uploaded quite like a few bits of data here, 30 recipes. But if we go on to each recipe, we'll see that it's got a related set of ingredients as well. I'm wondering if I have anything with this one. No, I know I don't. Let's start from the ingredients. So these are the ingredients. A very common ingredient, I would say, is maybe bacon. This is something that goes into many dishes. It only has a name, but actually it can relate to dishes here. And I see the associated view. Now this is super powerful because I didn't need to do much. I just needed to upload data using the XRM toolbox, actually in my case. And this is what it looks like. So now I can go on and extend this. I can add more fields. I can add a Canvas app as well. I can add a Power Virtual Agent, or I can even do a chatbot here. So I can just create a chatbot here. And this is all because I've got a CDS. This is why CDS is so important in my opinion. Now, what I've actually done is I've integrated with a static web app. So for this static web app, a colleague of mine actually helped me because he's a cloud solution architect and he was super into this technology. And he's created a static app for me, and then I've just modified whatever he created. But what I'd like to show you today is how we actually change something using GitHub Actions as well. So I don't know if I should do this right now. No, let's just go into a little bit of information about static apps, and then we'll change something and watch a GitHub workflow and some actions taking place. It's just because it sort of takes 5 minutes to run. So why have I integrated with a static web app? I've done this. I don't know how I got to this. Yeah. So I've done this because, as I said, normally you don't just build a CDS solution. You have to integrate it with other things as well. And it seems to me like the newest things that are out there are the easiest ones to actually integrate with the CDS. And when I was working, I used to work at this bank, and we had a lot of web services there, and they were sending data and processing data and so on and so forth. But the problem that I had is that I'm not a DevOps engineer. So I don't know how to create environments. I don't know how to create containers. I don't know how to, just make my environment at all. So I don't know how to have something that just runs in the background. So I would just integrate with Azure Functions. And this colleague of mine, he's like, oh, no, you can do that now with static web apps, which is a preview which is in preview right now. And this service actually automatically builds and deploys a full stack web app for you. So the only thing that I've done was to just follow a step-by-step, and it just did it for me. It was quite incredible, actually. So what it does at the other end of your web app, of your static web app, is that you get static files. So for me, it was like a bit like going back to basics a little bit. So nothing builds dynamically anymore. You don't need much of a web server. So it builds it for you, and then all you need to do is just return the files just as they are. So it relies a lot on the client and not on the backend, actually. So it's great for, so it hosts your application as well. So it's going to host HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and images as well. You can't write a static app in C#. Well, so it's front end, right? You can use Angular or React Native or JavaScript, right? But not C# at this point in time. However, it does have integrated API support with Azure Functions. It's a first-party GitHub integration, so it deploys as well. It can globally distribute your static content straight away, so that's pretty cool as well. So it's offering you all the certificates that you need. You can build custom domains, so just add your own naming. Of course, right now they are these domains are named like sea creatures or sea environments or names or words or whatever, which I love, by the way. It's got a pretty cool security model as well, so I'll show you how I configured mine in Azure. It does provide authentication, so it goes straight into Azure Active Directory, and other services as well. So this is why for me it was like super easy just to connect it. Otherwise, I don't think I would have known how to write the authentication. Actually, you can have roles with this authentication as well. It provides these really smart routing rules. So whenever you're on a page, you can route it to wherever you want it to go next. So that's pretty cool. And the coolest bit it does is that it generates staging versions. So you'll see what happens. But when you actually build this stuff, it builds a second environment for you. And then you can, so when you push a change, it builds a second environment for you. And then you can have a look at what it looks like and probably test it and everything. And only then merge your changes into master. So that's pretty cool in my opinion, just because you don't need any tooling. It all happens within your browser. So that's pretty cool. And you'll see that it integrates with CodeSpaces as well, which is another hype word like that. It's just been released and promoted by Scott Hanselman at Build this year. So it sort of looks like this. One of the greatest benefits, so it looks like this, right? You've got a request, and then this is all under GitHub. So GitHub Actions would actually allow you to build a full CI/CD pipeline within, yeah, just within your code repository as well. So you don't need Azure DevOps right now for this. That's not to say that Azure DevOps is going away. No, it's not. But it's just that this GitHub Actions thing is gonna get richer and richer and more powerful. And it's said that in like a year or so, it's gonna match Azure DevOps as well. So that's pretty cool because it enables even more people to collaborate and build cool stuff. But one of the greatest benefits of Azure Static Web Apps is the fact that it can have an Azure Function API. So that means that it will just host your API in Azure Functions, and it will globally distribute your static assets, and you gain availability and speed, and also super cheap as well, because you don't have to set up all of the environment necessary for this. So as you can see, I really like this because this is something that even I can build. So that's pretty cool. So you saw the image, this one. This is stolen from Learn. And I guess what we're doing is that we're creating a repository in Angular or React or Vue. And this would throw out a static website, and it sort of has an index.html page. But then you can also create an API. So the thing with this here, in my case, my colleague Jason, he built an Angular app. But then what happened, he was able to push that via GitHub Actions. So he pushed it to GitHub, and then my Azure portal did something crazy, and it ran this workflow. So once you create a static web app, you've got this workflow with actions. So these actions ran, and in my case, I actually created a few HTML pages And it does have an API layer as well, so an Azure function that in my case, of course, it talks to the CDS. So you'll see it sort of integrates with CDS in my case. So let me show you quickly how it does that. Cool. This is my GitHub. This is my solution. You can see my workflow right here. And under source, you'll have like the various components. And it's got like a menu here. And it looks like this. So I've already set it up. You can see gentle C, haha, very funny. You can also access it from here, so from your Azure portal. If you go here, so if you go onto this GitHub, you'll find a step-by-step on how to actually deploy this stuff onto your tenant as well. And you'll get something like this. So it looks, a static web app. And in here, you've got this overview page, and it's got the URL as well. So if I click on this, it will take me at the same place. And I need to log in for recipes if I want to get the recipes from my CDS. So why don't we just do that? Let's do it. So you can see this actually uses single sign-on, and it will connect to my CDS. And at the moment, it brings out this not great layer. But as you can see, all of a sudden, I've got like the best BLTs. So I can see here that I can search for the best BLTs. So this is like, I've got this already, right? Let's just create a new one quickly for you to see that it actually integrates. So it's not just gibberish. So I'd say apple pie. This is something I really like, and I probably have the ingredient named apple as well. So I just need to save this. I'm not gonna add any more information. I don't need any more information. All I'm gonna add is just one ingredient. So you can see here that I've got the associated view, and I can just add an existing ingredient. For me, I wanna add an apple. Please have an apple. Yeah, I've got apples. Add. Cool, so this is here now, and then if I go on to apples, we'll see the related dishes, and here it is, apple pie. Okay, cool, so let's see what happens. Whoa. Sorry, I don't know how to move that. Okay, cool, so let's see my, hopefully, apple pie here. I'll just give it a moment to actually, let's see if he's got it already. I've got two. Yay, apple pie. So this is like the thing that I just created, right? You guys saw that there was no other apple pie in my database. I only have one. I've just created it now. So it integrates seamlessly straight away. So people monitoring my static app will actually have access to the same information that I do, which is pretty cool. Okay, cool. Going back, how does this actually connect? So if we go on to configuration, no, I'll just go here. App registrations. Okay, so when you deploy a static app, it will run on Microsoft Graph, actually. So it will have it by default. But then what you can do is actually add a permission for Microsoft CRM. So just click add permission, and then you'll be able to just connect to Dynamics CRM, and it does single sign-on. So that's pretty cool. Great, awesome. And now let's just do something. Let's just build this thing with GitHub Actions. So I can just click on edit this file. So let's just change this, and let's just say about me. Yeah, we can include some PHP. Oh, sorry, not PHP. I mean HTML. Let's see. Normally I misspell stuff. I mean, but you know, it is what it is. Okay, cool. So we have changed this. I'll create a new branch because I wanted, again, I wanted to actually create a static app for me. So I'm not going to commit directly into master. I'm just going to propose this stage. And this will take me into, and I can create a pull request as well. So let's just do that. So this is my CI/CD pipeline. Isn't this super cool already? And I've got this pull request here. You can see it's already started doing stuff. So for us to be able to see what it does, we're going to go into actions. And you'll see that it sort of does stuff, like it checks things and then it will try and deploy things. So right now it's just set up the job, but then you can see here like step by step what it actually does. And if it fails, because it might fail, it failed for me, then you can see it in here. And maybe we'll go into the workflow file as well if we have a little bit of time. As it builds, because as I say, it takes about 5 minutes, of course. Now it worked. Normally it won't work this quickly. So it's still building and deploying. In the meantime, let's just have a look at GitHub Actions just for a little bit. Okay, cool. So you got the gist about Azure Static Web Apps, and I'm happy to sort of give you this deck as well. So as I said, GitHub Actions will automate, customize, and execute your software from your repository. So as you have your code within GitHub, you don't need anything else. So now there's this native developer experience, if you want. If you want, it's super simple to get started. There's loads of documentation you can do, like step by step, and then you'll see exactly how it builds, it tests and deploys, like I'm showing you here. Is like a super scalable workflow. You can just edit it, and it's pretty much the community standard for automation, or it will be. So we believe that it will be, because it's just natively integrated with GitHub and has this front end back end thing where you can just use Azure Functions, and then you can just accelerate, you know, whatever you're building. But right now it's still in preview, so I would say try it out, have fun with it. But yeah. Be careful with static web apps for now, but for other things you can still do a full CI/CD environment, and it will work with any language you want. So as I was saying about the community standard, it's just because people are starting to use it more and more and more. In fact, we've got this really nice quote from someone at Pinterest. Someone came off mute. Is that because you want to tell me I'm out of time? Hello?
And we still got like 11 minutes to go, so you're definitely not out of time. So can I please request everyone to keep your mic mute? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Great, because I was starting to rush. as soon as as soon as I realized that. But you know, I'm almost there. But because I really want to show you my project actually built. But I just wanted to for you to see. By the way, these slides are taken from a deck that's public. It's out there already. I found it on a website, and it's like a really comprehensive set of functionality and information with regards to how GitHub Actions actually work. But in layman's term, it will mimic Azure DevOps essentially, and you will be able to hold all of your code within GitHub and then build it there as well, which is pretty interesting because it will increase your speed for sure. And it allows you to communicate a lot more and to collaborate with other people a lot more. In my opinion, this is a big statement towards Microsoft's openness for open source. So I've had quite a few sessions with partners where they still seem to have their doubts around Microsoft's openness to open source. I don't think there's a better statement that actually making GitHub completely compliant with Azure DevOps and making it all online, and just the code spaces release alone, I think is super cool. If you guys haven't seen the code spaces release, I do encourage you to have a look at the build recordings, because it's really cool to see that you can interact with the project without actually building your own environments in the back end. It just does it for you via code spaces on GitHub. So if you're like me, then this is a very strong step forward, because you might have knowledge actually in other areas, and you don't always have access to a DevOps engineer or to a networking engineer to help you build all of your stuff. So CodeSpaces is actually really cool. Great. So let's just see. Do you guys want to see if my workflow actually built? I'll say that. I'll take that as an enthusiastic yes. Because it has built, because of course it would. I only modified the About Me page. But look at this. So it essentially it does everything for you. You can see it's done like a Docker build, and it's creating my virtual environment and a lot of things just by itself. So that's pretty cool in my book, at least. And it's a lot of information here. So it's really cool for your, just to see if something went wrong and so on and so forth. So let's just check it out. Let's see what it looks like. So if I go back, this is still a pull request, right? So it's updated my About Me. And we can see here again what happened. And it says here that my stage site is ready to visit. So you can see it's added the version of this actually build. So I've done quite a few tries on this. And if I click on here, so this is my old site. Yeah, let me just close this down. Start from scratch. So if we go on to Azure, and here we'll be able to access my website, and I'll go to About Me page, and this is the old text, yeah? And then if I go onto GitHub, And I actually have a look at my pull request and then go here. Then I'll see I've got a staging app as well. So this is just a copy that is just pan up for me. And here I am. And I did do a spelling mistake, but that's just because I'm very nervous. So as you can see right now, if I'm saying, yeah, I like this one, and I go back into my GitHub, and I say, yeah, I would like to merge this pull request, then actually this will merge my my action and what I've done already, and it will just update my initial site. It's still doing it, yeah? So right now it's just running the workflow for me. Normally you can see here as well that the workflow is running at the moment. Oh, by the way, when you are creating this from scratch, this will all build it for you, and you'll see, workflow running, blah, blah, blah. So it's just gonna do that. So this is still merging right now. And very soon I have no pull requests. But right now I've got an action. This is actually merging my pull request, and it will actually update my initial site. So I believe, oh, okay. And finally, we'll go back because I have like 4 minutes. So I'll just show you my thank you page, just because it's got a pretty drawing done by me, but also because it's got some pretty cool, some pretty good resources. I've been through all of those. Follow the Learn, Microsoft Docs Learn. Since you're there, do a CDS, please. Just do a CDS learning path as well. Do a static apps learning path also, but then the whole GitHub thing is under Docs as well. So documentation is really good on all of these subjects. I don't think you'll have any issues starting from scratch actually. And if you do, don't worry. This is my GitHub as well, so you can just fork whatever I've built. And it's got the CDS solution as well and everything else. And I'll show you the link on how to create CDS environments also. So you can just get started. If there are any questions.
Yeah, hi Anna. I do remember, when attending Microsoft Builds, this feature was pretty much new and announced, so it's still in preview. But we're definitely expecting a lot more, changes to it, or maybe coming up with come out for general availability. So we got a question from Joe saying any indication when static app will be in GA. And are there any plans to support Azure DevOps Git repos as well?
First question, we do not have a timeline for static web apps. As of now, documentation is being updated almost daily, and more people are getting involved, but we do not have a very clear roadmap just yet. With regards to GitHub, CI/CD, and Azure DevOps, absolutely. So these will go hand in hand from now on. This is the indication that we've got at the moment. GitHub's Actions is quite new, so our main tool is still Azure DevOps.
Fantastic. So we got another question here from P. Cole. Do you think the MS Power Platform build tools will be made available for GitHub Actions?
Yes, I do. So far, they're not, but I think they will be made available. The application lifecycle management or DevOps tools for the Power Platform are still quite new. They're still changing. They do have their teething issues still. but these things are evolving, and as things are evolving, we can see straight away that GitHub Actions are following the same path as well.
Fantastic. The last question here, to pull data from CDS using the Azure functions, does the user always have to have a license to CDS?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Just another question for me, or maybe two questions. So I realized that you've got the YAML file as the action flow in the Azure static web resource. Is that how you? Is that the way you set up the flow then, or you just come in the GitHub action and create the flow? How do you do that?
Yes, absolutely. So it creates it for you, but let me just show you what it looks like for me. And it's got, like, if you follow the learning path, it will show you how to actually create this YAML file. But yeah, you can see straight away that it generates like a token for me, but then the bulk of things are here. So all I'm doing is a build, and I do have an API folder as well. This is all pretty much out of the box, but yes, this is where you actually define your workflow.
Okay. The next question is, so you're displaying the static data. What are you using Azure API in the background within the web application, or yes. How are you consuming and using to display that? Yeah.
Yeah. So let me show you. So I just wanted to show you that, look, my build and my merge worked. So I don't have a version 5 here, first of all. And then if I go back here, you will see that, so essentially you can have only static content and that's it. But if you want some backend and some API as well, then you have to create an API folder. But then the only thing that you're going to do within this API folder are going to be Azure functions. So this is the Azure function capability. So this is what actually, in my case, goes on to this bit goes on to CDS and pulls out my recipes.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Anna. And
you're welcome.
We are 2 minutes over, but I'd like to thank you for this fantastic demo. It's just really helpful, and we can see that, like, what static app can do. It's brilliant. It's so thank you very much, Anna, for coming over and presenting this brilliant session. It's really useful, and I will just stop the recording, and then we can move on to the next session.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so we got next session from Aldert, a guide through the Azure messaging service. Aldert, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, brilliant. Let me start recording, then all yours. Okay, recording has started. Aldert, all yours.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here. So I really enjoy these kind of sessions, these kind of events. Of course, unfortunately, we cannot do it in person, but these virtual events are a great substitution. And today in this event, I will be taking you to a guide through the messaging services on Azure. So first, a little bit by myself. I'm Aldert Groteboer. I work at Motion 10. So we are based in Rotterdam. We do integration. We do Office 365. We do data analytics. And we're actually based in this building over here on the top floor, the 42nd floor, because 42 is, of course, the answer to everything. So let me just, there we go. So like I said, I work at Motion 10. I'm also an Azure MVP, so I like to work with the community. I like to speak, I like to blog, I like to write books. So there's a lot of things I do with the community, and thank you for letting me do this. And you can always contact me, so I'm always available on Twitter. I will have some more contact information in the end of my session, but you can always reach out to me on Twitter and just ask your questions or just shoot the breeze. So today we are going to talk about messaging. And when I talk about messaging in this case, I'm talking about messaging between systems. So I'm not talking about SMS or WhatsApp or something like that. No, I'm really talking about messaging between different systems. And that's important to know because that basically means that we have different type of messaging between systems that we are going to look into. So if you look at Azure, we have different kind of messages, and that means we have different type of services. So I'm going to quickly explain different services now and then dive into them deeper later on. So first of all, we have storage queues. And storage queues are really about, okay, I put something in, I get something out. Very simple, most used task queues. Service bus is what we use for enterprise messaging. And enterprise messaging is really about valuable messages. Then we have event grid for eventing. So really about, okay, I have an event, something happened, I want to throw it out there. Event hubs, when we have events but in a streaming manner. And finally, we're going to talk about Azure Relay, which is more about sockets and exposing your on-premise services, your on-premises data, without any changes that you have to make on your firewall, stuff like that. And we already see that we have 5 different services here. So why do we have all these many different choices? And it's all about choosing the right tool for the right job. So it's about choosing that tool that makes sure that you can do what you want in the way that you want it. Because if you look at messaging, we have very many different kinds of messages. So I'm going to show some of them here. There's even more than this. I'm not going to explain all of them. I will pick out a few of them. But for example, if you look at the measurement, a measurement is really about I measured something and I want someone to know about this. Well, on the other hand, I might have a command which is completely different. Like measurement is just, okay, this happened, this is what I measured. Where a command might be me telling, hey, I want you to do something for me. So just these two are already completely different from, hey, I want you to do something for me, to, hey, I just measured something. And like I said, there's many different ones, but basically we can distinguish 2 different types of messages. So the first are intents, and intents are me telling someone do something for me. So I might be telling another system, hey, go do this processing for me. Or I might be telling another system, hey, I've got some data for you. So this is an intent. And on the other hand, we have facts. And facts are about, hey, I measured something, hey, something happened. It's something that doesn't change anymore. And it's just about something that is already done. And I just want someone else to know about, hey, this was what was done. And this is basically messaging versus eventing. And this distinguishment is very important because these are really 2 different types of messaging scenarios. So messaging is really about, hey, I want you to do something. Hey, I've got something for you. Hey, here you have something. Where eventing is really about, hey, something happened. Maybe someone is interested. And if you look even more into events, we can actually distinguish 2 different types of events. So first is discrete events. And discrete events are really independent events. So it's about, okay, something happened. It might or might not be related to something else that happened, but it's not a sequence of something. It reports a state change most of the time. So it might be, hey, an order was placed. Hey, an order is now processed. Hey, an order is now delivered. So it has some kind of state that has been changed. And we can take some kind of action on it. So if an order was delivered, an action might be, I'm going to create an invoice for this person. So this is the kind of actions that we can take on discrete events. The other type of events is series events. And series events are more about, okay, I've got a stream of data. It will be time ordered. So it will be, okay, at this point this happened, then this happened, then this happened, then this happened, etc. It's partitioned in some kind of context. So this might be, okay, all these events belong to the same device, all these events belong to the same order, or all these events belong to the same application. But it's context partitioned like they belong together for something. And they report some kind of condition. Like it might be, okay, I just measured, it was 20 degrees in here. Or it might be, okay, my order has been delivered and I'm now processing the order for the next stage. So it's some kind of condition that belong together. And it's analyzable. So I can analyze over time what happened. And the easiest way to explain this is with IoT, like devices that are spitting out some kind of telemetry, like maybe a measurement of temperature. and I can analyze over time how this data has changed over time. Basically, messaging. With messaging, my system A knows about system B and system C, and system A might be telling system B, hey, go do something for me. Then system B might be telling system C, okay, I have to do this, so now you have to do this for me. And then in the end, we are going to report back to system A, okay, we did what we needed to do, here's the outcome. Where for eventing, it's really about, okay, I've got system A, but I don't know which other systems are out there. And system A will just throw out events, and if someone is interested in these events, they will pick them up. If no one is interested, they will just disappear. And that's really the main difference between messaging and eventing. Messaging is really about, okay, I want you to do something for me. I know there's someone out there that has to do this for me, or I know someone is out there that needs this data. Where for eventing, I just know someone might be interested. I'm just throwing out events, and if someone is interested, they will pick them up. So let's have a look at the different services. And what we are going to do is go into each service and go looking at, okay, what does this service do? When should we use it? And what type of scenario does it support? First of all, we are going to look at storage queues. And like I said, storage queues are really simple queues, simple task queues most of the times. And this means that we can have some kind of compute or coordination over different services. So actually, if you know durable functions use these storage queues under their hood. So they use these queues to store some kind of process, some kind of state, some kind of data that the next function can then pick up and start processing with. So it's really about this. I've got some data and I want to pass this data to the next part. So this is what storage queues are really perfect for. They are very low cost, which is also why they are so perfect for these kinds of scenarios. So for like, you can push millions of events in there and it will cost you like a few euros. You pay as you go, so you only pay for what you use. So it's more like a serverless model where you only pay if I put out 10 messages, I won't be paying anything. If I push out a million messages, I will pay like a couple of cents. If I push out 10 million messages, I will pay a couple of euros, etc. It's very easy to use. You have nice SDKs for it. You also got your REST endpoints that you can use. And because it's just very simple, like push something onto it and get something, retrieve something of it, it's just very easy, it's very simple. Most of the time you will have homogeneous messages on there. You can just easily create new queues for different type of messages. So on one single queue, you might have orders. On another queue, you might have invoices. On another queue, you might have deliveries. So every queue basically has their own type of message. You can have an unlimited number of queues. So no matter how many queues you want, you can just spin them up. You don't have to worry about, okay, I only have like 50 queues that I can spin up within this tenant or something like that. No, you can have as many queues as you want. And each queue can also have an unlimited number of connections. So I can have an unlimited number of senders and an unlimited number of receivers. And of course, this being a queue, I can push messages in and each message will be picked up only by one of the receivers. Now, this is one that I would say, okay, you can store up to 500 terabytes in your queue. Don't do this, please. A queue is not a storage location. Please process your messages from your queue and don't use it as storage. Your queue should never come even close to 500 terabytes. Especially because the maximum message size is only 64K. So to come to 500 terabytes, you would need a lot of messages on there. So please don't do this. Like only store a few messages on there. And just process them as they come off. And just like I said, it's like temporary storage. So it might be on there for seconds, minutes, at the most maybe days. Maybe your system is offline for some reason, but that should be it. Like once your system is on again, they should be coming off and start processing them. Now, we have seen that queues are very nice, but there is a downside to this as well. Like you only pay a very little amount, it's very easy to use, but there is some downsides of this as well. And that is that you only have a few features on this. And when I say a few features, there are things that you're missing that might be important to you. If you don't need these features, storage queues are perfect. If you do need the features, I will come back to that in a minute. But for example, you cannot add any metadata on your messages. So you cannot have anything on your messages saying, okay, this might be an order or something like that. You only have the content of your message. So no headers or anything like that. You cannot do any routing, so you cannot push messages and have different subscribers for them. The message only goes to one person and only to that one receiver. You cannot specify the time to live, so once a message is on your queue, you actually have to get it off and reprocess it, or otherwise it will stay on there and indefinitely. You cannot do any scheduling, so once you push a message, it's on the queue. You cannot say, okay, I want to do this in 5 minutes or something like that. Once it's on there, and people can, or applications can start retrieving it. You have to get messages off yourself. If you have poison messages, you have to handle those yourself. So you don't have dead lettering or anything like that. You can only pick up to 32 messages, so you cannot do like big batches or anything like that. If you send in the same message twice, it will be coming out twice, so no deduplication. You can store up to 7 days. So after 7 days, messages are just thrown away. So you have to make sure you process them within those 7 days. Now, like I said, this is not a storage, so you shouldn't have messages on there for 7 days. But for some reason, they might be there on a longer time, so make sure you process them within those days. And finally, there's no transactional guarantees. So you cannot do this inside a transaction. So you cannot say, okay, if I might be putting this into like a transaction with the database. No, you have to do your own rollback, stuff like that when things are wrong. So where do we use storage queues? When we need this simple type of queue. When we just want to send something in, retrieve something out, and just simple things like that. So we don't need all those extra features that I just told were not there, because those are another service. And basically, my sender just sends something in, the queue will throw back an acknowledgement. My sender now knows, okay, it's in the queue, I'm now done. And then the receiver will come by, the receiver will pull the message out, this is important, so it pulls the message out, and then sends an acknowledgement, okay, I received the message. And from then on, it's out of the queue, and then my receiver is responsible for processing the message. Now, what if I need more features? That is where Service Bus comes in. So Service Bus is really about enterprise messaging. So I need more features, I need more capabilities. And basically, it's like enterprise messaging as a service. So it's really about, I have important messages, my messages have some kind of value, it might be an order, it might be a transaction, something like that. And I need to make sure that it's actually handled, it gets those features that we will talk about in a second. And it really is about, okay, I need this more valuable, more appropriate type of messaging for my valuable messages. So it has queues as well. So the same kind of concept, I place something in, I get something out. It also has topics, and topics are about publish, subscribe. So we will talk about this in a second, but it basically means I can push something in and subscribe and have different subscribers listen to these messages. It's really about reliable asynchronous communication. So it's really about, once I put something in, I know someone will process this, and only once it's processed will let me know, okay, I'm done with it. You can actually add some message headers on top of this, so you can actually add some metadata. And metadata might be something like, okay, this is an order, or this is an order for the US, or this is an order with value something over 5,000 or something like that. And I can then use this for routing and filtering. Like I said, I can have topics, and in topics I can do some routing. So I can route this to different subscribers. And this might mean that my subscribers are only interested in messages for the US, or only interested in messages that are have a value of larger than something. So I can now do this routing, and I can also do filtering. Like I can just throw out messages that I don't mind for. Like if this message is for friends, I might not have to do something with that. So I can filter those out. I only receive those messages that I need. And it has rich features. So compared to storage queues, now all of a sudden I have a lot of features that really help me with this enterprise messaging. Let's have a look at these features. The first is schedule delivery. So I can actually schedule a message saying, okay, I'm sending it to Service Bus now. It will be on Service Bus, but only once it's past a certain time, it will actually show up for my receivers. So I might be saying, okay, I'm sending this now, but only in 5 minutes it will show up, or only at 12 o'clock it will show up. So my receivers don't know about the message until this scheduled delivery time is there. I can specify time to live. So I might say, okay, if this message is there for more than 5 seconds, the message should no longer be retrievable anymore. And this is very important once you start thinking about things like stock exchange or something like that, where I want to do this now, and if it's not done now, I will just want to throw it away. So I can actually specify this time to live, and once this time to live has passed, Service Bus will actually throw it out of the queue. I can do forward too, and this is very nice once you're in migration scenarios, which we do a lot with Motion 10. So on a queue, you can actually say, okay, forward this to another queue or to another topic. And so a lot of our customers already have queues in place, but don't have topics or something like that. So once we want to do migration, we might say, okay, I'm going to forward it to a topic instead. And then on this topic, I have my old system that's listening, but also the new system. And now I can say, okay, start routing this to the new system as well. I can slowly start migrating out my old system because my new system is also retrieving those messages. And once all the subscribers of the old system are done, so this might be something that happens over days or weeks or even months. Once all the old subscribers are gone out of my old system, I can now say, okay, I just have my new system now. I can defer messages. And this is close to scheduled delivery, but now I actually retrieve the message. I see the message, okay, I cannot process it now, but I can process it later on. I can defer it, basically put it back onto the queue and say, okay, show me this message again in 5 minutes or something like that. So basically I use scheduled delivery, but now not as the sender, but as the receiver. The receiver is now saying, okay, I can process this in the future, but not now. I can use sessions when I need to have like in order processing. So a session is basically an identifier, and all the messages with the same identifier will be processed in order. Messages with different identifiers are still being processed parallel. So I still have my high throughput, but I can actually process in order for those messages that belong to the same sender. I can do some batching, so I can actually send in multiple messages at once. And this is very nice once you are on low throughput or very expensive connections. Like we use this when we are doing things on ships or something like that. We batch them together, and once we have a large enough batch, we'll open up a connection, send everything out, close the connection down again, and start batching them up again. I can create a queue and auto-delete it when it's not being used anymore. So if my queue, for example, only should live for, I don't know yet, maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe a month, but I don't know before. I can just say, okay, I do an auto-delete when this queue is idle for more than X amount of time. So we use this a lot for logging and stuff like that, when we just spin up a new queue, do the logging in there, login is being processed, and once we don't put anything in there anymore, we just delete the queue again, and when we need a new queue, it will just be created again. We have some kind of event type scenario, so we have an on message. This is still polling though, so it's not really eventing, but it's like eventing at least in your code. Like we will get an event like saying, okay, something new arrived on the queue or on the topic. I can now process this, but it's still using long polling on the hood. Like it will still listen for messages and it will keep a connection open. So it's not true eventing. We can detect duplicates. So we can say if the same message with the same hash comes in like within 5 minutes or within 5 seconds or something like that, we can say, okay, throw out the duplicate because we already received this. We can take actions. So within Service Bus, we can actually, for example, add a header or something like that. Once again, very nice once you're in migrations, because now I can say, okay, I don't have to touch my sending system. I can just do this within Service Bus. It can be part of transaction. So I can actually say I can incorporate it within a transaction, and only when all the steps in the transaction, for example, I might be doing write to the database and I might be getting something from Service Bus. Only once those both are completed, I can say, okay, now do the transaction. If one of those two went wrong, I can roll back the entire transaction, and Service Bus will actually just place the message back on the queue and be ready for receiving again. And Service Bus handles my poison messages. And poison messages are really messages that I cannot handle myself. I need something else to do this. So by default, the receivers will get the message for 10 times. If it's not processed after 10 times, it will be pushed into that letter. Of course, I can configure this and I can say, okay, instead of 10 times, only do this 2 times, 5 times, 100 times, whatever you want. So Service Bus has a couple of different tiers. So we have the standard, the basic tier, the standard tier, and the premium tier. The basic tier only gives you queues. The standard tier gives you queues and topics. But we mostly use the premium tier because the premium tier has some very nice features that we almost always want. It's a bit more expensive, but then again, we are talking about valuable messages, about messages that have some kind of meaning for you. So you probably want these extra features. So the first feature is dedicated resources. So no noisy neighbors, your resources are your own. So if someone else sends in 100 million messages all of a sudden, you don't notice this. You have your own resources, everything is processed in time, and you can just say, okay, I always same latency and stuff like that. You get GeoDR with Premium, and this is very nice because this actually replicates your infrastructure in another location. For now, it is only infrastructure, so just your queues, topics, things like that, but they are working on also replicating your data. I don't know when this will come, I just know it will be coming at some point. Get availability zones, so if one of your zones go down, it is immediately running in another zone, and this really makes sure that you have that high availability. And like I said, your messages are important to you, so you want this high availability that these two features provide. And finally, if you want to work with VNets, you need Premium as well, because like most services in Azure, VNets are only on the Premium tier. So if you want to have like a virtual network where you might have some VMs in there and stuff like that, you will need the Service Bus Premium as well. So let's have a quick look at topics and subscriptions, because this is really where Service Bus shines. Because queues are nice, you can have a queue, you can place something in there, you can retrieve it. But subscriptions actually allow you to do publish and subscribe. So my senders only know about this topic here. So my sender only knows, okay, I've got the topic here where I can send some stuff into. I might add some metadata on top of this, like in this type we have type order, in this case we have type of order and a type of quote. So my sender just sends in a message to the topic, it adds this metadata. And then we have our subscribers, our receivers, and they only know about their own subscriptions. So I might have a receiver A that is listening on this subscription, receiver B that's listening on this subscription. Actually, let me like get laser pointer over here. So subscription B that's listening over here on this subscription. And so this allows my my receivers to just get those messages that they need. And so those filters and actions actually exist on those subscriptions. So my subscription might be saying, like I show here, like this subscription has a filter of type equals order. And this one type equals quote. And so my subscription 1 will only get orders, my subscription 2 will only get quotes. And then I can have different subscribers, different systems that will be getting these messages and process them. And so now I can just send in these messages and they're routed to the correct subscriptions, and my receivers can just get those messages that they need without having to look for them themselves, like, okay, do I need this message or something like that. So where does Service Bus fit in? It is awesome when you need to do decoupling. Like I might have different systems and I might need to decouple them for some reasons. Like I might want to decouple them because my receiving systems can be down, or I might decouple them for another reason. And this is really where Service Bus shines. It also allows me to have that transactional consistency. Like if I put something on Service Bus, I know it's in there, and my receiver, it will pick the message. So it will receive the message, start processing, and only once it's done, it will actually complete the message. So if the Service Bus does not get the complete message, it will be back, it will still be on the queue. It will, after a certain amount of time, like by default, I think it's like 30 seconds. If we don't get like the complete acknowledgement in 30 seconds, it will show up on the queue again and another receiver can receive it again and start processing it. And like I said, it will do this for 10 times. And after 10 times, if it's not processed, it will actually put it on that ladder and say, okay, this could not be processed, it's a poison message. I will do this on the dead letter queue, and instead wait for someone else to pick it up and start doing something with this. I can do retries. So I can actually say, okay, I want to do multiple retries, and only once it's an actual process, I will do that complete messages I told you about. I can do throttling, so I can say, okay, I have 10 senders, 1 receiver. Those 10 senders can just keep sending it in, and my receiver can pick it up in his own pace because he's pulling the messages. So he makes sure, the receiver makes sure I can process 1 message per second, 10 messages per second, whatever. I don't care about how many messages are coming in. I will just process in my own velocity. And finally, I can even implement like a circuit breaker pattern. So a circuit breaker pattern means that, okay, my receiver, once they run into issues, can actually stop receiving, can send out notification, okay, I ran into issues, and only once those issues are resolved, start picking up the messages again. And from then on, they will actually say, okay, I'm now done, I'm now up again, I will start processing them again. The messages are still in that queue. They are not being thrown away. They are there, they are waiting for processing. So this is where service bus fit in. So next we are going to look at events. And so we just talked about events. Over here. There we go. And we have these two different types of events. And first we are going to talk about event grid, which is about event routing. So quick recap of events. Events are about, hey, something happened. I want to trigger a reaction. I want to start doing something about it with this event. And it's based on facts. So it tells me, okay, something happened. I'm not going to change anymore. This is what happened. And it can be either series or discrete. And we are going to talk about discrete with event grid. And discrete events are really about single events. Something happened, an order was created, an order was updated, things like that. And this is where event grid comes in. So event grid basically has different parts of it, in it. So you have your events, say, okay, something happened. And this can be all these different services that are in Azure already are sending out events. More are coming every day. And basically these different publishers are where events take place. So let's take Blob Storage as an example. If I upload something to Blob Storage, an event is created, hey, something was uploaded. So to trigger an event, the event is sent to a topic. So this is where the publishers send their events, and this is event grid topic over here. An event grid topic is just receives those events and then pushes them out again. And it pushes them to the receiver, the event subscriptions. And those event subscriptions can be functions, it can be service bus, logic apps, different type of subscribers, again, within Azure. And it can also have your own custom subscribers. And those event handlers then receive that event, like I said, it's push. So the publisher pushes it out to event grid, and event grid pushes it out to the receivers, to the event handlers. And once again, we can have different filters on top of this, things like that. But it's being pushed out to those receivers, and those receivers will start processing it. So it's really about scale and really about reliability with event grid. So it's highly scalable, about, I think, 1 million messages per second per region. So like high throughput. And 1 million messages per second. I don't know many systems that need more than 1 million messages per second, right? So it's really highly scalable. You can run anything on this, basically. Azure itself actually runs on top of this. You can do retries. So if for some reason I cannot push it to my receiver, I can just do a retry from event grid. By default, these are the retry intervals. You can, once again, you can adjust this. But by default, it will first try after 10 seconds, then 30 seconds, then 1 minute. Not quite 30 seconds or 1 minute or something like that, though. Like it has some random change. Like instead of 1 minute, it might be 1 minute, 5 seconds. And this is to make sure that you actually spread out the load a bit. Because if you have a receiver that's being overwhelmed by all the messages, you don't want to just keep hammering the system. Instead, you want to have some kind of backing off window, which you have here, plus some random interval in between there. So messages are not being sent all at once at the same time, but you actually have like a bit of spread out with those messages. By default, we do 30 delivery attempts over 24 hours. After that, it will be actually dead lettered. So unlike Service Bus, where deadletting just means it's being placed in another queue, for storage, for Event Grid is being placed in a storage account. So you have to create a storage account for this plus container, and then those deadletter events are just blobs in that storage account. And once again, you can have something like another Event Grid trigger on that. Like we just saw, blob storage is one of those event triggers. So I can actually create a trigger saying, hey, something was placed in my deadletter, and then I might be doing something like create a ticket for my operations or something like that. So an event has a certain type that always looks like. So an event always has this header. So it always has subject, topic, an event type. And this is the same for every event, just different values, of course. But every event has this header in there. And one part in there is the data part. And within the data part is where things get different for different publishers. So in this case, we look at an event from a storage account. So we can see, okay, we have something about the URI, where can we find the blob that was created? We can have something like, okay, what type of content, how large is it, things like that. Now, if instead this would have been a message for a service bus, I would have completely different data in that data part. It might be something like, okay, what was my namespace, things like that. So important to know, here is my header is always same, the part in data is always different. I just told you can also create custom events, and custom events are really about your own events where you are in control of how the event looks like. You still should have those topic, subject, event type, because that should always be in there, but you can just create your own in there and have your own data in there as well. You could even go as far as having your own envelope as well, but I would not do that because it means that you have to also implement some of the other things around that. So I would say always have that envelope in the same format. In this case, my publisher will just send it in. So similar to topics, but in this case, it's push. So my publisher will send it into my topic, and then my event grid topic will push it out to my different subscribers. In this case, I can have subscribers that are looking for beverages or snacks or things like that. And these filters you can have quite advanced as well. Like I can have filters where I look at the data portion. So for Service Bus, I was always looking at the headers. With Event Grid, I can actually look into the data portion of the event and actually route on that. For JSON, I can go up to 10 levels deep. So I can actually have like sub portions of my message where I can actually look into. I can do one or more values. I can do like and ors. So I can combine those different filters up to 10 filters. And these are the things that you can use. So I can use numbers, I can use strings, I can use booleans. And I can actually look into the message and say, okay, if the value of something is larger than 5,000, then I want to route it to a different subscriber or something like that. Now, events are not something that are just being used by Azure. They are being used by the many different cloud providers. And that's why people came up with the Cloud Event Standard. Cloud Events has been worked on for, I think, 2 or 3 years. And I just reached 1.0 like a few months ago. So Clemens Vasters is on the committee. And for those that work in messaging, you all know Clemens Vasters. And basically with Cloud Events, they made a format that is adhered to by all the different cloud providers. So basically allows you to have your messaging, your events. Let's say our event starts in Blob storage, but instead of sending it to Azure Functions, we actually send it to AWS Lambda. And Cloud Events allows this because it's now a standard format. And I can now say, okay, I publish something from Blob storage, I send it to Event Grid, but I will instead push it out to AWS Lambda, and AWS Lambda understands Cloud Events format and can start processing this. Or I can say, okay, it actually starts in Google Cloud. I can use their Event Grid capable, their Event Grid type of service. I don't know what this is called in Google Cloud, but they probably have something like this as well. And then from there, send it to Azure Functions, for example. So I can have interoperable over multiple clouds, and I can just use the same messages over these different clouds. Where should we use Event Grid? We use Event Grid when we are talking about serverless applications, where we need it highly scalable, because of course we are doing like high throughput with Event Grid. And serverless applications are perfect for this because they can just scale up if many events come in, scale down again when those events are processed. I can do like operation automation. So think policies plus. So maybe I want to do some advanced tagging, or I might want to do some, for example, when I create a VM, I want to install some data on the top of that, or I want to add it to the store. This is allowed with events from Event Grid. And I just showed you can create custom events as well. So I can actually do my own application integration, where I can have my custom application sending out events to Event Grid. Event Grid sends out to functions or something like that and process them. So next we are going to talk about event hubs, and these are about streaming events. So event hubs is really about the data that belongs together, time ordered, things like that, those events. And event hubs, I really like this analogy. So Dan Rosnova came up with this analogy of the tape deck. So what I do is I record a stream. I record a stream of data. So this data just comes in, I start recording it. It is only forward, so I cannot say, oh, this message should be in between of here. No, it only moves forward in the stream. So I can just keep recording, moving forward. But I can actually go back in time and play again. So I can just rewind and start playing again from the beginning or from somewhere halfway the stream or wherever I want. So I'm in control as the client, I'm in control from where I want to play. So think about event sourcing and those type of scenarios. I can just say, okay, I want to have the stream, I want to go back in time, start playing again. I can go forward and backward in the stream because I'm in control as the client, I'm in control of where I'm reading this data. And I can have multiple channels with different data. And multiple channels within event hubs actually are partitions. So I can have multiple partitions within my event hub. And my event producers, I can have many different event producers, high throughput again, and they will send in messages via different protocols. They can send it via the Kafka protocol, the HTTP protocol, or the MQP protocol, and the data is then placed within partitions. So if I don't specify a partition key, it will just be randomly distributed. If I do specify a partition key, maybe like a device ID, then the data for that same partition ID will be placed in the same partition, and I can process it in order. I have my receivers, so I can have multiple receivers. I can have only as many receivers as I have partitions. So in this case, I have 4 partitions. So at most, I can have 4 receivers. I can have less receivers because then each receiver will get 1 or more partitions. But I cannot have more receivers than I have partitions. And these receivers have a consumer group. And the consumer group basically allows me to get data from those partitions for my receivers. So each receiver will get 1 or multiple partitions. And then they will get data from the partition in order and can process this. If I say I have another group of receivers, I can create another consumer group, and they will also get a copy of each message. So each consumer group has a copy of each message and can process them in their own order. They can move forward and backward independently for each consumer group. For those that are familiar with Kafka, it will probably look quite similar because it is actually quite similar to Kafka. So they both use this partition consumer. They both have those independent partitions. They have this client-side cursor where the client actually tells, okay, I want to read from here. They can do very large workloads, so you can just put in a lot of messages, a lot of events. And they actually are conceptually the same, which is why Microsoft created Azure Event Hubs for Kafka. And basically this allows you to have a Kafka endpoint on top of your Event Hubs. So you just have an endpoint that Kafka can talk to. And you can use this with all the application and tools that work with Kafka 1.0. So, and it's really as simple as just change your connection string. Like if you have a Kafka application that's sending out messages to Kafka, you can just change your connection string, start sending to Event Hubs, and it will just work. It's very nice. And this actually allows you to do this whole moving from Kafka, where Kafka you often need like your own managed infrastructure. You can now say, no, instead I want to have a PaaS infrastructure. I will use Event Hubs as my backing store, send my message over there by just changing one connection string. So where does Event Hubs fit in? Event Hubs fit in when I stream data. So I have some kind of event producers. So it might be some IoT devices. It might be some applications that are sending out logging, things like that. I will send it maybe via cloud API, cloud gateway or a field gateway. But in the end, it all comes together in Event Hubs. And this is where Event Hubs fit in, like gathering all this data, all the streaming data. Then on top of this, we might do some processing. So we might do some fast processing or slow processing. For slow processing, you actually have Event Hubs capture, which is just a checkbox that you do. You specify a storage account. Data is being stored in this storage account, and then you can do your slow data on that. You can also use fast data like stream analytics, have that listening on your Event Hubs, process data. Finally, you will store it like longer term might be seconds up to days, hours, months, years. And depending on what type of storage you want, you can use the different services here. And in the end, you will probably present it maybe to Power BI, maybe to application. But at some point, you will start presenting this, and Event Hubs is here in the middle, all collecting all this data for this. So the last service I want to talk about is a bit of an old duck here, because it's not about messages that are being stored in some kind of queuing type of thing. Like storage queues are really a queue. Event Hubs, Service Bus has queues and topics which are really a queue. Event Grid is also kind of like a queue kind of thing, as is Event Hubs. But Azure Relay is actually quite different. It's still messaging though, so it's actually part of this messaging scenario, but in a different way. Because Relay is really about cloud-related communication. So I have an endpoint in the cloud, and it relays it to my services that are probably on-premise. We have two different flavors of Relay. So we have hybrid connections, which is about HTTP kind of communication, and we have WCF Relay, which the name already suggests is really about WCF messages or communication. And so WCF Relay actually has all those features that you can expect with WCF, where hybrid connections is more about I just have an HTTP endpoint, I can use that for anything. And it allows me to connect my on-premise data and services via the cloud to anywhere, but in a secure way, because I don't have to open up anything on my firewall incoming. So I don't have an attack vector on my firewall that people can come into. I can use it to load balance to different endpoints. So I can have multiple on-premise services, have one single endpoint in the cloud, and it will actually load balance it round robin over those different backend services. And like I said, your internal services are exposed to the cloud, but with a secure manner. And so it really doesn't require any network changes, except you have to have an outbound connection. But those are often already open. Like those are very easy. They are most of the time already open, or you can just open up very, very easily. It's always a problem having an inbound connection that you need to open, because then all of a sudden you have an attack vector. How does this work? And I'm going to explain this very quickly, because if I would go into details, I would need another session just to explain this one part. But actually what it does, so my service, my on-premise service over here, it registers endpoint in the cloud. Now, because I have this endpoint that is being registered here, I have a control channel or incoming channel that is just open, like a return channel. I don't have to set on anything up for this because it's an outgoing connection to the cloud. Then my client, they will connect to this endpoint here in the cloud. So basically they have this endpoint now for my service in the cloud where it connects to. And what happens then is a whole different story. And I would just say it's network magic. Like the client will go out to the cloud endpoint. My client will go out to the cloud endpoint, go over the control channel to my inbound service. And then my service will say, okay, I know now about this client. I can now set up a connection over here. They will make a connection together and they will just communicate on this channel now. Like I said, this is very quickly explained, very high over. If you want to know more about what is under this, I actually have a website on the docs. This is on the docs, let me say it that way. So this is on the docs, about how this protocol works. Like I said, it's like a session of 2 or 3 hours if I would need to explain all of this in detail. But it's very nice. Microsoft uses for a lot of their services, like the on-premise data gateway, the integration gateway, all those different services use this under the hood actually. And it allows you to very easily expose your services. So where does this fit in? So what kind of scenarios would I use this for? I would use it when I don't need a VPN, like I don't need that entire infrastructure, I don't need VNets, I don't need a VPN, I just have one service or maybe 2 or 3 services that I want to expose to the clouds. I don't want to open up my inbound firewall. That is where I would use it. So I wouldn't want to use VNet integration, once again, because it's too costly, because it's too complex. I just want something simple. And I cannot place my data into the cloud. So my data might need to be staying on premises, either because I cannot do the service in the cloud, or because I'm not allowed to because of GDPR or something like that. So with that, we're almost done. So if you have any questions, start typing them now. I will just do a quick wrap up. So if you're thinking about eventing and messaging, we have these different services. And they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. Don't try to read this all now. I will share my slides on Twitter in a moment. But if you are thinking about, okay, I need to do some serverless type of applications, either use storage queues if you need a simple queue, or the event grid if you have that push-push scenario where you need to push out a lot of different messages, then the event grid is perfect. If I have streaming data, so I have a stream of data that I need to read over, EventOps is your way to go. So think IoT, think logging data, think like that. If I have valuable data, if I have data that I really want to know, okay, this has been put onto the queue, and only once it's processed, it will actually be placed from the queue again, use Service Bus. And finally, if I'm in a hybrid scenario, I have an on-premise service, I have on-premise data that I want to expose, this is where relay and hybrid connections come in. So with that, I would like to say thank you. If you have any questions, you can always contact me. Like I said, contact me on Twitter, contact me on my email if you have larger questions. If you want to read more about this, I have on my blog, I write various different blog posts around this topic. And of course, Microsoft also has some more data about this on their website as well. So any questions?
Thank you, Eldad. It was really informative session. I haven't seen. Oh, there is one question actually. Benedict asking, can you explain in detail what serverless means?
Yes. So serverless actually means that I have services that are highly scalable. So they will scale up and down. I pay per use. And so think about services like Azure Functions, think about logic apps, think about API management, consumption tier. All those services, I only pay for what I use. So if I push in one message to my function, I only pay for that one message. If I push in 10 million messages, I pay for 10 million messages. But what is more important is scalability of those services. So for example, let's take functions as an example because they do this very nicely. If I push in 10 million messages, all of a sudden all different functions are being spinned up. They spin up like infrastructure, they spin up all these different functions, start processing. And once it's done, they will actually tear down all that infrastructure again, tear down all those functions, and it will be gone again, and I'm not paying anymore. And that is what serverless is really about, like that high throughput, highly scalable type of scenarios.
Fantastic. Joe is asking, would you need to use APIM to secure these solutions, or is OAuth 2 built in?
Yeah, so depending on your requirements, like OAuth 2 is not built into these solutions. What is built in is like if you have a managed identity, Service Bus allows you to have your managed identity and use the role-based action control for this. So it really also depends on the service. Like I showed you 5 different services. Some have like capabilities like managed identities. Some of them just use SES tokens and stuff like that. So depending on your requirements, if you need OAuth, you would probably indeed need something like API management in front. But it really depends on the different services and the requirements that you have. But all of them at least support like SES tokens, where you can just have a SES token provider and use that to give out tokens and use that. And then, depending on your scenario, you might use something as API management in front if you want to expose it to the outside world and use OAuth 2 or something like that.
Fantastic. We don't have any more questions. So we still got 6 minutes. So if anyone has any question, oh, hang on, we got one more question coming from Santosh Kumar. Any example where we can opt for Event Grid or Event Hub?
Yeah, so Event Grid you would use when we have those discrete events like Event Grid. You would basically use. So we use it, for example, for our integrations when we use Service Bus. If you use Service Bus with Logic Apps out of the box, it will start polling. A lot of our consumers don't want to have a polling interface. They want to have an event and saying, hey, something is on your Service Bus. That's where we use the Event Grid for. So Event Grid is really about I want to have notification when something happens. Where Event Hubs is really about I have the streaming data. So Event Hubs we use, for example, at one of our clients, where they have devices that are sending out data about measurements. So this is data from ships. They send out this data. So it's not through IoT, but it's similar to IoT, I guess, where they have messages coming out saying, okay, we are now doing this, device is now doing this measurement or doing this action. And we want to see, okay, which devices are doing which actions at which point in time, over time. So this is where we would Event Hubs, like really that streaming data. And that is really the different thing between Event Grid and Event Hubs. Like Event Grid is really for those discrete events, and Event Hubs is really about that streaming events.
Fantastic. We don't have any more questions. We still got 4 minutes to go. So if anyone still have any questions or would like to ask anything, please feel free to do so. Yeah, there is one more question from Devi.
Yeah.
Can we use Event Hub with IoT?
Yes, so yes, you can, definitely. But it depends, once again, as always, I'm an architect, as you can see, right? I mean, it always depends. But IoT messages you can use with Event Hubs if you just need that stream of data. If you need more device management and stuff like that, I would say go to IoT Hub. Like IoT Hub actually has Event Hubs underneath, under the hood. So IoT Hub uses Event Hubs, it uses topics from Service Bus, it uses a lot of other different things. And IoT Hub actually allows you to manage your devices, to send data back to your devices, things like that. So in that case, if you need that kind of scenario, then I would say use IoT Hub. But if you only need like the data coming in, that is actually what we are doing at the client that I just told you about. We only need the data that is coming in. Then you can use Event Hubs because IoT Hub is quite a bit more expensive than Event Hubs. So if you just need the data coming in, if you just need it for that, then you would actually use your Event Hub instead of IoT Hub.
Great. We have one more question came in from Faizan. How relay operator works? So
I'm not completely sure if I understand this, but let me just go back to my slide for relay. So I don't know exactly what you mean with relay operator, but basically what relay service does is it exposes this endpoint here in the cloud. That is what Azure Relay is. It is what is exposing this endpoint and setting up this connection between my service and my cloud endpoint. And what Azure Relay then does is making sure that when something comes in, it can set up this connection here. And that is what Azure Relay actually is all about, like setting up this endpoint, making sure that my client and service can find each other and can start communicating with each other without having to expose anything. So I hope this answered the question. If not, let me know.
So Faizan, is that answers your question? Yes, his reply.
Okay,
yes,
good.
Fantastic, great. So we got 1 more minute to go before we put a break. Oh, there's one more question from Setu. Can you please explain about peak lock message?
Yeah, so this is something that Service Bus uses. So Service Bus has a concept of peak lock. And basically what peak lock means is my client, one second. My client peaks the message. So peaking means it looks at the queue and sees that the message is there. It will then get a lock on the message and it will start processing the message. So if the processing is okay, it will then call a complete call. So it will now say, okay, I've completed this message, and then it will be removed from the queue. Now, if my processing goes wrong for some reason, so it might be it runs into an issue, it might be my receiver is disconnects, or something else, the message is not completed. So either the timeout will occur, like maybe after 30 seconds a timeout will occur, and then the message will be placed back onto the queue again, or actually it still remains onto the queue. The lock is then removed, and another receiver can do this. Or my receiver can actually itself, like, okay, I cannot process the message, I will abandon it. And then once again, the lock is also removed from the message and another receiver will process it. And so that's where what Service Bus is about, like having these messages on there, and only once they are processed, they have the complete being called, and then it will be removed from the queue.
Fantastic. So here we just finished our session now. So are there any more final questions, or should we just have a 15-minute break? But in between, before any question comes in, just to remind everyone again, so the recordings are going on. So if you feel like your names or the email address, how you logged into these team sessions are visible. So feel free to drop out if you don't like to get your name displayed. But recordings are getting on. It will be available later on our Powerthon YouTube channel. And also it is live at YouTube right now, where you can actually rewind the session on demand and view those sessions as well, just in case if you have missed anything in between. By saying that, thank you, Aldert. It was a brilliant session, very informative.
Thank you.
And yeah, we're going to now break for 15 minutes and we'll rejoin again soon.
So thank you for having me. And like I said, if there are any more questions, you can always shout out to me on Twitter or on my email, and I will always respond on there as well. So thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you.
at the 365 Saturday event in Dubai, where I just spoke to a really passionate and full crowd of about few hundred people about Dynamics 365 and all the innovation that's coming out. I love this event because I think it allows us an opportunity, particularly on the operations space, to demystify what operations mean or what ERP means to the community, by the community, as well as some participation from Microsoft. If you think about operations at Microsoft, alongside world-class CE apps built upon really Power Platform that provides that no-cliffs extensibility, the intelligence experience, the automation through Power Automate, all of that comes together in a unique package that nobody else really can compete. So what we have with the Dynamics 365 Operations app is an application, a SaaS-based ERP application that really, from a base perspective, is doing so well in the market. And I love the fact that 365 Saturday takes the time, free of charge, and bringing the community together to really invest in learning the application in essentially a seamless way where there's really no hierarchy. It's more of a grassroots, community passion-driven exercise where you can find really level 100 to level 400 level detail to get up to speed with what we're doing from a Microsoft perspective, what makes the application unique, and how does it all really come together? Because in coming together is really where the uniqueness is. I think this community understands all the different components, and I love the fact that they take the opportunity, find the topics, and really go into the topics to explain what we're doing, what the product's doing, what are the best practices, and how our customers are using the product. And I think 365 Saturday does a really good job in bringing that holistic vision of business applications at Microsoft together.
Welcome back. Before we start our session, there are a couple of notes I'd like to share. Just to confirm, first of all, Mustafa, are you online? Are you all set?
Yep,
Fantastic.
I'm here.
Brilliant. So just to remind everyone, so we're going to record the sessions and it will be available afterwards, after the event is finished on Powerthon YouTube channel. We're also doing live stream, so you can watch and rewind online. So that's another added feature. Just a couple of housekeeping rules. Please post your questions in chat window and we will try and cover up as much as possible. If not, we will revert it back to you in chat itself. Keep your microphone mute for the entire session. Just give respect to speakers so they don't get distracted or interrupted. And that's it pretty much. So it's spot on time. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Mustafa. Do you want to share your screen so we can confirm? And let me start recording at the same time.
Absolutely. Just give me 1 second. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so a little bit more on security. We're going to discuss 10 things that you need to do to build rock solid Azure tenant. Let me quickly introduce myself. So I'm Mustafa Toroman. I work as a solution architect at the company Authority Partners. Last few years, I've been engaged with a lot of enterprise US companies, primarily from fintech, and you can probably imagine that security for those kind of companies are a big thing. and also in convincing those kind of companies to move to the cloud and that it's secure enough is very challenging, but we kind of succeed on that. So I've been also Microsoft Azure MVP, just received my 5th award in a row a few days ago. Also very certified in different Microsoft technologies, have over 50 different active certificates right now. Will not lose time to just count them. It will take too much of our session. So before we start addressing things about security and cloud, we need to understand few things. We need to address certain points that will help us move to cloud and keep everything tight and under control. So there are a lot of different areas when it comes to cloud security. So first part is that when we look at the Azure data center, so the data center where our data is going to be once we decide to start our cloud journey, or in this fact, Azure's journey, first it comes to physical security. So when it comes to physical security, I think this is the probably best you can get. Everything basically in around Azure data center is state of the art and latest industry standards. Basically, when physical security comes to point, like there are several perimeters that you need to pass just to enter the building where everything is stored. Then everything is under cameras and alarms, 24/7 security staff. There are barriers, fencing. Basically, each security point must be bypassed by two-factor access control. There are also, when it comes to security, there are days of backup power that even if something goes wrong, can keep up security system up and running for days to come. So basically, everything is secured by design, and we have a lot of options. And like most of the companies will have a really hard time maintaining such tight physical security because it costs a lot of money and dedicated resources to build that sort of thing. Then after that part, we have infrastructure. Infrastructure is another part that is controlled by Microsoft completely. So we have completely secure infrastructure. Again, latest security standards, industry compliance, everything is taken into account. And this is also the part that Microsoft controls completely. So physical and infrastructure are something that Microsoft is maintaining and keeping itself responsible. Now we are coming to a network part that things kind of start to divide. On the network stack, when it comes to the physical network, in fact, Microsoft is again responsible for applying security standards and keeping everything tight. But here comes certain things like public access, virtual network control, and those sort of things that are completely under our own control. And this is where we need to look at the things we are managing and how we can manage them. And then we come to virtual machines and applications and that sort of thing, where we have more control over how things are secure and how they are set up. So it's really important to understand this concept because, as I said, it's especially in like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years ago, it was really hard to convince customers that cloud is secure because they are used to different setup. They are used to having their applications and data stored in their data center in their physical building, where they can actually see them, like just open the door and see where is everything stored. This is kind of different concept. It was hard to convince people that it is secure enough. And there was a lot of sales pitch that is telling people like, yeah, it's really secure, just go there. It's more secure than you have it right now. It's true, but to a certain extent.